Bom dia. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Brazil for the Flesh and Blood World Tour in São Paulo. Oh boy, Filipe, did we have an amazing day yesterday. I should introduce us real quick. This is Bryce Platz, also with Filipe Lima Cardoso. If you didn't watch us yesterday, that was some of the best Flesh and Blood I have ever seen, Filipe.
Oh, I'm very proud of what we put up, the show we put up yesterday, Bryce. I think we saw some amazing games. We could see some of our Brazilian community here, our players, and how we play the game. I think we saw some very interesting moments in the stream, like the Verdans against CYB Dory. If you didn't catch that one, look at the stream yesterday. It was a crazy one.
Yeah, it was round 3 yesterday. It was probably one of the best Flesh and Blood games I have ever seen. Twists and turns, this and that. And yeah, CYB is coming in late and also clutch. Yes. Okay, without any further spoilers, go back and watch round 3 of yesterday. Heck, watch all of the coverage because I don't think we put on a single game that wasn't fantastic.
Oh yeah, it was a banger after the other. It was really, really nice to cast it.
You know what? It was so good, Filipe. Why don't we go back and take a look at some of the best moments from yesterday?
Oh, let's do it.
Okay, this one is round 1. First up, one of my kinsmen, Peter Bedensic versus Ivan Taranto, who is a mainstay here in Brazil. This is a big, bad Revel and Runeblood turn, which is going to cause 9 rune chants to come in on the front side of this Flail of Agony. Ivan, however, sitting at 16 life in surplus, is going to kind of shrug this off. Pretty much what he was doing all game.
Yeah, he was just blocking and waiting for the right moment to strike back with Transcend cards and cheese.
Next one comes to us from the very same game. Life totals are a little bit more even here, but Ivan finally kept a full grip. He's got 2 chi in hand, which means that one of them became just the best possible card for the scenario, thanks to Zen Tamer of Purpose, and ultimately was able to shore this up by stripping all of the cards out of Peter's hand and then coming in with a tiger. Meow. And Ivan doing a little bit of a celebration dance.
Yeah, Ivan was doing the Cristiano Ronaldo, I'm here thing.
Here he is, and he is doing quite well. He's still alive for top 8, if I'm not mistaken, today. Next up is Pedro Gioni versus Caio Zambelli, and Pedro was just putting on the Guardian Hurt to this, the best aggro deck in the meta. This is a Golden Sun after a delayed kind of think about popping the gold token, paying daddy for a little extra power. Here it comes. It's 14 overpower, ladies and gentlemen. That's one of the biggest Golden Suns I have ever seen.
Just a casual 14 overpower attack. Nothing big.
The power of nepotism is real. The next one, I believe, comes from the same game. Yes, indeed. Life totals are dwindling here, and this is going to be the kill shot, ladies and gentlemen. Pedro kind of drew a brick of a hand, a lot of reds. He drew a card off of a clash, and then also popped the gold token to get that last blue that he needed in order to resolve both a Terra Sunder and a mighty choke slam. Dominated, closing out the game the old-fashioned Guardian way.
Yeah, just putting up the pressure, never pushing on the brakes. Disruption after disruption, and that's how Pedro got the game.
And that's the fist bump. Next up is Lucas Bartolucci versus Ayrton Dos Santos Jr. This is that game that we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen, and this is how it began. Part and parcel, bread and butter Dorinthea stuff. All of the specializations are out on the board, save, of course, for that glistening steel blade, but he doesn't need it because this is a 9 dominate, go again, draw a card, Dawnblade. And he snuck in so much damage here and got a +1/+1 counter to boot.
I mean, this is the dream turn every Dorinthea player dreams about, right? All the specializations, Dawnblade hitting. The normal gameplay we would imagine, right?
Yeah, and this was his reward. 3 +1/+1 counters at this point on Dawnblade after it got cleared out once before. But here, Ayrton Dos Santos Jr. finds the exact sauce he needs in order to cover this up. The Seeds of Tomorrow +2 D reacts is going to make it so that Dawnblade has no +1/+1 counters. At this point, Ayrton does the Ayrton, puts his head in his hands, and tries to think of a way to come back from 7. Little did he know at this point that there were count your blessings lurking in the deck of our Dorinthea player, and here they are coming out to play. It's 2 in the graveyard. It's 1 out of the hand. It's 2 out of the hand, and all of a sudden, this was happening this way and that. Verdance would go down to 1. Dorinthea would go down below 5 life, and then gain like 6 or 7.
Yeah, they were bumping up and down in life totals. Ayrton was down to 1, then back up to 10. Lucas was down to 2, then back up to 10. Then Ayrton down to 1 again. Then Lucas down to 2 again, and then back up to 20. I think he ended the game with 22 life.
It was outstanding, and ultimately ended up in fatigue. And it was won off the back of Draft Chaff cards from the Hunted, cards that we've seen played in just about every single deck all weekend long. It's Nip at the Heels, sneaking 1 damage through, and that gets the handshake from Ayrton because he simply didn't have enough damage left in the deck. Lucas ascends, and unfortunately dropped out of the calling and is, however, live for the Battle Hardened.
Yeah. Nip to the Heels, CC staple.
Yeah, 100%. Put in context, trot along, they're all getting played. Next up is Jefferson Simoes versus Gustavo Vacilotto with a, high octane, even though that card is banned, Dash.io performance here. It's 0 to 60 coming in, plus a Symbiosis shot. Notice the 4 resources in the pitch. Gustavo very diligently milled his own deck with Teklo Foundry Heart, even though he didn't need the resources, just so he could find the Boom Grenade and swing that Symbiosis shot one more time to strip the last card out of Jefferson's hand. Next up is from that very same game. Gustavo keeps on the pressure. We saw a Convection Amplifier resolved earlier, gave Dominate to an attack that needed to connect with a Boom Grenade. In this case, he's just doing it the old-fashioned way by saying boost, 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 presenting awkward breakpoints, demanding extra cards and block value out of Jefferson's hand. Here comes the outpace to take the Sync Blow, and a yellow Zipper Head cleans it up. Gustavo ascends on to 3-0. Next up is Darcy Carmajo on Florian Rotwood Harbinger, who had his Grasp of the Arknight blown up in the first few turns of the game, thanks to Frozen to Death. And this is, I think, the 4th Oakenold that we saw resolved in this game. And you better believe that it's dominated, and there's more to come. You remember what happens here, Felipe? Oh!
Pummel.
That's a big bad pummel coming right out of the hand of Ignacio. Just doing Oldham things in case you didn't get enough of it when he was in the meta. Jarl is here to do it just as well.
Yeah, 4 Okanodes in the game. Gotta induce some PTSD, Bryce.
I think that's a war crime, personally. Next up is our Riptide player, who is still fighting for his life here at Calling São Paulo, sending out a Bolton shot in the yellow, buffed up by the Dreadbore, which means that this really defensive Riptide deck is gonna go wide here, which is exactly what he needs to do when his opponent is at 1. It's a Bolton shot straight into an E-Strike. Doesn't need the reload there at all to get the handshake from Lucas Oliveira. And there he is, the green man himself.
Yeah, and Riptide is represented here on day 2.
And then we got Shea Roca versus Raphael Miller. It's the combo Aurora deck that just didn't get to combo off on stream. It's important to say, though, that he was able to take down Michael Fung, one of the interlopers from the United States. That being said, Raphael cheats out a second Boom Grenade right after Shea said, I can take one during the game. Oh no, there's a second red Boom Grenade on the top, which means that this is going to connect for 3 + 4 + 4, and making that game pretty much a foregone conclusion.
Exactly. Aurora wants to have some time to set up. Raphael was saying, no, here are my Boom Grenades.
And here we go. This is the first maximum velocity that has been resolved, that will be resolved this game. I swear it's coming out right after this heist. Raphael was able to resolve 2. This first one was especially interesting because the last turn, he had to kind of IP penalty himself by playing out a BIOS update and then passing. But the reason he did it is because he saw this card, the namesake Mechanologist card on top. He wanted to save it for next turn.
Exactly. What is better than throwing max Vs, right? If you're a mechanologist.
Man, I'm only more fired up after seeing those moments from yesterday.
That's bringing memories for yesterday. I hope we can see some amazing games like we did yesterday, today again, Bryce.
100%. Well, we saw the kind of close-up and personal moments. Let's take a look at the broader spectrum here. We're going to review our metagame breakdown. This was from the top of day 1. This is everybody that showed up here at Calling São Paulo. Felipe, tell the people what you notice.
Yeah, first and foremost, we can see the 44 Auroras here, the meta dominant deck being represented once again here in São Paulo after a good showing last weekend in Kobe, followed by 2 different ninjas being represented in 24 Zen and 22 Cindra. Brazilians love ninjas, and those 2 are being represented every single tournament we've seen this season, and it's not different here. And also the ever-present new, right, the Mystic Assassin that gives opponents a lot of trouble deciding blocks. We see a lot of Dash.io as well, which is a Brazilian favorite hero, followed by Vincent, Florian, Dori, who was kind of a surprise, but we have a lot of passion for Warriors here in Brazil as well, followed by our 2 Illusionist Prism and Enigma. rounding out the top of the meta.
Now, there's a lot of stuff hanging out below the top of the meta, but I want to draw everybody's attention, spoiler alert, down to the bottom right of your screen, the one lone Oscilio, because I'm about to hit the conversion button. Hey, we should also honorably mention Bravo Showstopper, because he also made day 2. Boy, howdy, it's looking like Oscilio is the best deck in the format. 100% conversion rate. He is still live for top 8, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to see if we can get him on stream real soon.
We can't beat that conversion, right? 100% conversion, what's going on?
Clearly, Oscilio is absolutely busted, and everybody should be playing him.
Yes, Wizards, right?
The other things I noticed here, Felipe, we got to talk about the top decks. The fact that Aurora converted 41%, Florian converted 43%. Honestly, New being at 27 seems a little bit low to me.
Yes, New didn't convert as well. We see Aurora converting very well, despite being the top meta deck, which sounds to me that she is indeed as powerful as people think she is. Florian and Enigma, though, converting at 43 and 46% respectively, for me are the two most interesting topics, besides the one smiley boy on the second column.
That must be the nepotism master himself, Victor, high and mighty. Yeah, he converted incredibly well. And I had a chance to talk to Pedro Ugioni, who we saw on Feature Match yesterday. He said that he decided to play Victor, even though he had only taken him to one armory before this, and that was because he thought it was a good answer to Aurora. And who can blame him with that conversion?
And we saw him piloting Victor extremely well yesterday, right? So I think maybe this can be the answer to Aurora the meta is looking for, right?
It's entirely possible. What doesn't look like it is the answer is Zen Tamer of Purpose, who is on the docket to potentially LL today. It's still alive, but I don't know, at 13%, I don't know if his chances are looking good.
Exactly, and he's following the footsteps of his fellow ninja Cindra as well. That was one of the interesting histories we wanted to follow this week, if she would follow the bad conversion rate she read at Kobe. And even though it's not as bad with 0 Cindras converting, here we had 3. It's more than Kobe, but still very, very little conversion.
Okay, folks, there's a lot on the line here besides just the prize pool at Calling São Paulo. It's also the World Tour, which we've been talking about all weekend, all year long for that matter. The Flesh and Blood World Tour is coming to us 2025 for the first time ever, with 120 iconic destinations and $1.5 million in prizing. Who could complain? It's a great year for Flesh and Blood. And the player of the year is going to be the Flesh and Blood player with the most World Tour points from the 2024-2025 World Tour season, and boasts up to $100,000 USD prize pool. And there are some fellows that are topping the leaderboards here today. 2 of them are going to be on our feature match round 1. I don't want to say too much more about that, but let's just say they are in contention for Player of the Year in their respective regions, and they're going to be duking it out for you to see. The World Tour points are offered at the USA World Championship that's going to be taking place this year, the 2 Pro Tours, London and now we know Singapore, 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, and 50 National Champions. Get out and get your World Tour points today. Respectively, today, we are looking at 16 calling World Tour points for the calling here today. And our first round competitor really wants those points because he has a bit of a gap to overcome in his particular region. I will say nothing more than that, folks. But it's important to note that if you are one of the underserved regions, if you feel like you don't get a whole lot of events, it is still worth competing in this year-long competition because there's going to be 9 winners total. 2 regional champs, 3 second-place regional champs, and 3 third-place regional champions. Folks, get out there and play some Flesh and Blood for your opportunity to be crowned Player of the Year. Thanks to the Flesh and Blood World Tour. Taking a quick look at our leaderboard here in the Americas, there's a lot of names that are in this room that I could have been plugging for this first match. Michael Fung is here. Michael Hamilton is here. Perhaps nobody else, but, you know, like a 50-50 shot is still kind of a question.
Still a 50-50, right? I'm sure it's going to be a Michael, though.
Without a doubt, it will be a Michael. We've also got some folks from the UK here. We've got Alex Chitu. We've got Jacob Clements. Anyone else that you happen to know here?
We've also got Florin-Cristian Loghin. He's here and he made day 2. He's also alive for the top 8 and for some World Tour points.
It's important to mention here, folks, take a look at the bottom portions of these leaderboards. Specifically in the European leaderboard, there are a lot of folks that have less than 16 points, and it happens to be the amount of World Tour points that are on offer here at Calling São Paulo. So all you got to do is win a Calling, and then you're in contention for the Regional Player of the Year.
Easy peasy, right, Bryce? I mean, just win a Calling.
Yeah. At least one of us in this booth have done that, and so I can say it's easy. We've also got, of course, the Asia Pacific region, which were really on display last weekend. We saw Nick Butcher on TAM, Nick Butcher on stream, I should say. Putting TAM was on TAM and also on stream. Pardon me for mincing words there. We don't have a huge representation here. I hope that we see a lot of you in chat. Shoma has been hanging out all weekend long, keeping an eye on Brazil.
Yeah, and I think all the players want to keep an eye on Brazil, given that we're going to have World Tour London and a Pro Tour coming up. So everybody is interested to see how the meta is going to shape up leading to that tournament.
And it is certainly different here than we saw last weekend. One of the things we didn't mention is the fact that Cindra did indeed convert to Day 2 here, which was very different than calling Kobe just last weekend. Well, folks, if you want to get out to a Flesh and Blood World Tour event, we've got plenty on the docket. Just take a look at all these amazing events, but draw your attention to the bottom portion of your screen. World Tour London, which is, of course, one of the 2 Pro Tours this year, is coming up just next month, April 10th to 13th. We got a lot of packages that are selling out, so get yourself over to fabtcg.com/events and get yours now before they're gone. Also, World Tour Taipei, that's going to be the world premiere of the high seas, and the hype cannot be overstated.
Oh my God, Bryce. It's the high seasons, the high hype as well, right? It's bringing pirates, it's bringing necromancers. What more can we ask for from a set?
Felipe, let's continue to ride those high highs directly down to the feature matchup where I have been talking about, alluding to the Michael that will be on your screen. And it's, of course, Michael Hamilton, who is sitting at an undefeated record, 7-0. The other undefeated is Alex Chitu on the right side of your screen. He's been playing Aurora Shooting Star all weekend long. I had the chance to do dinner with him last night, thanks to you, Felipe, and what a swell guy.
Oh, Alex is a great guy, Michael as well, and both of them are such great Flesh and Blood players. I mean, the records tell that themselves, but I think we're on for a very, very good battle here, Bryce.
So no Brazilians here at the start of the day. I promise we've got plenty locked and loaded for the rest, but we wanted to show you both of the undefeateds here. Can Alex take down New Alluring Desire when you've got to believe that Michael has been preying on Auroras all weekend long?
Interestingly enough, most people believe that this matchup is favored for Aurora, but it's very interesting to see Michael doing well in such an Aurora-packed environment here, right? So I bet he has a plan that's working for him against all those Auroras we see on the field.
Looks like both players are doing a little bit of posturing on turn 0. This is a lot more action than we normally see. It's a Channel Lightning Valley and then a creation of an embodiment of lightning on the side of Alex. But Michael has a Sigil of Solace in hand to get a little bit of extra life value, little equity, little filtering on turn 1. That being said, he's drawn up a D-React, which could clump up this hand a bit, and also Codex of Frailty, which is normally such a power card. Not that great on turn 1.
Yeah, and we see Michael here pitching it to attack with his dagger, indicating that he wants this game to go long and see this Codex second cycle when it's going to be more devastating than right now at the beginning of the game.
The big question that Alex is going to have to answer here against Michael is he on the Count Your Blessings deck, the Count Your Blessings version of New Alluring Desire, or has he got something a little bit different up his sleeve?
That's the first question we need to figure out in this game, especially Alex, because those two versions of New are very different and play very differently into Aurora. So it will be interesting to see if Michael is sporting the CYBs or not.
Okay, Alex takes that Beckoning Mistblade, normally kind of an innocuous thing to do, something you in general just can't afford to block in Aurora, but the follow-up is Persuasive Prognosis. 2 go again, threatening to banish the top card of Alex's deck and also one of the cards in his hand, at least if the colors line up.
And one interesting thing about Prognosis as well is the life gain it can potentially garner towards Michael, and playing against Aurora, you want to have as much life as possible.
The follow-up is a devastating Leave No Witnesses, which threatens the arsenal that Alex painstakingly established on turn 0. You would have to imagine if he pitched a Snatch and another, I think it was another red kind of powerful attack, that he really likes the arsenal that he's working with. That being said, can he afford to shore up the damage here and protect that arsenal? I am seeing a lot of 2 blocks in this hand.
Seems to me it's going to be difficult to block this Leave No Witnesses here, and his hand has a lot of gas going for it. And given that he has a Channel Lightning Valley on the arena already, he wants to pressure Michael as much as possible. So he might just give up this arsenal here, Bryce.
And pressure he will. Goodbye, Arc Lightning. We saw one of our fellow Aurora. Oh, my goodness. And a Channel Lightning Valley banished off the top. That's 2 power cards gone after Michael Hamilton's first turn. He's got to be happy to see that.
Definitely, Bryce. This was devastating for Alex because this Channel Lightning Valleys and Arc Lightnings are very powerful cards into new, and those are some of the cards that Aurora usually wants to set up to make big turns against new. So losing 2 of them in the first turn cycle is very, very bad news for Alex.
Popping the embodiment of Lightning token is this Lightning Surge, which is the first attack for Alex Chitu. He's got a life deficit right now, 35, plays 43. But the real issue here is that he's gotten disrupted so early on in this game, and if Michael is able to continue to chain that disruption, it could spell doom for our Aurora player. For now, however, Michael is facing a little bit of pain, and he's got, seems, no D-Reacts in hand, but I believe he plunked a Fate Foreseen in his arsenal last turn.
And he's probably thinking about how to block it the most efficient way here, as this is one of the questions you're always asking against when you play against Aurora, because you could throw the Fate here in front of this Lightning Surge, but maybe there may be a bigger on hit coming later, like a Snatch, that would demand a 4 block as well. So it's very interesting to see how Hamilton will navigate here.
Looks like it is the Fate Foreseen from Arsenal. Michael is thinking about the top card of that deck. That being said, he has no further 4 blocks in hand, so Alex just might get that trigger on Channel Lightning Valley despite the fact that his arsenal was blown up last turn.
Yeah, and we saw he also had an Entwine Lightning that I think will be his follow-up play here to be able to threaten that 4 damage break point again, but before he's starting with Starfall for 2.
I like this play right here, forcing Hamilton to decide just how much he wants to commit to this blocks. It's kind of like facing down Boom Grenades against Dash.io. You've got to decide early if you actually think that you can stop the Channel Lightning Valley draw, because if you don't, you might just commit too much of your hand in terms of equity in order to stop it, and then it'll just connect anyway.
Exactly. So you need to think about the entire turn and how you're going to proceed with all the blocks during the turn. What can be left in Alex's hand to threaten that Channel Lightning Valley trigger, and if it's worth it or not to fight for it, or if you're not going to fight for it, just don't fight for it at all since the beginning of the turn and just try to mount a comeback on your turn. But given Hamilton's hand, which seems to be like 4 blue hands, he might be thinking if it's worth it or not to try to stop the Channel Lightning Valley here.
4 blue without a Transcend card, mind you, so no activation of the Mask of Recurring Nightmares on Hamilton's turn. It does seem like a good hand to just kind of block out with 2 Art of Desire. No, only 1 Art of Desire Mind against a deck that runs very few blues and has 1 in the pitch. Seems like that card might get a little bit more value on the blocking side of things.
Yeah, he could try to opt and swing with Beckoning Mistblade and try to give go again to a Levels of Enlightenment or a Surgical Extraction, but I think Hamilton ultimately decided to try to fight here and block the Starfall.
Block out it is. Starfall, no damage conferred and no draw from Channel Lightning Valley. Michael Hamilton still has 3 cards with which to block, and after that Leave No Witnesses connected, Alex is going to have to be careful about over-committing here. He's got Second Strike in hand, but that is not going to have go again and +1. He might have to deploy the Entwine Lightning here, and if he fuses it, he's going to be 100% heads up for Michael Hamilton.
And interestingly, Alex decides to activate his Grasp of the Arcanite to create the Rune Chant, which is an arcane damage source of threatening that Channel Lightning Valley trigger. Together with the Entwine Lightning, he would be asking for 1 arcane plus 4 physical, which is like 2 very hard breakpoints for Michael to fight.
Michael will absolutely have to commit 2 cards here, one in the pitch, one on the combat chain, and then a piece of equipment if he wants to stop this Channel Lightning Valley trigger. But because Alex has shown that second strike, because of the fuse of Entwined Lightning in order to confer go again, Michael's got all the information he needs. It's curious to see what he's going to decide to do here.
Importantly, Alex rest of the turn is all face up. The most he can do after that is just throw the second strike. So Michael Hamilton is working with perfect information on how to block this turn.
Yep, and it looks like the Arousing Wave plus Surgical Extraction is going to come out and block all of the physical damage here. Michael does not have to worry about lightning presses at this point in the game any longer. And because he has blocked out everything up until this point, Alex is probably not going to want to throw that second strike and buy the last card out of Hamilton's hand. Is it more worth it that he doesn't go into the next turn with an arsenal, or is it better that Alex just has another reliable potential for next turn?
Alex got to be thinking here that since he has not done any damage this turn, second strike would be for 3, which would be a very easy block by Michael with his last card in hand. So he's probably debating if he's worth to take this last card off his hand or try to arsenal second strike to do a bigger turn. And he ultimately decides to just pressure it and take out Michael's last card and not let him come back with an attack in the next turn.
The curious thing will be to see what Hamilton draws up here, because if that Persuasive Prognosis made its way into the arsenal, and for instance he was able to find a Justin Nick on the next turn, then that small amount of value that Alex got by throwing the second strike might be much more. Not seeing a second strike as of yet, but that being said, when you're the aggro player, you've always got to be thinking about disruption. If that last card in Hamilton's hand was yet another Leave No Witnesses, then Alex loses so much value by plunking that second strike into Arsenal.
Very good point, Bryce. And that's a very interesting point, because Alex would be setting up second strike on the Arsenal for the next turn, but he would also let Michael set up some disruption for later. So it's probably, he thought it was not worth to do that, and we see him attacking and Michael blocking with the Persuasive Prognosis, and it's very interesting to see how Alex played that turn.
Alex is back on the offensive here. First attack was Entwined Lightning, connected 4-1, which means that the follow-up, this second strike, will indeed have +1 and go again, thanks to the fact that Alex has dealt damage this turn. 34 plays 42. Michael Hamilton is still sitting above his starting life total in turn 2 of round 8 of calling São Paulo.
And without the pressure of the threatening Channel Lightning Valley trigger, you see Michael being more open with taking a little bit of damage this turn. He's still at a very, very healthy 42, so he has more space to block and take a little bit of damage. He got a little bit punished by his second strike being activated, the +1 and go on again clause, but it's not as bad as giving another card with the Channel Lightning Valley the last turn.
No, definitely not. He's happy to just get maximum equipment, maximum block value on all these cards. Ooh, and speaking of maximum value, Starfall gets blocked out by that all you got was Michael Hamilton. It's going to go ahead and rock hard on that chain. That is the exact. This Starfall is ultimately that all you got. This to go again, rugged off by our first ever Flesh and Blood World Champion. The follow-up from Alex, the man from Great Britain, is Static Shock, which means that 4 is on the combat chain with threatening a little bit more. Looks like Michael is immediately reaching for his life total, taking 5 there because the last card in hand is a Sigil of Solace. The draw is a Fate Foreseen, which is fantastic here because on Michael's turn, he's just going to be able to gain 3 life off that Sigil, plunk a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, and pass right on back.
And then we see here how Michael wants to play this game. He wants to be very defensive, possibly bringing this game to fatigue. Aurora is a deck that is a little bit hard to play against fatigue-oriented strategies. So Nu is one of the possible strategies that Nu can take against Auroras, right? And we see Michael being very, very defensive here at first.
And it's looking like it's going to be another blistering defense as he has found 3 defense reactions. a little bit of a clunk in terms of the amount of that all you got in his hand, because usually you're only going to be able to get maximum value off of one Starfall swing each Aurora turn. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if he saves that one for Arsenal. For now, Alex is really going to try to connect here because the first action resolve is a burn-up shock. Both sides, of course, which means that one arcane damage is coming Michael Hamilton's way, but that's not even close to the scariest thing about this card. It's the other side of that meld effect. It's the burn-up. Every single one of Alex's attacks, whether it's a card or a weapon, is going to threaten 4 arcane damage for the rest of the turn.
Those are the most important turns of the game. The turns where Alex presents very, very powerful on-hit effects like Burn-Up Shock or like Channel Lightning Valley. Those are the turns that Michael needs to try to block out completely in order to not give Alex extra value by connecting his attacks. So those are the turns we need to keep an eye on to see who will have the advantage in those.
And these are the turns where it is absolutely vital for Aurora to find good breakpoints. This first one is a very good one. Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4 go again, shrugged away by that Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, though, and Michael has yet another 4-block at the ready. It's going to be really hard for Alex to connect here. Let's see if he's got the sauce. I see him lining up a pitch card, which probably means a Starfall is coming next.
Yeah, and drawing that Fate Foreseen out of that all you got from last turn helped Michael set up to be very well positioned to block out this turn. So things lining... Oh, and you see not that all you got, blocking yet again on the Starfall attack. And things are lining up very, very well for Michael Hamilton at the beginning of the game here.
That all you got, of course, while it's defending an attack with 2 or less power. When the combat chain closes, draw a card, which makes it, like we said, just an amazing answer to Aurora. And then Alex, a little bit, unfortunately, resolving a Skizik from Arsenal, which is not having go again, so it's only going to be coming in for 3. And honestly, Hamilton is kind of like, I wish you threw another 4 at me because my hand doesn't do a whole lot besides block.
Yeah, it does may raise Michael's eyebrow because why are you turning just 3 more on me? Maybe you want to do something else like a snaps activation.
What an amazing play here, but Michael has the answer. He smelled out that tricky play from Alex. He discards a Shelter from the Storm to prevent 3 total sources of damage, just 1 each for the rest of the turn, which means that if Alex wants to throw that Static Shock that remains in hand, it's going to be very easily covered up.
And not only that, Bryce, because he activated Snaps Dragon Scalers, Skizik got go again, so got the +1 from his own ability, and Michael had the Shelter of the Storm ready to deny that breakpoint as well.
So Alex, after all of that, buys just the entirety of the hand from Michael Hamilton, who simply gets to draw up after seeing the top card of his deck with Fate Foreseen. So he's probably got a premium arsenal lined up for the pass back. No damage conferred there once again, folks. It's going to be passed directly back to Alex to see if he can do it again. 35 plays 38 in the favor of Michael Hamilton.
That was a devastating turn for Alex. Michael Hamilton had all the right answers to the threats Alex presented. Alex buffed his Skizik and had another 0 for 4 after that, but Michael Hamilton had the perfect answer in Shelter from the Storm and another D-React to stop completely the Static Shock together with the second prevention shield provided by the Shelter.
Shelter from the Storm demonstrating that it is absolutely worth the $80 that it costs on the secondary market. Excuse me. Alex Chitu is resolving his first Skyward Serenade of the game, probably choosing the modes, find a Skizik, and create an embodiment of Lightning token. He's only got 2 more Skiziks left in the deck, so he's going to have to be careful about how he chooses to deploy them, especially if he's running the full playset of these Skyward Serenades.
Given he already have cast a Skizik without casting the Serenade before, he has to be careful about the third Serenade he plays, because if he plays the second Serenade to search for the last Skizik in his deck, the third Serenade will not be able to search for a Skizik, and that may be a problem for him down the road in this game that promises to go the long distance, because Michael is defending and defending a lot.
It's important to mention here that Face Purgatory is making its way into a lot of these Aurora decks nowadays, which was not typical when it was much more instant slanted. Now that we have a couple new tools from that Aurora Armory deck, Face Purgatory gains a little bit more equity just because you have more non-attack action cards with which to pair it and get its full value. So I wonder if at this point Alex can just plan for that third Skyward Serenade to be devoted to a block with Face Purgatory.
I'm sure Alex will probably try to line up that with the Face Purgatory to get maximum value out of both cards, really, out of Face Purgatory and out of the third Skyward Serenade that would not be as valuable because it would not be able to search for a Skizik.
The tutored Skizik gets covered up by a Sink Below from Michael Hamilton. The follow-up is Entwine Lightning, currently only blocked for 3. Alex fused a Lightning Press with it, so Michael has got to know that there is a reaction at Alex's disposal. That being said, there's also an Enlightened Strike, so if Alex doesn't want to deploy that Lightning Press here, he might as well just trade it for a different Arsenal card.
This is an interesting decision by Alex here. He's going to cast the Enlightened Strike. He could buff the power, or he could draw a card to Arsenal for next turn. And if he's worrying about a fatigue matchup, he probably wants to buff power, but that means he's not setting up his next turn very well. So let's see what Alex decides to do here.
Do you think it's possible for Nu to fatigue a world-class Aurora player, or is Arc Lightning Flicker Wisp just too strong?
It's a very good question, because that's how Auroras want to combat fatigue, right? Being able to deploy the combo and cast Arc Lightning together with Flicker Wisp. It is a very good strategy, but we got to remember that Nu is a very good disruptive deck. So paired up with very good disruption tools, it's probably still possible to fatigue Aurora, even though the combo makes it harder for Nu to deploy that game strategy.
We certainly saw it happen at the World Championships in Osaka, the finals, CYB Enigma, who doesn't have the blues anymore, mind you, but they very, very handily disrupted Mercy Beckel on Aurora Shooting Star. We'll have to see if Michael Hamilton is trying to employ the same strategy, especially after Aurora got some significant upgrades. The second Skyward Serenade, by the way, just made its way into Alex Chitu's arsenal. The follow-up from Michael Hamilton, who's sitting at a 3-life surplus, 38 plays 35, is a Surgical Extraction, a back-breaking card for aggro players.
Exactly, and here we see why Alex decided to draw a card in an arsenal, because facing disruption from Michael, it's always important to have one more card in order to be able to defend disruption and have enough cards left to be able to threaten some damage to the new player as well.
There are a lot of 2 blocks in the hand of Alex at this point, so it's going to require 2 cards in order to cover up this Surgical Extraction. I don't believe that there's an attack reaction lurking in the arsenal of Michael Hamilton, but I think it also came off of a that all you got draw, so it's not exactly a foregone conclusion at this point. So Alex has got to be thinking about perhaps a Venomous Bite or a Hiss lurking in the arsenal.
From what I see, I think Alex drew a little awkward hand with the 2 Exude Confidence. Yes, a Snatch and the Arc Lightning. The Arc Lightning can make his hand work a little bit better by providing go again to the next attack you play. But even then, we're still working with 3 attacks that don't have natural go again. So we could try and cast maybe a Snatch first and then proceed with the Serenade he has on the arsenal. But it's a little bit of unfortunate that he's being disrupted by the Surgical Extraction here. So he needs to make a decision.
Okay, looks like the Banish off the top is a Snatch, which means that regardless, Michael Hamilton is going to be able to choose one of these cards here. I think the best target is actually Arc Lightning here, but will Michael be able to sniff that out? That's kind of... Never mind, he knows exactly what the best choice is. There's no question here, apparently, for the World Champion.
Yeah, very interesting that this newcomer is making such good decisions, right?
Which means that is the second Arc Lightning, one of the 3 tools that Alex has to combat fatigue that we were talking about just a second ago, that goes to the Banish Zone and doesn't get resolved. Speaking of second cards, this is the second Skyward Serenade that has been resolved. The modes chosen are, of course, create an Embodiment of Lightning token and find a Skizik. Alex is going to be able to sink one of those kind of dead non-go-again cards in his hand to a Starfall, but the question remains, what will he do with the other one?
And that's the last Skizik he's searching. And I want to go back to the point you're making about the Arc Lightning. It's very important to see that he already has 2 Arc Lightnings banned. So Michael Hamilton is probably sitting a little bit more comfortable there, knowing that even though he might see a combo coming from Alex, he's not going to see like one of those huge combos with multiple Arc Lightnings and Flicker Wisps coming. It's going to be harder for like Alex to mount up a turn like that without 2 Arc Lightnings already banished from his deck.
It could mean that Alex is just going to have to turbo protect that last Arc Lightning that he has in deck, especially if this game is going to go the distance, which, hey, we're almost 20 minutes in at this point. Life totals are 31, plays 32. I tend to think that this is going to go long.
It's going to go long indeed. That is a feature of this kind of matchup. But given the first turn cycles, I'm giving a little bit of edge to Hamilton here. He has gone the breaks with some very good blocks that line up so well to him. He masterfully navigated the break point, the powerful on-hit turns that Alex presented and was able to deny extra cards to Channel Lightning Valley and deny the extra value from Burn-Up Shock. So he has been able to deny all of the biggest threats that Alex presented so far.
3 cards out of the deck for Alex Chitu, and what has he bought? Just 1 life point away from our first world champion. It's 31 plays 31. Michael is sending out an Art of Desire body here, which has a very high likelihood to hit. It says when it hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck, and whenever this banishes a red card, whether it is from the on-hit or New Alluring Desire's static text, draw a card and gain 1 life.
And the most relevant part here is not the draw card, because he already used his action point for the turn, but actually gaining life. So all those little life gain that New can have with Art of Desire Body, Art of Desire Mind, they can mount up, and Persuasive Prognosis, of course, they can all add up to a significant difference at the end of the game.
And furthermore, they continue to burn cards out of Alex Chitu's deck. Looks like we have already 5 cards in the Banish Zone. That's just 5 more cards worth of damage that he is not going to be able to make use of. And looks like the draw ended up mattering, because there was indeed a Sigil of Solace in Michael Hamilton's hand. He's able to play that out and convert the entirety of that hand, clear the arsenal, and get it ready for whatever came next.
Oh, that was a perfect play by Michael here, being able to use that Sigil to gain life with the extra card he drew. That was an amazing play. And he's demonstrated why he's a world champion and multiple champ of Collins, U.S. Nationals, and whatnot, right?
But he's back for another onslaught of damage. It's back over to our Aurora player, who this time has finally not been disrupted. 5-card hand, 4 in the hand and 1 in the arsenal. And the first attack here is an Enlightened Strike. You would have to imagine that it's 5 go again here, which makes me think that he's a little bit clunked up. Looks like, yes, there's a card that could have go again in his hand, but it doesn't as of yet because he hasn't dealt any damage. The blocks on Hamilton's side are a Fate Foreseen as he bottoms the card that he saw on top. He should be accepting 1 damage down to 34, which means that second strike in Alex's hand now will have +1 and go again.
And this is the last second strike in Alex's deck, so this is one less concern that Michael can have, because sometimes when you're playing as Aurora, you're trying to think if you want to deny the first points of damage in order to not enable second strikes, or if you want to keep your defense reactions to try and deny the own hits that can come later. So by knowing that now Alex is out of second strikes, that decision is a little bit easier for Michael to make in the future turns.
The blocks are 1 card from hand, 1 damage conferred there as Starfall comes in thanks to the Fiendal Spring Tunic. The question is, will Alex deploy that Exude Confidence? He does from the arsenal. He's got the Lightning Press to back it up if he so chooses. Yes, Lightning Press comes down, which means 4 damage is going to connect on New's side of the board. For the first time, I believe this entire game, Alex Chitu has got a life surplus. We're passing back over to Michael Hamilton. 27 plays 28 in the favor of Aurora.
Yeah, that was the first turn cycle that I think Alex got the lead on. He got to do and play the game his own way, passing some damage here and there, activating his second strike, and inflicting some damage to Michael here.
This is a less than stellar draw for Alex. It looks like we've got 2 electrostatic discharges, 1 attack, and then a burn-up shock. So I think he's going to be trying to save that burn-up shock for the arsenal and deploy it when he actually has more cards to support it. For now, he's facing down yet another Art of Desire body, which has been pumped up by a Venomous Bite. However, from a Fiendal Spring Tunic counter, so no Fang Strike conferred there. Does look like Michael is going to be able to draw a card and reset his arsenal. And just like that, the life totals swing back in the favor of our Assassin player. 27 plays 22, back over to Aurora.
Important for Alex here, he was able to keep a full grip in order to pressure Michael again in this next turn.
But will it be enough? It's 2 electrostatic discharges plus that static shock. Yeah, I think the most efficient thing he can do is exactly what he's doing now. Just play out the electrostatic discharges and send static shock. So this is going to be a big bad 10 on hit, 1 arcane damage.
Yeah, and we see him utilizing his hand in the most valuable way possible, throwing a 3-card 10 with an on-hit effect and arsenaling that burn-up shock to try and make a big turn that can try and push that burn-up damage to Michael through on-hits.
He's got one more Lightning Press at his disposal. Technically 2 in deck, but 1 went to the bottom with that Enlightened. Oh, that being said, he has tutored twice, so never mind. His deck is totally shuffled. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm here anyway, and I'm having a great time. 10 damage is still on the combat chain here. Michael Hamilton looks to be lining up 2 cards in hand for the block. What else is he working with? It's an Enlightened Strike. Levels of Enlightenment and a Codex of Frailty. Plus Sink Below from the arsenal, that equals 10. No on-hit and no damage conferred here for Alex Chitu. It's back over to Michael Hamilton. 27 plays 22, and he's got a pretty nice 2-card hand.
Yeah, and we see yet again Michael drawing the perfect card to arsenal out of the Art of Desire body that he played the last turn, drawing the defense reaction and being able to arsenal that and cover the 10-point attack from Alex perfectly with 2 cards from hand plus the defense reaction that he drew an arsenal in the previous turn.
I think the story of this game so far, Felipe, has been that the things you can do on defense in this game are sometimes so much more influential than what you do on offense. I mean, the blocks out of Michael have been so on point this game. It bears mentioning. I think it's way more important than anything he has been able to put out on offense.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game because it's a very interesting ebb and flow of Alex trying to present awkward breakpoints with important on-hits on one hand, and Michael's trying to protect himself from those on-hits with his cards in hand and defense reactions to try and prevent those on-hits from going off. So it's a very interesting come and go, back and yes, it's a very interesting back and forth about between awkward attacks being presented and defense plus defense reactions being applied in the perfect way. So it's a very interesting game to watch and see how those two connect and who comes out on top out of those interactions.
Speaking of awkward breakpoints, Alex is lining up a block on this Leave No Witnesses, which came off the back of a Codex of Frailty. Michael Hamilton is reading books all over the place today, and seems like he's going to block with the last available defensive value on Grasp of the Arknight here. It is pretty heads up what Michael is presenting. No attack reactions can be at his disposal, except, of course, that Arousing Wave, which has already gotten its block value, and Michael happens to be floating 1 resource. So if Alex decides to go for the perfect 4 block here, there's nothing stopping from Hamilton pumping it by 1 and forcing the connection.
And just the sheer presence of those 2 equipment, the Arousing Wave to provide +1 and the Stilettos to provide go again, makes it so much harder to effectively block news attacks.
And Alex Chitu sniffing it out. He goes with the Face Purgatory instead of the last block on Grasp of the Arknight for this exact reason. He doesn't want to get hit by that Arousing Wave, and I think this makes a lot of sense given that one of his 2 remaining burn-up shocks is in that arsenal.
And here we see why those equipment are so important to know. Even though Michael didn't play the attack reaction, just the presence and the possibility of playing make Alex play different and protect 1 more value and give his Face Purgatory here. He's able to do that, but he's able to do that only once per game. So he must have a very, very good hand that he wanted to protect in order to give his Face Purgatory here.
And he's got to be thinking that he's going to be facing down at least 2 more Leave No Witnesses because 2 remain in the deck of Michael Hamilton this game. Alex deciding instead of resolving the meld portion of Burn Up Shock, he just resolves the shock to give this Flittering Charge, the first attack on this combat chain, go again, and also 1 arcane damage over to Michael Hamilton.
Here's an interesting example of how those two-sided cards can be played in such versatile ways. Usually you want to use Burn Up Shock to its full value by playing both sides of the card, doing 1 arcane damage and threatening 4 more damage on hit, but sometimes it can unlock hands with multiple attacks that don't have go again, like Filtering Charge, by just playing the shock side and giving Filtering Charge go again, unlocking the rest of Alex's hand.
2 flittering charges for our Aurora player, which means that a little bit of damage has been conferred and a lightning surge makes its way into the arsenal. Alex having an issue just finding those really powerful Aurora turns. Right now, the disruption has come at the right time, and the one big turn he had was completely snuffed out by defense reactions and shelter from the storm.
That was the one point of the game where I think Michael got the advantage, and he has been on the lead since then so far. And we see, importantly here, I think I saw the 3rd arc lightning in Alex's hand exactly now. So this could be the turning point of the game for him.
Right now, though, he's staring down a Persuasive Prognosis. He does have one more block on Grasp of the Arcanite, and he pushes it out onto the combat chain, just hoping that this isn't going to get any bigger. That being said, Michael Hamilton has not deployed a Justin Nick yet this game. This could be a little bit risky. Alex shoves back that arm piece and tanks a little bit further on blocks.
And you got to put yourself on Alex's shoes here. It's so hard to play against a new, and especially against a new being piloted by such a great player like Michael Hamilton. They can have a fistful of possibilities to react to this attack. And we see Michael counting down Alex's deck, signaling that he really is already thinking about that this game may be going to fatigue later in the game.
He's certainly banished enough cards out of the Aurora deck to be thinking that way.
Yeah, and we see the frustration here in Alex. It's so hard to block a news attack because, as you mentioned, there can be a Justin Nick coming. There could be like a go against source coming, and we see the Justin Nick exactly like you mentioned, Bryce.
Oh no, and this is the card that you always dread. The fact that it found its way into the arsenal off of a Ponder token normally can kind of clump up a few new hands, especially because Michael has already played a Persuasive Prognosis and blocked with one. So the number of targets for Justin Nick has been dwindling in Michael's deck. But that being said, he found it when it counted. So 4 damage is going to come through. And also, Alex has to banish a card from the top of his deck. It is a Gone in a Flash, which means that Michael can look at the hand of his opponent and choose a red card to discard or to banish. And oh, he chooses such a difficult one here because it's Ravenous Rabble, which was the one source of go-again attack that Alex had in the hand. He does have a Lightning Surge in the arsenal, so this turn is not completely dead, but it's not going to be the super wide ping you with Arcane here and there with Arc Lightning that we were hoping.
And again, we see a devastating turn. Not only the Persuasive Prognosis connected with the Justin Nick, but it banished a couple of red cards, gaining Michael a little bit of life back.
Yeah, it's just action cards here. But bottom line, the point being, he's gained a lot of life, which in a game that is going to be a fatigue.
Yes, and we see Alex here throwing the Lightning Surge from the arsenal for 4 go again.
1 connects with Michael's face, bringing him down to 28. 17 plays 28 as the electromagnetic somersault picks the Lightning Surge right back up, and Alex seems to be lining it up once again, just hoping that he can get that Arc Lightning into the arsenal and set up a realistically good turn and avoid one more turn of Arsenal Disruption from Michael. That being said, the second copy of Leave No Witnesses has made its way into the hand of our Assassin player.
Yeah, that's how Alex must be thinking now. He will throw a very powerful turn, being able to present 4+2/4 with 2 cards, plus the help of the turning counter, setting up that Arc Lightning in Arsenal. But Michael knows the Arc Lightning is there because he saw it with Persuasive Prognosis. So he knows he needs to threaten that Arsenal as fast as possible. And what does he have here? He already has the Leave No Witnesses exactly in order to do that.
The very card that he needs to disrupt Alex here. Does Alex finally find maybe a copy of Sigil of Suffering? No. I don't think it would have mattered too much here because Michael is going to have that one floating for the rest of the turn. It's just this innocuous, like, pitch a card, swing a dagger, and then send an attack is so much scarier when that arousing wave is just looming large the entire game, Filipe. So even though Alex sniffed it out previously and blocked with Face Purgatory, like you said, he's got to play this game completely differently all around that card, that common equipment piece from Part the Misfail.
Exactly, and here we can see how powerful it can be, right? It's not only being able to give the +1, but it's being able to potentially giving the +1 during the entirety of the game that makes it such a powerful piece of equipment.
Okay, Leave No Witnesses has made it to the combat chain after Alex takes 1 from the Beckoning Mistblade.
And here we see Alex with that very, very hard decision yet again. He can block 3 plus the 1 from the Grasp, But that arousing wave is sitting there, and he doesn't really want to lose his Arc Lightning in the arsenal.
Both players are checking Graveyard and Banish.
Yeah, just making sure they know everything that's left in their opponent's decks. These two players probably know very well what if each other is packing in their deck, so they kind of can have a pretty good idea of what's left in each other's decks from this moment. They have been following the pitched cards, and they know what the other opponents, what the other players have left in their deck, so they just want to make sure they're not missing anything. When the game is played at this level, Bryce, these guys, I can assure you, they know and they are tracking what is being pitched, and they're playing around all those cards. It's such an interesting way. It's such an interesting thing to see Flesh and Blood being played at such a high level, because you can see the nuance of play and how the players change their play styles based on little and small details like that.
And how wonderful that it is here in your backyard, my friend.
Oh, it's amazing to be able to witness that here in Brazil with my Brazilian fellow countrymates, and having the presence of two great players of this game that make the trip like you did, Bryce, and are enjoying Brazil and giving us such an enjoyable game of Flesh and Blood to watch as well.
Alex has locked in these blocks. It's hit the last burn-up shock in his deck. Last block of Grasp of the Arknight and his all-important Fiandel Spring Tunic. But that is enough to discourage Michael Hamilton from popping that arousing wave, which means that Alex is going to have to contend with it again. But he has bought a little bit of information. He now knows that the arsenal of Michael Hamilton is not a Venomous Bite or a Hiss. Because he had the one floating, he probably would have deployed it there to sneak over the blocks.
Definitely, Bryce. And we see Alex losing a little bit of value yet again just to protect from that arousing wave. He decided to not protect. He decided to not protect against a possible Venomous Bite or Hiss on the arsenal. Now he has this information too, that arsenal is not an offensive attack reaction.
Alex has presented his first naked Starfall of the game. Naked because it doesn't currently have +1 and go again, thanks to playing a lightning card, and Michael Hamilton sniffs it out. Usually that telegraphs either an electrostatic discharge or this, one of the power cards from Aurora, Channel Lightning Valley, which is going to come out and give go again no matter what, because it was just needed from Alex Chitu. And the follow-up is amazing here. It's Exude Confidence, which Michael Hamilton would love to block with the Sink Below in hand, but Exude Confidence says, while Exude Confidence isn't defended by a card with equal or greater power, the defending hero can't play or activate instants or defense reactions this combat chain. That being said, Michael Hamilton has diligently and patiently waited for the block on those undertow stilettos, and it comes out to play here.
Yeah, and we see those equipment being so important for Michael here, stopping breakpoints. Exude was a very, very powerful play by Alex in the exact moment where Michael had the Sink Below in hand, but the equipment helped Michael cover this sticky situation he found himself in.
It does force Michael to pitch that Sink Below on his turn, over-pitching for this Beckoning Mistblade. You just got to hope that it's not a surgical extraction in the arsenal. No, it's even worse. It's Codex of Frailty, and now he is blocked with a Command and Conquer. Sorry, Comandare
Conquistar.
Oh, I was so ready for it, but it just came out when I wasn't expecting it. Okay. Comandario Conquistar is on the combat chain thanks to overpitching that Sink Below, and even though Michael lost a little bit of equity in terms of the way he's pitching, he is gaining it back in the 9s by playing this incredibly powerful card from the beginning stages of our game.
And that must be so crushing for Alex here, Bryce, because since he was able to arsenal that last Arc Lightning he had in the game to try and make a big combo turn and threaten Michael, he has been hit with Leave No Witnesses, follow with Command and Conquer. And especially now where he finally found the Flicker Wisp to go with the Arc Lightning, he won't be able to play the full hand because he needs to let the Arc Lightning go to the CNC.
You can't see it, folks, but I'm literally cringing in my seat. I'm curling up like an armadillo because I'm sympathizing with Alex here. Normally, I am in the aggro seat, and this is just so painful. The disruption, the defenses have been non-stop. Michael Hamilton is not only a bulwark against Alex Chitu, he has also been a menace on offense.
Yeah, he is getting all the breaks in this game. Alex is fighting very, very hard as well. He has the Channel Lightning Valley to try and mount a big turn here, but Michael has having all the right answers at the right moments in this game, Bryce.
And the deck continues to dwindle for our Aurora player. He is running out of damage in deck with which to close out this game, and Michael Hamilton has got him in his sights. There's only 12 minutes left in round 8 here. We're on turn 10, and the first attack from Alex is a flittering charge. Already has go again, thanks to the embodiment of lightning. That conferred it. Justinic is the block here. 1 damage comes through on Michael Hamilton, which means that Alex is going to get to draw a card off of Channel Lightning Valley, probably telegraphing that there aren't any more defense reactions at Michael Hamilton's disposal, which is the first thing that has kind of gone right for Alex this game. Electromagnetic Somersault bounces, gives double go again, which doesn't matter, but it is fun. Bounces Flittering Charge back to the hand of Alex to live another day.
This was the first time, the first trigger of Channel Lightning Valley that Alex got to draw from this game. This is the third Channel Lightning Valley. If you remember, he played one in turn 0, and Michael banished one at the beginning of the game as well. So this is the last chance Alex has to utilize Channel Lightning Valley to its full effect in the game.
And Channel Lightning Valley is just such a less scary card when it's only drawing 1, because ultimately that means it's just replacing itself. The power that lies within Channel Lightning Valley is when you're able to get more than 1 proc on it. Otherwise, it's simply a cantrip and ultimately kind of hurts you, especially in games where deck damage is more important than life totals.
Yes, and we see that the first Channel Lightning Valley wasn't even able to draw a card, Bryce, because that was in the turn that Michael blocked out completely. Here we see the Channel Lightning Valley being able to draw its first card, but can Alex keep the channel for the next turn as well?
Flicker Wisp comes out to play here, fused with a Written in the Stars, so 2 arcane damage, connects with Michael Hamilton, bringing him down to 22. 16 plays 22, we're still on the side of Aurora. Into the pitch zone goes that Written in the Stars after paying for the fuse cost of Flicker Wisp, and then pays for Starfall. 2 go again here.
And we see Michael being very fast into accepting the damage on this turn. He has a hand, I believe, with Leave No Witness and a couple blues.
Oh, yeah. There's a Leave No Witnesses at the ready. Oh, also Comandario Conquistare. So bottom line, Alex is going to get disrupted, at least if he does plunk a card into that arsenal. I'm sorry, Starfall came in for 1, folks, because of the Frailty token.
Yes, and we see Michael being able to deploy disruption after disruption every single turn of the game, making Alex's turns very, very hard to be played.
Creating a Rune Chant is Alex Chitu. It's not going to get that extra arcane damage buff from Flicker Wisp because Flicker Wisp only affects action cards that deal arcane damage. In this case, the Rune Chant is simply a token. So you have to imagine, can we live in a world for 2 seconds, Felipe, where Alex had the Arc Lightning on that turn? Because it would have been nasty.
That would have been a very, very different game we would be witnessing here, Boris, because Arc Lightning plus Flicker Wisp can do a lot of damage, and that's one of the reasons Aurora has been so resilient in this meta, because even though it's an aggro deck that can play very well and very fast against other aggro decks, against slower decks that tries to fatigue them, they can switch up the game plan a little bit and play combo with those 2 very important cards. So giving Aurora a lot of options to play differently against different opponents.
Okay, back over to Michael Hamilton. Looks like we had to correct a little bit on the life totals, which is why you saw Alex take a chunk of damage on your screen. Looks like he was actually sitting at 9 at the start of this turn. The beginning starts with Beckoning Mistblade, connects with Alex to send him down to 8. The follow-up there is Art of Desire Mind, normally not a premium card against Aurora, but in this case it had go again, so might as well throw it. Banished an Enlightened Strike off the top on the connection, no life gain and no draw card conferred. However, Michael Hamilton is far from done here. It's a Tunic counter with Comandario Conquistare.
Very good, Bryce. That was a good one. That was a high five.
Okay, thanks,
a good
one. You're very kind.
And we see a very interesting set of actions here. In the last turn, Alex created a Rune Chant and created an embodiment of lightning in order to keep his Channel Lightning Valley on for the next turn. And he was a little bit hesitant to arsenal his last card or throw it. He ultimately decided to arsenal it, but we see Michael having yet again the perfect answer in the perfect moment by throwing yet another Comandare Conquistar into Alex.
These have been so detrimental to Aurora's game plan. I just keep thinking about that potential Arc Lightning turn, man. The fact that he lost 1 off of a random banish, another off of a Comandario Conquistare, and then the other, I think, was... No, the other one was also a Command and Conquer, wasn't it?
The other one was a banish from hand from...
I think there was a banish and 2 Command and Conquers.
2 Command and Conquers,
Just so devastating. It makes you have to kind of sympathize with Alex here, because when the Assassin Disruption train gets humming, it just feels insurmountable. Alex resolving yet another Flicker Wisp without the backup namesake Arc Lightning card for the combo. Right now it's just 2 arcane damage over to Michael Hamilton, who sits at a healthy 21 life. Probably going to be just happy to descend on down to 19. And he does. 2 damage conferred there.
The more devastating fact is that he just started drawing the Flicker Wisps after all his Arc Lightnings were already gone. The first Flicker Wisp he drew was the one that we are talking about when he had the Arc Lightning on the arsenal, but he couldn't keep it there facing a Command and Conquer.
When the Assassin Disruption hurts, it hurts bad. But in this case, Alex does have a pretty good clapback here. He got 1 more draw off that Channel Lightning Valley, meaning that it has generated 1 extra card here. And because of an embodiment of lightning generated last turn, this Snatch will have go again. And because of the Electrostatic Discharge, it's not a scary 4, it's a scary 7. Okay, folks, we've got over 2,000 viewers here. 2,000 pairs of eyeballs on this, the Flesh and Blood World Tour in São Paulo, Brazil. Thank you all so much for joining us and for making this such an exciting moment for our game.
And we can't ask for any better way to start the day by, right, Bryce? We are seeing like 2 titans of the game playing against each other. We're seeing a very, very good game of Flesh and Blood being played. New against Aurora. I mean, can we have a better start than that?
Oh boy, and speaking of better starts, this Snatch for 7 is not for 7 at all. It's for 10 as the last Lightning Press in Alex's deck comes out to play at the perfect time. That being said, the card drawn simply goes into Arsenal and hopefully won't get disrupted next turn. All of a sudden, these life totals are looking a lot more even, but that being said, Michael Hamilton has the opportunity, a 4-card hand with an Arsenal and a Codex of Frailty at the ready. It's going to be really hard for Alex to survive this turn. 8 plays 3.
Alex was able to mount a very, very good turn last turn, but the fact that Michael didn't block at all and didn't even consider blocking in that turn tells me that he's looking to finish this game right here, right now, Bryce.
And he's going to do it very handsomely, I think, with the Beckoning Mistblade connection and also Levels of Enlightenment. Choosing, of course, draw a card, but this level's going to have all modes active because it's going to get +1 and go again because that Beckoning Mistblade connected.
Yeah, this is such a pain to see when you're playing against New, right? You see the unassuming Beckoning Mistblade coming for 1, and it's devastating to see the levels coming right after. And like you said, with basically the 3 modes active, that's such a hard thing to see when you're facing New.
And this is going to be the close, folks, because Michael Hamilton has a Venomous Bite in hand. Oh, looks like he's going to wait and deploy it on this Leave No Witnesses, potentially. Venomous Bite can be used on a Mystic attack action card as well, which Levels of Enlightenment is, but we're just going to close it out on the Leave No Witnesses. Alex extends the fist bump, and Michael Hamilton continues a no-loss run here at Calling São Paulo.
What a show Michael Hamilton put for us on camera here. It was an amazing game, piloted perfectly by Hamilton here. Alex played really, really well as well, but we saw all the important turns of the game. Michael had the right answer at the right time, and he navigated those difficult turns perfectly. Didn't get hit when it mattered the most, when Alex had the important on-hit effects like Channel Lightning Valley or Burn-Up Shock active, and Michael was able to not get hit at all in those moments, and that gave him the win in the end.
And even though we were talking about how New didn't convert the best from day 1, Michael Hamilton puts on an absolute masterclass of how to pilot this Mistfail hero. And I'm kind of thinking that we're going to see him in top 8. Do you think Brazil has what it takes to take him down?
Oh man, this is a difficult task for anybody in the world, and it is for us as well. Like, Michael is the champion. He has won so many things. He has won the Worlds, Nats, multiple call-ins, if I remember correctly. So, I mean, we asked for a challenge, right? We, as a community, we asked for the calling to come to Brazil. It did. It is here, but it brought the Michael Hamiltons of the world here as well. So we gotta be able to face them. And I think the challenge is hard, but I believe and I trust my fellow countrymates to put up on, at least to put on a good fight.
Well, if beating Michael Hamilton is not enough of a reward, we've also got some cash on the line. It's a $10,000 US prize pool for calling São Paulo. That's 2,400 for first place, 1,200 for second, third through fourth, 600, fifth through eighth, 400, ninth through 24th, 225, which adds up to 10K. Besides that, all of the top 8 qualifiers will get a Pro Tour invite, a PTI to use at any Tier 4 event they would like to choose. And of course, Felipe, the gold cold foil extended art Stonewall Gauntlet. This is one beautiful card.
Oh, what a beautiful card. And it's always nice to have those beautiful cards in your collection and being able to play with gold foils. It's really, really nice, Bryce.
And besides that, there's, of course, 16 World Tour points on the line. And that is invitation enough of itself to get out here and compete at calling São Paulo, because like we were talking about earlier, those leaderboards look rife for disruption. If you were able to take down one of these callings, all of a sudden you can steam rocket yourself into the top 9 contention for Player of the Year in your region.
Yeah, and we see Michael and Alex already being front runners in the regions and trying to fight for those points that are up for grabs here in São Paulo, which will help them get on an even bigger lead and even better position to fight for the points at the end of the year, be crowned the world champion, not the world champion, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey,
the
why not do that as well?
World Tour Player of the Year for their respective regions.
All right, folks, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with more world champions, more assassin disruption, and more flesh and blood after this. I'm sorry, what was that? We're here in Brazil, but that's not all of the fearsome competitors that are here. There's plenty of interlopers from the UK, the United States, and worldwide. We just saw our first ever Flesh and Blood World Champion take down a very fearsome competitor from Great Britain, who actually grew up in Romania, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's Romanian. He lives in London now, and he plays for the UK flag. He started playing Flesh and Blood there, I believe. And Alex is a mainstay from the UK community. He's a well-known player there. UK champion 2 years ago. So, yeah.
Bottom line, there's so much talent in this room, and the energy is palpable, Felipe. It is such an exciting place to be here in São Paulo. So we just watched two competitors that are sitting very pretty, very much in top 8 contention, because both of them were undefeated until that round. Now, we're going to switch gears to where the stakes are a little bit higher. From now on, we're going to be covering lose and out situations, the players that have the most to lose, the most on the line moving forward. And this next one is going to be a ninja mirror, Felipe.
Oh, my. I like ninjas. What we got on the menu?
No more spoils. Let's just go ahead and get right down to the match area and take a look at those graphics. Let's let them do the talking. We've got our first Cindra Drakai of Retribution on stream here, piloted by Matheus Teixeira. Is what I'm going to go with? Teixeira.
Teixeira, yeah.
I'm going to get that right for the rest of the game. Thank you, Felipe. And then, of course, in the right side of your screen, it's Ira Scarlet Revenger. Not the first we've seen on stream here at Calling São Paulo, but he is the one of one in day 2, and that's Lucas Tocci. Both of these players sit at X2 and are going to be battling for their calling careers.
And here we see one of the interesting storylines for this calling, right? Cindra didn't convert at all in Kobe, but here we saw a little bit of conversion. It was not great, only 3 Cindras on day 2, but we get to see one of them here and how they perform on day 2.
And we also get to see a little bit different flavor of Ira. The previous one we had on stream was sporting that tiger stripe Shuko. In this case, it's the flick knives for Lucas Tocci, and I believe that probably means we're going to see a lot of flicking and retrieving of these harmonized Kodachis.
Exactly. Those new cards allow Ira to not only play the defensive style that we are used to see Ira plays, but it also can be much more aggressive now with all the retrieve cards and flicks and cut-throughs. So I think Lucas bought here a much more aggressive version of Ira, and I'm very, very interested to see how that fares against Cindra.
And if that is not enough of an indication that Lucas wants this game to go fast, he's also got the blood-splattered vest. So honestly, the majority of the equipment suite for this Ninja Mirror is mirrored as well. The only difference here is the foot slot for both of these players. Pouncing Paws, of course, on the side of Ira, Scarlet Revenger, and Dragon Scalar Flight Path for Matheus.
Interestingly, Lucas has equipment that do more stuff proactively, like the blood splattered vest and the flick knives, but he has a little bit less block on his equipment, so it will be harder for him to block all of Cindra's mask of momentum potential triggers, which is what Cindra is trying to do every single turn, right? Hit with multiple attacks and flick knives to keep mask of momentum trigger live, so it will be very hard for Lucas to play around that. But on the other hand, it will be hard for Matheus to try and deny the Mask of Momentum triggers for Lucas as well, because he's also spotting the flick knife. So it promises to be a very quick and attacking-oriented matchup.
The turn is passed for Lucas, and we're over to our Cindra player for the first Cindra game turn we've seen all weekend long. And the first attack is Ignite, a very powerful card that came out of the Hunted. Going to discount the next Draconic card that is played or activated, which means that it can be used to pay for one of those Kunai of Retribution. For now, it's just 2 go again.
Ignite may seem like not that good of a card on a first glance, like just 2 go again, but what it does for Cindra, it allows your next attack to cost 1 less, which means you can swing with one of the Kunais, and it means you also have 2 chain links already going, making it easier to connect with your Mask of Momentum trigger. So it does a lot of little things so well for Cindra and allows Cindra to play the game that Cindra wants to play so much better. It's such a powerful enabler for Cindra.
And another little thing that it does is activate Blood Splattered Vest, which is going to be instrumental here. Matheus essentially gets a free resource with which to cast that breaking point that is sitting at the ready in his hand. I swear we didn't see it, but I know it is there. And at this point, because he has sent that Kunai of Retribution with Ignite, he's also gone the 4 chain links wide in order to get its Rupture effect, which is, of course, if it hits and it is played on chain link 4 or higher, it'll destroy Lucas's arsenal.
And we see right in the first round of the game how powerful Ignite can be as an enabler for Cindra. This breaking point is devastating for Lucas, threatening to take his arsenal and not only do that, but also do a lot of damage to Lucas in the first turn. But he has the Walk Zone on the arsenal to be able to stop a little bit of damage and make the own hit not meaningful at all.
Yeah, and because Matheus is holding a Sink Below in hand, the fact that Mask of Momentum is going to trigger here is pretty inane. Like, Lucas is totally fine. He doesn't know, but he is totally fine to take that Mask of Momentum trigger, and then Matheus is going to have his choice of arsenal, but I would have to imagine that it's going to be the Sink Below, ultimately.
Sink is probably one of the best arsenals you can have in any matchup, really, especially the one that's threatening Mask of Momentum all the time. So he already was pretty much set up with his arsenal. He's doing a little flick here, flick there, thematic with his Flick Knives deck. So I would say he would probably just be very, very happy arsenaling that.
It's important here to talk about the Mask of Momentum because it is going to be so instrumental in this game, and it's so important for understanding the Cindra matchup in general. In this case, it's going to be working for both players, but the Flick Knives that both players have in their arm slot essentially allows you to keep a combat chain live as a hit, even when it is blocked out, right? So it's not that you are cheating out draws necessarily with the flick effects. It's just that you have one more opportunity to trigger them because Flick Knives counts as the combat chain that it's used on as hitting.
Exactly, and that makes it so much harder to block those possible triggers from Mask because you threaten it with your third attack of the turn. If it gets blocked, you can flick one of your knives to keep the trigger for Massive Momentum live for your next and fourth attack, demanding another block from your opponent. So now, instead of having to block one chain link in order to stop Massive Momentum, you have to block 2, which makes life much harder for Ninja opponents.
And here comes a card that everybody thought was going to be broken, especially when Zephyr Needle wasn't banned. It's Up, Sticks, and Run, ladies and gentlemen. In this case, the Retrieve effect is not going to be super helpful to Lucas at this point because he is still holding 2 daggers in hand. But what will be helpful is the fact that it gives the next dagger attack +4. So this Harmonized Kadachi, normally the chip weapon in this game, is instead coming in like a truck. 5 go again.
Oh, let me tell you, Bryce, it was broken with me.
Were you about to take that deck to a tournament?
100%. As soon as they announced it, I think I was not the only one, but I started practicing with it, and it was so powerful to mix Retrieve cards with Zephyr Needles. I think it's a very good thing for the game that it didn't get to see the light of day because it was a very, very powerful interaction.
100%. And I thought it was so funny when Brian Gottlieb did his interview about it. I forget where it was, on what podcast or whatever, but he was like, yeah, we were going to leave it in the game just to see, if the Fab community would break it and stuff. We were going to do like a Kraken's Aether Vein type deal like we did with the Living Legend and Verdant. But he was like, yeah, everybody was just going to break it way too soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody just opened up a legendary in the alpha draft, it seems. Congratulations to them. The entire room just lit up behind us, Felipe.
Yeah, it sounded like a Brazilian football soccer match was going on. Somebody scored the goal, but no, it's even better than that. It's an alpha legendary being open. Yeah, you see, guys, you got to come to Brazil, man. This is where alpha legendaries are being open.
You have promised me that if there is a Brazilian in the finals, this place is going to get lit up, and I am really looking forward to it.
You're going to see it, man. You're going to see it. We're going to have a Brazilian in the finals, I hope. And when we do, you're going to see how this place is going to erupt.
Well, besides that, that is not the only exciting thing happening at the venue today. There's also an Oath of Loyalty on the combat chain for our Cindra player. 4 go again, but they can no longer play any cards that are not Draconic. And looks like the hand is Ravenous Rabble, and I couldn't see the other card. Also, I believe that an Erase Face connected last turn, which means that in order to make anything draconic, Matheus would have to crack a fealty token. Did he block it out? I was so distracted by the alpha draft yelling that I didn't see if it actually
honestly,
connected.
I was distracted as well.
Apologies,
I don't see
folks.
if it connected or not.
Looks like Matheus is not under the effects of Erase Face. Otherwise, he would not be getting a fealty token here and getting go again on this pledge loyalty?
Display loyalty.
Display loyalty. Ravenous Rabble is the follow-up here. 3 go again blocked out into 4 go again. Lucas lines up a block.
Threatening mask. So this is how Cindra really wants to operate, right? It's throwing some powerful 0/4s, threatening mask on hit. So if Lucas don't block it completely, it will give Matheus a card to be able to put in arsenal and already set up for the next turn.
And Lucas gives the maximum amount of respect, giving one of his power cards in dual threat, a card that is making huge waves in Ira Scarlet Revenger at the moment. But when you're threatened with an onslaught of Mask of Momentum triggers on your opponent's side of the board, sometimes you just got to give it up.
Exactly. And Ira isn't really that bothered in giving a little bit of cards, because Ira, even though they are more offensive-minded Ira that Lucas brought to this matchup, it still wants to do its bread and butter mid-range kind of play. Kodachi, attack for disruption or 0/4 in the end. We see Lucas holding cut through, which will be for 4 at the end of those 3 chain links, and will threaten mask as well, threatening having an arsenal, the same thing as Matheus did last turn.
Matheus has found his first copy of Lava Burst, which means that he definitely would have rather had that arsenal from the Mask of Momentum last turn. But the question remains, will he have enough Draconic Chainlinks to get to the Fabled 4 and get its Rupture effect? For now, Lucas goes Kodachi, as my co-caster alluded to, and is about to threaten a cut-through for 4 go again, but also a Mask of Momentum trigger, which will allow him to do a little bit of arsenal refreshing of his own.
And interestingly, since cut through has go again, because of the Kodachi that has already hit this turn, he is able to perhaps draw a chain ender to finish this turn and maybe disrupting his opponent's next turn.
Okay, but for now, it's just 4 go again, thanks to the fact that he has connected with a dagger this turn. What is Matheus holding on to? I do think I see a Hunt the Hunter. Honestly, not the greatest hand here from our Cindra player. I think that Lava Burst is destined for the arsenal this turn, because I only see a way to go 3 chain links wide here, unless, of course, he wants to pitch that Hunt the Hunter to a Kunai of Retribution.
Seems to be a good place to use his boots to block this breakpoint and not give Lucas an extra card with the Mask of the Momentum trigger.
I do like that play line. It's all face up here. Matheus doesn't have to worry about any cheeky Razor Reflexes or Ancestral Powerments that could be lurking in the Ira deck. I'm not sure if they even run them, honestly. All they want to do is present really good face-up numbers time and time again.
Yeah, that's the Ira game plan, right? It's a little bit more offensive now with the retrieve cards, but at its core, it's still a value deck that wants to get the value out of its Kodachis and its hero ability and throw some powerful on-hit effects at the end of the chain. So giving them the option to draw an extra card and still have the action point and the resource to throw a possible chain ender here is a very dangerous proposition for the Cindra player.
Just throws the Dragon Scalar Flight Path in front of this, accepts 3 damage and a Mask of Momentum trigger. Is Matheus descending on down to 28, which means that Lucas has bought his first lead, and also he hits the chain ender that my co-caster was talking about. It is Sound the Alarm. Doesn't matter what the text is here, because it cares all about attack reactions. Cindra doesn't run any of those. The most important point here is that he had 1 left floating after that cut through, and he drew right into a 1 for 5. This is exactly what Lucas needed.
And that's exactly what I was talking about before. This is such a powerful play and such a powerful draw from Lucas here. You see, if Matheus blocked with 1 card from his hand, together with his boots on the last attack from cut-through, he would have saved not only the 3 damage that cut-through did, but also 5 damage that the Sound the Alarm that was drawn out of the Mask of Momentum trigger from the hit of the last attack is doing right now. So it was a total value of 8 that he could have blocked with just 1 card from his hand.
You have every single Flesh and Blood player who has played against a Ninja with Mask of Momentum has been in this situation. Like, how bad could it possibly be, right? Because especially in Ira, she's running so many blue 0 costs that essentially do nothing but come in for 1. Like, Matheus has to be feeling terrible that was the draw instead of like a rushing river or something like that.
Exactly, and I think Matheus tried to gamble on that because Ira has a lot of misses. That's true, much more misses than Cindra, for example. But Matheus paid. He paid that he called to see what Lucas could draw, but Lucas drew the nuts. And
would we say he did a deal with the devil, or is that a little bit too much of a dramatic statement? Regardless of what we're calling it, it definitely went Lucas's favor, and we're back over to Cindra, who is starting off with a Brand with Cinder Claw, which can be one of the most insane cards in these Cindra decks because it makes the next attack draconic, and there are plenty of cards that really want to be draconic in the Cindra deck. I'm thinking of Sacred Art of the Dragon Fire. I'm thinking of Art of the Dragon Blood. In this case, however, Matheus is not holding anything that particularly cares about becoming draconic. Instead, he's probably just going to go 4 lengths wide and send out a big bad Lava Burst.
Exactly, and we see from last turn that Matheus is not interested in prolonging this game at all. He just wants to be on the offensive here, throwing all his attacks. He's going to follow this Brand with a Rising Resentment for 3 go again as well, and he is not interested in prolonging this game. He knows that Ira's value goes up the longer the game goes, so he's not getting any of that. He gambled last turn on the Mask of Momentum draw from Ira. It didn't pay off, but it doesn't matter. He's on the offensive here, and he wants to be attacking.
Lucas blocks with his second dual threat of the game, which blocks out this Rising Resentment. He still takes 1, however, thanks to the Flick Knives. And then Matheus follows up with the second activation of Blood Splattered Vest. Here he has 1 more free resource to get this game. With the 1 floating, he sends out Hunt the Hunter, which, because he has played another red card this turn, Lucas becomes marked. Matheus tries to generate his first fealty token of the game, but also threatens an awkward breakpoint for Mask of Momentum. That being said, because Lava Burst is the last card in hand, the option open to him is pop Dragon Scalar Flight Path and then play the Lava Burst, which could be really powerful depending on what he draws here.
Exactly, and that's why he decided not to block last turn. He wanted to present this 4 chain link turn. He blocked with only his boots, signaling that he wants to use it pretty soon, and he might be right now.
And Lucas is lining up the perfect block here. He decides to discard his Mask of Momentum to shore this up, which means that Matheus is just not going to get the draw off that Mask of Momentum. He can still pop the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. He is reaching for it, giving go again to that Hunt the Hunter, but this play would have been so much better if he was able to get a Mask of Momentum trigger, and I absolutely love the way he sequenced that because it seemed so benign.
Yes, it seemed an innocuous attack, and he read it perfectly. Even though it's not getting a Mask of Momentum, Lucas was able to stop the Mask of Momentum trigger. I'm really curious to see how this game will proceed, because now that Ira doesn't have Mask of Momentum anymore, it was a little bit early in the game, I would say, to give Mask of Momentum here from Lucas, because since he doesn't have the Mask threat anymore, his attacks are not as threatening as they could be. So by having the Mask, I think Matheus is in a huge advantage in this game right now.
And he also kind of debuffed himself in a way because the context of his hand is blue and Command and Conquer. Usually Ira players would love to go Harmonize Kodachi for 1 into CNC for 7. The issue here is that because Matheus didn't draw off of that Mask of Momentum and just sent the Lava Burst, he doesn't have an arsenal.
Exactly. The arsenal wouldn't matter that much because he would throw the Command and Conquer, threatening that same arsenal that Matheus would draw into anyway. So I guess Lucas will be thinking about this decision later on in the game when he would be wanting to threaten the most damage as possible in his next turns, and he won't be able to threaten the Mask of Momentum hits because he gave it on this particular turn.
For now, it's just Harmonize Kodachi into Harmonize Kodachi. Perhaps Lucas is thinking about saving that Command and Conquer for later. That being said, he has not activated his Blood Splattered Vest a single time. Says No blood splattered vest here. I'm just going to let that 2 connect. 20 plays 20 here as Lucas plunks a Comandario Conquistare into his arsenal.
Yeah, he's thinking about either arsenaling the Command and Conquer or getting a resource out of his blood splattered vest to be able to cast the Command and Conquer right now. This is a decision between value and disruption. Does he value more getting the 6 value out of the CNC right now or arsenaling it for maybe disrupting Matheus later in the game? He opted for the later.
Honestly, I really like this play from Lucas. Sure, you can put your foot on the pedal, but especially after Mask of Momentum has been blocked, you have to believe that he is going to be on the back foot for the rest of this game. So really, you just need to pivot off of that disruption, get your opponent down to the point where the fact that their cards block so poorly matters more than whatever offensive potential they can put out.
But can you imagine how that turn would have played differently if he did not block with Mask of Momentum? His opponent would have drawn a card, arsenaled, he would still have the Mask of Momentum, swung with the 2 Kodachis, and then get a resource for the Blood Splattered Vest, swing with the Command and Conquer, not only threatening the arsenal that Matheus would have drawn that turn, but also threatening drawing a card himself to arsenal.
Could have been really cute. Right now, Matheus is coming out swinging, cracking a fealty token to make Art of the Dragon Blood Draconic, which means that the next 3 Draconic cards he plays this turn will cost 1 less to play. One of those incredibly powerful cards that came out of the Hunted for this brand new hero. And what is he working with besides? Looks like it's a Fire Tenet Strike First, a Hot on Their Heels, and the Ancestral Empowerment, which means that Flick Knives are not the only cheeky thing he can do with Mask of Momentum this turn. Let's see if Lucas sniffs it out. For now, it is just Fire Tenet, Strike First for 3 go again.
In Art of the Dragon, Blood can be such a powerful card, enabling long chain reads with 1-cost cards. It doesn't seem like it's lined up for Matheus like that this time, though. He only has 0 cost plus reaction plus an ancestral empowerment in his hand to react with, but no 1-cost cards that can really utilize the discount that Art of the Dragon Blood provides.
I like this here, though. It's a flick of the Kunai of Retribution. Lucas descends down to 15. 20 plays 15 in the favor of our Cindra player, which means that when he follows up with this Hot on Their Heels, it's going to be 4 go again, thanks to Fire Tenet Strike First. And Matheus, if it's blocked out perfectly, will be just sitting and waiting on that Ancestral Empowerment. Looks like he does decide to use the last source of free resources from his Blood Splattered Vest, despite the fact that he doesn't have anything in his hand that he can pay for. I wonder if this is a way of kind of like tempting Lucas into thinking that there's one more chain link no matter what, despite the fact that it's an attack reaction in hand.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play. I'm not entirely sure what maybe he's thinking about what he can possibly draw out of the Ancestral Empowerment, but he already has the discount from the Art of Dragon Blood as well. So maybe he wants to attack with his last Kunai.
There it is, Ancestral Empowerment. After baiting out another equipment block from his Ira opponent, Matheus is really, really showing his prowess on this deck. The draw, however, is a Ronin Renegade. Not something that he can use a resource on, but he's still, of course, got that Kunai of Retribution at the ready. There's also going to be a Mask of Momentum draw here. Maybe it can get crazy. Oh, it is Art of the Dragon Fire, but he can't make it Draconic, folks. Sure, it'll come in for a free 5 damage, but he would really like to be able to get the on-attack clause on that card.
Yeah, and I wonder if he wants to try and save it for later, because Art of the Dragon Fire can be a very powerful finish with 2 unpreventable damage. And he first swings with the Ronin Renegade, and I want to see what is this decision going to be. He already has the resource, so he could just try to cash in this Art of Dragon Fire for 5 value, and that's what he's leaning out to do.
And little does he know, this is the exact play. Wait.
Oh, no, yeah. They forgot that
he was marked by Hot on the Heels.
Marked.
Okay. Oh, yeah, no. This could be the death knell for Lucas at this point. He automatically has to take 2 damage because Art of the Dragon Fire is Draconic thanks to that fealty token being popped. And then he's got nothing else to do but throw 2 cards in front of it. And Matheus has secured what was previously a game at life parity into a commanding lead. 20 plays 9 as it's going to be passed back over to Lucas Tocci, who can do nothing but draw up and pass.
Yeah, just to explain, because it all happened very fast, but the Hot on the Heels use, because it connected, it marked the Ira player, and with the next attack of Ronin Renegade hitting, the mark was consumed, creating a Fury token that was able to make Art of the Dragonfire Draconic and do the 2 damage plus the 5 attack as well. So that was a very, very powerful turn from Matheus, not only demanding all the cards from Lucas' hand, but also putting him into single-digit life total and having all the tempo here with a 4-card hand.
Matheus coming out swinging again. It's Ravenous Rabble revealing an Ignite, so 4 go again. What a great start to a turn that where he's already got a commanding lead, and it looks like there's going to be more 4s to come, Felipe. I see a Blaze Headlong, a Display Loyalty, and a card I couldn't quite get. Bottom line, this chain is going to go wide.
Yeah, and he will be sure to threaten Mask twice yet again this turn, and things are starting to look very hard for Lucas here.
Ooh, and 2 blocks come out to block this Ravenous Rabble, implying that Lucas doesn't have a hand that he can hold on to here. I do see a 3 block. Can he finally deploy that Command and Conquer that has been rotting in his arsenal for 2-3 turns now?
And blocking the first chain link is a very interesting play from Lucas, because sometimes it's the right way to play against Cindra, because if they flick already on the first chain link, they are not able to flick later on in the turn. So sometimes it's harder for them to threaten the Mask triggers that way.
Blaze Headlong connects fully, descending Lucas down to 5. It's really looking like Cindra is the superior ninja at this point. Display Loyalty is blocked out by Rowdy Locals, but 1 damage still comes across off the back of Flick Knives and a Kunai of Retribution. What will be the follow-up from Matheus? He throws out a Lava Vein Loyalty onto the combat chain, the last card in his hand. He says, Lucas, I don't want you to have a single card going into the next turn. Also, I'm never going to play with an arsenal again, so that Command and Conquer is just going to be vanilla damage if you ever even get to resolve it.
Exactly, and at 4 life now, Matheus has all the tempo in the game. He's on the offensive. Those Flick Knife triggers every single turn will threaten to steal the game exactly. Even if Matheus is not able to connect any more attacks, he only needs 4 turns of flicking to be able to finish this game off.
And there are a lot of awkward breakpoints coming because Ignite is probably going to lead off this combat chain, and we've also got Brand with Cinderclaw, which means that if he goes Ignite, Kunai of Retribution, Brand with Cinderclaw, he can resolve yet another Lava Burst on this chain.
Yeah, and those Kunais attacking out of the Ignite's effects are double threatening when your opponent's at 4 or a very, very low life total. The right is on the wall for Lucas here, I would say, Bryce. It's going to be very hard to come back in this game.
This is exactly the end game that Lucas was trying to establish with Ira. This is exactly where Ira wants to be playing. But in this case, the turntables have turned indeed in the favor of our Draconic Ninja over our generic Ninja. Flick Knives comes out to block that Kunai of Retribution as Matheus lines up the Brand with Cinderclaw, the 3rd Draconic Chain Link, which means that Rupture is absolutely active on what comes next.
And we see the Flick Knives activation, bringing Lucas down to 3. Even blocking as much as he can, he's still going to leak a little bit of damage here and there, at least to the Flick Knives. So things are not looking great for the Ira player.
So if Matheus can just continuously strip all of the cards out of his opponent's hand, he will literally just win off the back of Flick Knives every single turn.
Exactly. He doesn't need to connect any more attacks. He just needs to strip all of the cards, all of Lucas' cards every single turn and connect with the Flick Knives.
And stripping all the cards he has done here. It's a 3 block plus a Fate Foreseen from hand, losing a lot of defensive value on blocking this 5 from Lava Burst. 2 defensive value, in fact. And Lucas is not able to do anything but draw up and pass once again.
When your back's against the wall like that, all you want to do is to try and catch a break from your opponent, drawing a break, maybe a 4-card blue hand or something like that. But guess who doesn't really play a lot of blues? Cindra. So it's really, really hard for Cindra to play. It's such a consistent deck in what he wants to do. He just wants to try to throw red 0-cost attacks, and given that's the gameplay, it's very hard to break here.
And this turn is not going to be a break at all. It's starting off with one of many head jab cosplayers. It's Fire Tenant Strike First, which is going to give +1 to the next Draconic attack, as well as coming for 3 go. Again, it's shrugged away by a Command and Conquer, and Lucas is just staring down death. 20 plays 3, a seemingly insurmountable lead in the favor of our Cindra player. So 3 go again. Will we see a flick here from Matheus?
He also has the ancestral empowerment to pump it up by 1. Matheus is probably thinking if he wants to pump it now or decides to save it for later to do the final killing blow together with the flick knives. He already can put Lucas at 2, so that ancestral empowerment would push Lucas down to 1 if he played it right now.
He's also got a Take the Tempo in his arsenal, if memory serves, which does make this hand a little bit awkward, at least in terms of deploying the arsenal. Looks like we are popping a fealty token here for the second Art of the Dragon Blood, resolved as a Draconic attack, which means that it not only gets Go again and reduces the cost of all Draconic cards that come after, it also is going to get the +1 from Fire Tenant Strike first, which means that it buys 2 cards out of the hand of Lucas Tocci, who only has 1 left with which to survive here and 3 points of life.
And I can't quite see what's the last card in Matheus' hand. It's an Ancestral Empowerment and a Mounting Anger, I believe.
I didn't quite catch it, but I think it's just another 0. Burning Blade Dance.
Burning Blade Dance.
So bottom
okay.
line, another head jab.
Another head jab, yeah.
So Burning Blade Dance comes in for 3, gets blocked for 3 by Crane Dance, which means that the defenses are down, and it's an Ancestral Empowerment sneaking that damage through, and it gets the fist bump even though the life totals have not been descended down to 0, which means that one of our converting Cindras in this room ascends and stays live for top 8. It also means, unfortunately, that the dream is dead for Lucas and the Ira Scarlet Revenger, the only one to convert into day 2.
Yeah, and we see the Cindra player still alive. Cindra has not converted very well here, better than Kobe, where he did not convert, but Cindra is still alive here in São Paulo, still have a shot to get to the top 8 and win it all at the end.
Well, folks, if you think that the wrong ninja won this match, why don't you get out to a Tier 4 event and see if you can do a little bit better? I think we have one coming up, don't we, Felipe?
Do we? Tier 4?
Yeah, we absolutely... Dude, I totally mix up the tiers all the time. Bottom line, Pro Tour London is coming at you very soon here, and it's going to be just next month, April 13th to, I can't remember the day, April 13th to, But April 10th to 13th. Please excuse me, folks. The numbers are coming up right in front of you on this screen. This is Skirmish Season 11, but we're talking about Pro Tour London, of course. That's the right slide, ladies and gentlemen. It's Pro Tour London. I know my co-caster is going, and he's going to be doing some serious competing. Are you thinking about bringing a Ninja, Felipe?
Yeah, Ninja is one of the possibilities, right? I really like Zen. I really like Enigma as well. I played both already in big tournaments. I played Zen at Berdanrdo in São Paulo here last year. I played Enigma at Worlds Osaka. So those were the 2 decks I'm most interested in. And of course, I'm also interested in Aurora. Aurora is very powerful right now. And as a wizard, I really try to make Verdance or Oscilio work. So there's a few decks I'm looking into towards playing in the Pro Tour in London. It will be a very nice tournament to be in. I always recommend everybody to attend those big Tier 4 events because it's not only the Pro Tour happening. We also have a calling, we also have a battle hardened, we have a fistful of side events going on. It's really a fest of flesh and blood. There will be a lot of artists signing cards and a lot of booth selling cards. There is a lot of things to do for all the types of gamers. It's a celebration of the game, really, and I'm always excited to attend those events. Not only play in the Pro Tour, but also see friends from all around the world and get to meet new friends and make new friends. And you know, our community is very nice, and I'm looking forward to it.
Competitive play is not the only thing that will be at World Tour London. Collectors rise up. We've got a souvenir package on offer that looks absolutely stunning. We've got the alternate art of Comandario Conquistare in a playmat in Dragon Shield sleeves, and we've also got an exciting new promo. It's Sink Below, which is getting a little bit of London flavor pushed in. We've got a person sinking below a tea biscuit amongst some really improperly prepared scones and a bunch of other really fun tea items. You've traveled the world, Felipe. Have you ever done a tea service in England?
A tea surface? No, but I'm looking forward to
You
drink
absolutely should. It's really nice. It's a great way to spend an afternoon. I previously have made fun of Londoners taking their afternoon tea or whatever because I'm American and that's what we do. But I went with my wife for a honeymoon and we did a proper English tea service. I loved it. I would have done it all day.
Oh, that's amazing. I am a huge tea fan myself, so I'll put it on the list to do while I'm there in London.
I'll hope for you that they have mate.
Oh, mate, yeah, our tea here from South America.
Folks, if you are not able to get your hands on that souvenir package because it gets sold out before you get on buying one, we've also got a Fabled package, which is going to confer a bunch of event vouchers so you can play all weekend long. It's also got a gorgeous Crumble to Eternity playmat, Jarl sleeves, and either a promo pack, Path of the Ninja, or promo pack B, Path of the Warrior. If you don't want to shell out for that, there's, of course, lesser packages without that Fabled event vouchers, but you mentioned the calling, Felipe. Calling participators get one random promo card, all of which are absolutely gorgeous, no matter which of these heroes that you really identify with from the Hunted. And beyond that, there's also a Battle Hardened going on. It's not just the Pro Tour competitors that are going to be having a lot of fun here. You can get out there and play Flesh and Blood at any level you'd like. And there's a 3-card promo pack for Battle Hardened participation. That's all of the For The cards from the Hunted. All absolutely gorgeous in extended art. Sink Below events are going on all weekend long if you're not able to get your hands on that souvenir package. On Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, classic constructed, sealed deck from the Hunted, whatever your flavor is, we've got Sink Below events for you. So get there and get yours. Add them to your collection. There's a lot of amazing faces that are going to be bringing coverage to you all weekend long. It's Sam the Man O'Byrne with his partner in crime, Pankaj Bajwani, who's bringing a man from Arsenal Pass, Hayden Dale. Very, very rarely seen in the coverage booth, but when he's there, he provides one heck of a lot of insight. And the man who is leading the way in our game, Brian Gottlieb, who seems to always find a way to get himself on coverage, despite the fact that he is so busy, and he'll be a treat to have there as well. That's right, it's World Tour London, one of the 120 destinations of the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. That's April 10th through the 13th, just next month. Pack your bags and get your tickets right now. Whew! That was a scorcher of a game. But something is going to be even more intense when we come back. So we've seen a lot of not searing ember blades, because that's Fi and not Cindra, but a lot of burning daggers being thrown this way and that, ninja stuff, head jabs here and there. But next game, it's going to get crackling a little bit, Felipe, because we have that one of Oscilio Constella Intelligence on stream for us. 100% conversion rate and still alive for top 8. Are you guys ready to see some crazy amp combos or what? I know I am.
Oh, I am too, man. I really, really wanted to see another Wizard battle after we saw Verdans yesterday, and what better to see the other Wizard we have from Rosetta, Oscilio. Oh, man, I'm pumped.
If you haven't seen this deck, it is going to be exciting no matter what. So without any further ado, let's get to a break so we can get right back with that Oscilio game. We'll be right back after this. know, if flick knives are not your thing, then maybe this next match will be, but you had better keep your eyes on it. Otherwise, life totals will be gone in a flash, and you will have missed it. My name is Bryce Platz, and with me is Filipe Lima Cardoso. Of course, we are back here at Calling São Paulo, part of World Tour São Paulo, one of the 120 destinations on the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. Filipe, are you ready for some Oscilio action?
Oh, I'm ready, Bryce. I've been ready since the start of this tournament. I want to see some wizard action going on, and who best to do it than Oscilio, the Lightning Wizard?
Dude, the guy who is in the Oscilio seat is the one truther in the room, folks. If you missed it before, in our metagame breakdown, there is one Oscilio here, and he is live for top 8. He's fighting for his life right here, right now in front of you. Let's get on down to the match floor and stop the delay, shall we? It's Oscilio Constella Intelligence, piloted by Berdanrdo Coelho, versus Aurora Shooting Star, piloted by Mauricio Tavares. Both players are X and 2, and in a lose and out situation here, and Oscilio is on the play.
And we see the battle of the Lightning Heroes from Rosetta, the Lightning Rune Blade Aurora, and the Lightning the Lightning Wizard Oscilio. And one of the things that Oscilio players tell me is that Oscilio actually has an interesting, good matchup against Aurora, because they can not only through the 0/4 that Aurora control, but they can finish off their turns with unpreventable, like difficult to interact with arcane damage, powered up by the wizard weapon, so Volzar. So it will be very interesting to see how this pans out. I really want to see Oscilio doing all the shenanigans wizards can do.
Speaking of shenanigans, what an amazing turn 1 setup here for Berdanrdo. It's a Channel Lightning Valley, pitching an electromagnetic somersault, turning on Volzar, but the whole point of that is just to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. He also establishes a gorgeous Sigil of Brilliance, which is a marvel that he's been able to pick up. And you know what? I take back what I said. The pitch for the Volzar is not just for getting rid or keeping around that Channel Lightning Valley. It's also to buff up this Mind Warp, which is going to be blocked for 2 Arcane by Mauricio Tavares, getting rid of some cards that will not be useful on his first turn of the game and taking 2 Arcane damage. Oscilio starting with a little bit of a gap closer there, but because he starts at 36 life to his opponent's 40, he hasn't quite eclipsed the life total battle yet, but that is an amazing start.
That can't be a better start for Oscilio here. He's able to develop both his Channel Lightning Valley and Sigil of Brilliance and throw some arcane damage to draw a card from that Channel Lightning Valley to put on the arsenal for next turn. We see Mauricio bringing in the Attic Carapace for Arcane Barrier 2, so that will be important to notice during the game. He's able to block 2 arcane damage every time Berdanrdo throws some arcane damage on him, but would that be enough? Usually Oscilio is throwing big arcane spells. I don't know if 2 arcane barrier will be enough to stop the Lightning Wizard here, Bryce.
It's a curious choice. It could be indicative of the fact that Mauricio either doesn't have Shock Charmers or decided to leave them at home, kind of disrespecting this, what some people consider a lesser wizard. And because those Shock Charmers are just so amazing at blocking arcane damage, especially when it's being chained over into extra spells. Usually most useful in Kano for the Aether Wildfire combo, but in this case, he thinks he can get it done just with AB2, which I don't necessarily hate. It might be correct because so much of the Oscilio big combo turn comes in the form of physical damage, and Grasp of the Arknight is way more valuable there.
That's true, and we are here in the eternal conundrum that players have to face when they need to consider wizards. Is like, should I respect the few wizard players that are gonna be at the tournament and bring AB and Spell Void, or should I just do the math and conclude that it's not worth it for the few players and just dedicate those sideboard slots to other more impactful matchups? And usually when you disrespect wizards, that's exactly the moment when they rise up to the top. And here we see Mauricio not bringing Shock Charmers and Berdanrdo be right there, ready to use and abuse of this fact to throw as much arcane damage as possible.
Mauricio's got some damage to present before all this is said and done, his first turn of the game, it's a 7 damage snatch that connects right with Berdanrdo's face to sending him on down to 27. Mauricio, however, has no action points with which to use these last 2 cards, so he's just going to pass priority. Berdanrdo develops a Sigil of Lightning, and that's all she wrote for the first turn for our Aurora player, which means that we're going back to Berdanrdo, and he's going to be starting with an Embodiment of Lightning and a card draw at the start of this turn, still with a Channel Lightning Valley on the board.
Yeah, all those 2 heroes are all about taking the lead of the game and attacking. So we see Mauricio just throwing snatches and electrostatic discharges. Berdanrdo just shrugging it off, wanting to do a big combo turn off his own. So we will see lightning flashes all over this game, Bryce.
Let's see what Berdanrdo is working with here. He's already found Gone in a Flash, which is the linchpin of the combo turn for Oscilio. That being said, he doesn't have his Tunic counter online, which is usually a critical part of the Oscilio combo. Will he decide to pitch a card into those Lightning Greaves without having blocked with them? Based on the way he handled the last turn, I think there's more to come here. Right now, it's Gone in a Flash with Go Again, thanks to that Embodiment of Lightning token for Go Again and the possibility of bouncing it back into hand with an instant.
One of the most important cards in this matchup is sitting right there at Berdanrdo's side of the arena, Channel Lightning Valley. Both players are not very interested in blocking in this matchup. They just want to present as much damage as possible, and having the Channel Lightning Valley on the arena is very important to be able to present as more damage as possible, because you can draw another card with it and present more damage. And here we see he already drawing the card in his first chain link, playing another Sigil and returning the Gone in a Flash to his hand.
And what a card to draw. He's got Gone in a Flash redundancy, which is really amazing. That means he doesn't really have to consider how best to save the Gone in a Flash at the end of this turn. He can just kind of willy-nilly present and present and present. In this case, he's just developing a Sigil of Conductivity, the second that he has put out on the board this turn, both of which have Arcane Shelter 1, which means that if he would be dealt arcane damage, instead the Sigil of Conductivity will be destroyed to prevent 1 of that damage, and also, when it leaves the arena, it'll generate an Embodiment of Lightning token, all of the things that Oscilio wants to be doing. Also, a Sigil of Solace coming out of the hand, a very powerful card in Oscilio because it works so well with his hero ability, which allows him, of course, to discard an instant card from the hand and do a little bit of filtering, draw up a different card. Right now, it's going to be Volzar activation into Glyph Overlay, which is a fantastic card to recur those important Sigil of Brilliances. In this case, I'm getting a little bit mixed up. This one says Surge. If this deals more than 3 damage, gain 1 life, then shuffle all Aura permanents you control with Sigil in their name into their owner's deck. So at this point, Berdanrdo gets the choice to just generate his Embodiment of Lightning token now.
Yeah, not only is the Glyph being powered up by Volzar, but it's also being powered up by those Sigils that he cast on this turn that will be put back on his deck by the Glyph's ability, gaining back 1 life to Berdanrdo and making those embodiments of light already.
So even though this is not the quintessential combo turn that we're looking for in Oscilio, it still has chunked his opponent all the way down to 28, which has to be a happy thing for Berdanrdo here. It means that he just doesn't need to go as many chain links wide in order to get there in the end.
Yeah, and importantly, he's going to be able to arsenal Gone in a Flash with the centerpiece of the combo that Oscilio wants to throw. He just wants to pop that Lightning Graves and throw Gone in a Flash with instance to be able to replay Gone in a Flash. His tonic counter is going to go up to 3 next turn, so he's all set for the combo turn that Oscilio players play towards.
It's an interesting choice bringing Fyendal Spring Tunic in here. It is a point of contention for Oscilio players. Some of them really just want to have oh my goodness, the Threadbare, or what's the one? No. Blossom of Spring is the chess piece that just at action speed generates you a resource. Some of them want to have that just in case they draw a combo turn very early on in the game. They don't want to wait for that free resource counter for three turns. Others that opt for Fyendal Spring Tunic just have had experience going a little bit longer with Oscilio and also really value the 1 block.
That's right, Bryce. That's a very interesting point because Oscilio can go very fast and you need to be able to do the combo turn when you draw the right combo pieces. So a lot of players opt for the Blossoming of Spring to be able to do it as fast as possible as soon as they draw the combo pieces. Some other players like Berdanrdo here opt for the Tunic in order to be more flexible, have the Tunic counters and the all-important 1 point of block.
It's back over to Aurora right now, who took a big chunk of damage, and also, to add insult to injury, starts off this chain with a Ravenous Rabble, which reveals a Channel Lightning Valley, so only 3 go again. And if that's not bad enough for the Aurora player, there's another Ravenous Rabble in the hand, which I'm sure he was hoping to deploy this turn as well. Losing 2 value on 2 Ravenous Rabbles for Aurora may not seem like much, but this is a game of 4s, not a game of 3s for Aurora.
And there's also something to be said about the information that Ravenous Rebel is giving out now. Not only is he doing 2 less value by revealing a yellow card on the top of his deck, he's revealing to his opponent this next turn he's going to draw one of the most important cards in the matchup, the Channel Lightning Valley.
That being said, looking at the hand of our Oscilio player, it doesn't look like he really has what he needs to kind of do that big pop-off turn. There's only 1 instant in the hand besides the one that he just threw out onto the combat chain to block. He's also found his last copy of Gone in a Flash. The third, of course, is sitting in the arsenal. The first is in the graveyard. For now, it's just another 4 damage coming the way of Oscilio. Looks like he is receiving all of it in stride. Down to 24 is Oscilio, and he's only got a 4 life deficit against Aurora. 24 plays 28 as it's back over to Oscilio, who has 2 embodiments of lightning at the ready and a Tunic counter online.
And a Gun in a Flash in hand, a Gun in a Flash in arsenal, an electromagnetic somersault to be able to return one of those Gun in a Flash. Oscilio is going to start sparking now.
Right now, he doesn't have a source of arcane damage, though, so it looks like it's just going to be physical here. But I love the fact that Berdanrdo constantly ticks up the potential amp he's going to get off of Volzar. It's signaling to his opponent that there could be an arcane spell coming at the end of this chain.
Yeah, and if he was not doing that, that would be a very important piece of information to his opponent. So by being disciplined and doing that every turn of the game, regardless if you have the arcane damage spell or not in your hand, is a very, very important detail that we notice from Berdanrdo in this game.
It's probably also very important for Kano players such as yourself to constantly be tracking the arcane damage so you can always be threatening the potential Aether Wildfire.
Yeah, and the potential Blazing for 30.
Ugh. I'm going to take a pause to go throw up. Right now, though, Mauricio Tavares is blocking out with Grasp of the Arcanite plus a Sigil of Suffering. Berdanrdo thinking about whether or not to block. He does with the Fiendal Spring Tunic. He blocks that arcane damage, which means that this is only blocking for 5 currently. And Electromagnetic Somersault is going to come out of the hand to bounce Gone in a Flash back, which means that Sigil of Suffering didn't get any extra block value there, but it was overblocking anyway. Berdanrdo just trading in that all-important Tunic counter for 1 life, essentially.
And Mauricio was able to pair his Sigil with Channel Lightning Valley, which is exactly what Auroras want to do in order to extract the more value as possible from Channel Lightning Valley. But the Tunic counter came in handy for Berdanrdo that turn in order to stop that interaction to go off and allow Mauricio to draw an extra card this turn.
Okay, and Eclectic Magnetism is going to finish up this turn. Mauricio takes all of that damage down to 23. So Berdanrdo got to do a little bit of a sidestep on the blocks there, doing his best Fang cosplay, and sneaking the damage in more where it needed to be, which is, of course, on the life total of his opponent rather than the blocking cards. He's bought himself a 1 life lead in this game. It's back over to Mauricio, who's got 4 cards in hand and a Channel Lightning Valley on the board. 23 plays 24. I'm sorry, 3 cards in hand. Ravenous Rabble, the last one in his deck, does reveal a red. So finally, the top of the deck is coming up. Mauricio, 4 go again on the combat chain.
Threatening the ever-present Channel Lightning Valley there. Threatening to draw an extra card and present even more damage to Berdanrdo is Mauricio this turn.
Berdanrdo finds a defense reaction, another kind of point of contention for Oscilio players, whether or not to play Sink Belows. Berdanrdo seems to like it here, not only for that 0 for 4 block value and the extra time that it provides, but also probably some filtering capability. That being said, he decides not to sink a card here, and the Electromagnetic Somersault allows Mauricio to come in for 4 go again, once again, with that very same Ravenous Rabble that started off the chain.
And we see the first Oscilio activation by Berdanrdo, which can be a really innocuous ability at first glance, but being able to filter your hand and find the best possible card for the exact situation you're finding yourself in can be very powerful. And utilizing that ability is a really important part of playing Oscilio.
Berdanrdo demonstrating that he is not just all about the unga bunga on Oscilio. He's also about blocking here, being very patient and diligent with the way that he is respecting this Channel Lightning Valley. He didn't have the cards he wanted to pop off on the next turn, so instead he is just taking it slow and taking blocks in stride. Mauricio activates a Skyward Serenade, searching, of course, for a Skisic and creating an embodiment of Lightning token. He's going to send one more 4 before this turn is done, trying to generate a card off of that Channel Lightning Valley. He doesn't have any Lightning cards in the pitch, so if Berdanrdo is able to shrug this off with 1 card from hand and the Aether Bindings of the Third Age, he's going to be really happy here, because then that Channel Lightning Valley will not only have not replaced itself, which we've talked about being kind of a subpar play, it wouldn't have even done that. Channel Lightning Valley, dead card, apparently.
Very interesting to see how Berdanrdo is playing this turn. As we talked about at the beginning of the match, both players want to be the ones attacking and want to be in the front, presenting the damage, not defending. But when you are against a Channel Lightning Valley, the value of blocking and not letting your opponent draw an extra card sometimes can exceed the value of just attacking. So we see Berdanrdo shifting gears here and going to block a little bit in order to protect himself against this Channel Lightning Valley turn. And now he's going to be able to Arsenal again and try to get on the offensive on the next turn when it's less valuable to block.
And it's not going to be just any Arsenal, Felipe. It's going to be this Gone in a Flash, because the last card in hand for Berdanrdo is, of course, an instant. It's a Sigil of Aether, which is maybe going to be super useful next turn, but for now, it's just going to allow him to recur this Gone in a Flash and allow it to do its best Endless Arrow cosplay. Blocking with a Crown of Providence is Mauricio Tavares, and sinking a card 2 on 4, which means that 2 damage comes through. And in resolution, Berdanrdo is definitely going to throw out that Sigil, and here it comes.
Usually we see Crown of Providence being used as a way to sidestep Arsenal Disruption like Command and Conquer, but here, since that's not the way the game is played, Mauricio is trying to use it to fix his hand. He probably didn't have a very good hand set up, so he's trying to fix his next turn.
Now, this could be the combo turn, Felipe. Berdanrdo has a plethora of instants and one of the very best ones. It's Sigil of Brilliance. Not only that, Sigil of Aether is going to pop at the beginning of his turn, deal 1 arcane damage to his opponent, and amp 1 if it connects. Mauricio is going to have a really hard time blocking that because he doesn't have a source of Arcane Barrier 1. He left his Lightning Greaves at home, which means that if he wants to block any source of arcane damage, it's going to cost at least 2. Could be really, really important in this match. For now, it's an Arc Lightning from our Aurora player.
Not having the Lightning Greaves here gives Mauricio less flexibility in order to block Berdanrdo's powerful turns. So even though Mauricio doesn't have that many blues to play Arcane Barrier with, not having the AB1 can be very detrimental in those important combo turns from Oscilio.
We're gonna have to see how he plays it out. Looks like 2 Arc Lightnings now after the first arcane damage ping is accepted. Berdanrdo on Oscilio down to 23. 2 life separates these 2 heroes. Right now, Aurora is a little bit below her Lightning counterpart, but there's going to be 2 arcane damage pings off of this Arc Lightning.
And here we see Mauricio telling us, here, Oscilio is not the only combo Lightning deck here. I'm combo deck as well. I'm playing my Arc Lightnings and I'm doing big arcane damage to myself. Who's the wizard now?
Both of these players are zip-zapping their way through this game. This is round 10, of course, at Calling São Paulo, and only on turn 4, and we've seen lightning crackling this way and that on both sides of the board.
And Berdanrdo is deep in the tank, thinking about how to react to those arcane damage pings. He, on the other hand, does have Lightning Graves to pay for the Arcane Barrier, and he's deciding to do it with a blank here.
Mauricio gets a little bit of respect here as a blue blink goes into the pitch zone in order to block 2 arcane damage. Of course, Berdanrdo is going to get maximum value off of pitching that card because there are plenty more arcane damage pings to come, because this Entwined Lightning, of course, has Go Again conferred by the Arc Lightning. Doesn't even need to fuse that here. So 4 damage comes across in the physical, and then 1 arcane damage off the back is going to be shored up by that 1 floating.
I think Berdanrdo is looking at his next turn and thinking about making it the setup turn for his big combo turn, because having the Sigil of Brilliance, he's able to play Gone in a Flash from the arsenal, play the Sigil to return Gone in a Flash and arsenal it again, and having it ready to pop the Sigil at the beginning of his next turn, have the Tunic tick up to 2 on the next turn, but tick up to 3 on the turn he's intending to combo.
I tend to think that this would be the combo turn if the Tunic resource wasn't used to block 1 damage on the Sigil of Suffering. I'm wondering if Berdanrdo is kind of kicking himself at this point for using that super valuable resource for blocks instead of just assurance on his combo turn, especially because this arcane damage just keeps coming from Mauricio. Berdanrdo started with a little bit of a life surplus, and he's already descended down 5 life points below his Aurora counterpart, and the damage keeps coming.
Yeah, and we see him blocking with the other card of his hand, Comet Storm Shock. And I agree with you, Bryce. I think it would have been a very good combo to go off, but since his Tonic is not on 3 yet, he can't activate Lightning Greaves without dedicating a card to that. So he's probably taking 1 more turn to set it up.
And will he have the space? Mauricio really hit like a truck that turn. But with only 4 cards in hand and 2 Arc Lightnings already deployed, Berdanrdo's got to be thinking, it can't possibly be that bad. Also, I've got a Sigil of Solace in hand, so I'm going to be able to gain a little bit of life on the back as well. Once again, folks, thanks for all over 2,000 pairs of eyeballs that we have on this stream today. It's a really big pleasure to bring a calling to Brazil. This is something that Legend Story Studios has been excited about for a very long time, and also, of course, the Flesh and Blood community from Brazil. They have been more than welcoming, and we are very thankful to be here.
Yeah, and I can't tell you, Bryce, about how many people have reached out to me to say how great this event has been. All the Brazilians playing the tournament are so excited and hyped about being able to play a calling in our homeland for the first time. So the vibe here on the event hall is just amazing. It's very nice to see all the Brazilians playing our very own first Flesh and Blood calling in our land. So everybody's really pumped up and really happy to be able to play here.
Right now, all thanks are to Berdanrdo, the one Oscilio that could. But of course, thanks to the man that stands in his way, Mauricio, Tavares, both on X2 here. A Sigil of Suffering comes out from the hand of Mauricio in order to block this Gone in a Flash. Looks like Berdanrdo is holding priority here, decides to bounce the Gone in a Flash straight away. And he did it in response to the Sigil of Suffering, which fizzles the Sigil of Suffering because there is no longer an attack on the combat chain to block. A masterful play by our Oscilio player. You can tell that he has done this matchup before.
What a very good interaction for Berdanrdo here. Not only was he able to do what he was already intending to do as well, like bouncing the Gone in the Flash to put it on the arsenal, but by doing it in response to the Sigil, he was able to deny the 1 arcane damage that the Sigil would bring to him. And by fizzling that spell, it didn't do any arcane damage at all.
Mauricio trying to force some blocks out of Berdanrdo with the Tunic about to tick up to 3. Mauricio has got to be concerned about what is going to be coming his way next turn. So out comes a burn-up shock, melded, of course.
I think I see a Blast of Oblivion in Berdanrdo's hand, which is another very, very powerful card to have on the combo turn.
And here comes Flash of Brilliance. He's blocking with the headpiece. It's a common from Rosetta. When he blocks with it, he's going to be able to discard a lightning card. Away goes Eclectic Magnetism, which allows him to bounce a Sigil from his arena into his hand. And of course, that Sigil is Sigil of Brilliance, which allows him to draw another card and have even more gas for what is probably going to be a massively explosive combo.
Oh, that's what you want to see when you're playing Oscilio. That's the turn when you want to give your Flash of Brilliance headpiece to bring back Sigil of Brilliance back to your hand. And when you do that, you really want to have a Blast of Oblivion to combine with in order to be able to do a powerful combo turn, and that's what Berdanrdo is setting up to do next turn.
And here's the telltale sign, folks. Burn Up has been conferred. Berdanrdo is not scared of a little damage. Static Shock, that's gotten on hit. I do not care at all, says our Oscilio player, because here comes a big, bad combo. He's got the Gone in a Flash locked and loaded. He's ticked his Tunic counter up to 3, which is the hardest part about this combo, and he is ready to make some lightning bolts. It's Gone in a Flash. Here we go, Felipe.
Yeah, he's starting with the Gone in a Flash because he wants to activate his Lightning Greaves in response to that, play the Sigil of Brilliance to get an action point, return Gone in a Flash to hand, and be able to play that and he has 2 Blasts of Oblivion in hand. Is that right, Bryce? Did I see it correctly?
Let's see. It's 2 Blasts of Oblivion, which means that Sigil of Brilliance is going to get bounced twice, and so many cards are going to get drawn off that card. Oh, I'm so happy we're seeing this.
Oh my god, man. We are going to see a very, very big, powerful combo turn from Oscilio here. He got all the pieces he needs. Let's see him executing his combo.
It's all on the Oscilio player here because there is just about nothing that the Aurora can be holding on to here that can stop the onslaught that is going to come out of the newest wizard in from Rosetta.
Yeah, that's what every Oscilio player wants to get to, a board state where he can set up with the Tunic counter, the Lightning Graves, Gone in a Flash and Blast of Oblivion, a Sigil to be able to be bouncing back and forth with that blast, plus another instance. He has the Electromagnetic Somersault to play after those Blast of Oblivions to activate its ability to return Sigil. Everything lined up correctly for Berdanrdo here. Let's see him developing all his combo right here, right now.
Mauricio senses that this could be the end. He shoves both equipment onto the combat chain to block out that Gone in a Flash. 1 damage gets through. Mauricio descends down to 19. Sigil of Brilliance comes down to bounce the Gone in a Flash back to the hand, and Berdanrdo is holding 6 cards, I think, Felipe. Here comes Blast to Oblivion, which is going to come in for 4. That's 3 lightning cards played this turn, and an instant is at the ready to bounce the Sigil of Brilliance and keep the cards coming.
Yeah, right now, Berdanrdo has no action points left, but when he play the next... I'm not sure if they are counting the action points. It can get a little bit overhand, but this we used the last one. But when he plays his next instant, which I believe is an Electromagnetic Somersault, he's holding, he will regain action points due to Lightning Graves' activated ability that he used his turn.
And Lightning Graves is all about this combo. That's why Oscilio is running these boots here. He gets to pay 1 resource, which is also why that Tunic counter is so important. 1 free resource means that you don't have to pay for this activation because you want to just play every single card in your hand. Pay 1 resource, destroy this. Instant cards you play this turn get go again. So not only is he going to be bouncing Sigils, bouncing Gone in a Flashes, he's also going to be regaining his action point every single time he does that. So of course, 4 damage comes across. Down to 15 is Mauricio Tavares. Electromagnetic Somersault is going to bounce not only the Blast to Oblivion here, but also the Sigil of Brilliance. Oh, we've also got an activation of Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age, which means that every time we bounce a Sigil this turn, we're going to add another amp. So currently, total of 5 amp if Berdanrdo is able to find an Arcane Spell.
Yeah, and the only piece he's missing for his combo is the Arcane Spell. What did he draw with the first Sigil that came back to hand?
It was a Sink Below,
oh,
unfortunately.
It was a Sink Below. Okay. So he needs to find an Arcane Spell to finish off this combo turn. He has a couple more draws with the Sigil.
He's got a couple more draws with the Sigil and also his hero ability, which is why,
hero ability as well. Yeah.
Which is why Oscilio has that as part of his hero text. There is a world where this combo gets a little bit bricked up, but I don't think there's a world where it doesn't take so many cards away from Aurora and also does so much damage that he doesn't get there in the end.
Yeah, Berdanrdo has a lot of things going on for him as well. He needs to convert his hand. He has, what, 5 cards in hand right now besides the Gone in a Flash?
And we're only just starting. That's a 2nd Sigil of Brilliance in the hand, ladies and gentlemen. Probably not going to be super relevant here, but bottom line, it just means that Gone in a Flash is going to keep on going.
It's important to be able to play your first Sigil during Gone in a Flash chain link in order to be able to play the second in the Blast of Oblivion chain link and return the first to hand in order to proceed and draw a card from the Blast of Oblivion's ability. So having 2 Sigils can be really nasty here.
Blast to Oblivion, the 2nd one. This combat chain comes on down. Sigil of Brilliance is just waiting to go back to the hand and draw another card. Mauricio just looking down, head and hands, just knows what's coming. 2 cards come out to block the Blast to Oblivion, and it's another Sigil of Brilliance, bouncing the first, drawing a card, and also getting go again thanks to Lightning Greaves. Have we found the source of Arcane? Not yet, folks. It's Sigil of Conductivity as the draw, but we've still got plenty of instants to keep on going. Gone in a Flash might just get it done on its own.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at those counters ticking up on top of Volzer and really rooting that Berdanrdo draws an Arcane Spell to finish off this turn.
This is Oscilio 101, and it's even better than you can ever expect otherwise. Has Berdanrdo, do you think, been doing this to people all weekend long?
I bet 100% he does.
It is important to mention at this point that Michael Fung also fell to Berdanrdo on this deck. So not only did the Titan from America die to the combo Aurora deck that we saw on stream yesterday, he's also losing to the other meme Lightning deck that is in the format right now. Oh my gosh, we're looking at a potential 15 amp, and we found it. It's a Mind Warp. The combo is complete. But will we even get there, Felipe?
I don't think so, because Berdanrdo is doing so much damage with this Blast of Oblivion and Gone in a Flashes. But he drew the Arcane Spell. The Arcane Spell, it's Mind Warp, right? It's already coming for 2, but the Volzar is pumping it by 14, and Arcane Binds is pumping it for 3, so it's Mind Warp in total for, I don't even know, Bryce, help me out here, 12, 14,
Okay, we've got
17,
12,
19.
14, 3, 15 plus 2, I think. I think it's 15 plus 2 is 17.
No, here's 12, 15, 17, 19 damage. And here we see Mauricio can't do anything about it, Bryce. What a wonderful end to this amazing game of Flesh and Blood we just witnessed.
Oh my goodness, Felipe. I thought yesterday was great. I didn't think we were going to get an Oscilio combo on stream. Is that the first that has ever been on stream? That was incredible.
Oh my God, Bryce! And if anybody at home wanted to see a Oscilio combo, I can't imagine a better example of how Oscilio can get nasty than the one we just witnessed. It was a lot of damage. I didn't calculate it all, but I think it was Mind Warp for 19. He threw Gone in a Flash, I think 3 times, so 12 more. That's 31. He threw 2
4.
I think there was 4.
4 Gone in a Flash is 2 blasts to
and 2 blasts. So 6 0 for force. 6 times for 24. 24 plus 19. That's a total of 45 damage in that combo.
And that wasn't even the most he could do because he still had the Sigil of Conductivity. He
true.
wanted to end it
true.
in a flash with the Mind Warp. He was like, I'm not ending this without resolving the combo to its fullest. So there had to have been another 4 damage that could have come.
Yeah, he was merciful. He was like, you're already dead, so I'm just going to throw the
that's what Wizards
final
call
punch.
being merciful, Felipe?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what? I mean, if it was me, I would just do like wildfire, blazing. I just need 2 to kill you, but let's just do
that's way
the
more
whole thing.
Right. Insult to injury. Folks, so we were able to kind of chart out how much damage that combo turn did. What I think is going to be off the charts is the number of brand new Oscilio Constella Intelligence players that game generated. Folks, if you want to have a lot of fun, a blast of fun, in fact, get on out and play some Oscilio. Trust me, you'll have a good time. And some bad times.
I mean, after watching this game, how can you tell me it's not fun to play Wizards, Bryce? It's a very, very fun experience in Flesh and Blood.
I would never say such a thing. I would never say such a thing.
Come on, guys. I need to convert some more Wizard players right now, and this is the best showcase I could possibly ever hope for.
Well, that was a blast. Thank you to both players for an excellent, yet another incredible streamed game here at Calling São Paulo. If you want to get out and have a lot of fun, go to your LGS because we got Skirmish Season 11 on the docket. That's going on right now, folks. March 15th to 30th, 2025. We've already got our Week 1 results. But first, we got to talk about all of the prizes that are online. This is the first time you can get your hands on a cold foil Channel Lake Frigid. That's what I got my eyes on. But hey, you Ninja sympathizers might want to get out and try your hand at getting the cold foil Ira Scarlet Revenger. There's also incredible playmats featuring the young art from all of the brand new heroes from The Hunted. Also, some incredibly beautiful participation prizes as well. Me as a Fang player, I'm really looking at those Relentless Pursuits and Pledge Fealties. Oh boy, Felipe, it's Living Legend Week 1. Who do you like?
I really like Dash.io. It's been present here in our calling because it's still CC legal, but it can do really, really powerful things in LL too.
It's important to mention, folks, that you are not pigeonholed into playing any simply the heroes that have attained Living Legend status, even though they represent a large portion of the top 4 decks here on your screen. You're allowed to play any deck you want. If they haven't reached Living Legend status, still bring them on by. Play them in a Living Legend skirmish this Season 11. But we've got to talk about the other format, Felipe. Blitz is still on the docket, and I see some surprises here. Verdance is holding strong as the second most winningest deck in skirmish season.
Yeah, and we see the powerful impact that Rosetta heroes have had in the Blitz format, with Aurora and Verdance being the 2 most winning decks from the skirmish season Week 1.
And how about the newcomer Guardian? I'm noticing that he is the only Guardian listed here as a Week 1 winner in Blitz. Of course, there could be some lurking around in that yellow portion of the pie chart up there. That's, of course, other heroes. But the fact that Terra has made his way onto this pie chart is really impressive.
Yeah, Terra is debuting only as a Blitz hero so far, but he's already making his impact present here on the skirmish season Week 1.
Well, it's Earth Central here, both at Calling Kobe and also at Calling São Paulo. Earth Heroes are making a splash, but get out to Skirmish Season 11, especially if you enjoy a more casual experience in Flesh and Blood. The height of the competitive scene is not all we have to offer. It's also something there's also something to playing the game to feel at home, isn't there, Felipe?
Oh, definitely there is, Bryce. It's amazing to be able to play here on my home country. I've been playing around in some pro tours and worlds around the world, but it's something to be said about being able to play at the highest level here, right here in Brazil.
Well, folks, we're going to keep the action rolling after a short break. It's going to be another Dawnblade making an appearance on stream. I said that they are out here. It's going to be a win and in for yet another Warrior player.
But I have one question for you, Bryce.
Shoot.
Is this Dory packing CYB?
I think there's only one man crazy enough to do that, and I know that he's in the battle hardened. But, time will tell. I could be surprised. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to have more crazy Dorinthea builds and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Bye. We've long since thrown out our bingo cards because we've seen CYB Dory and also an Oscilio combo on stream. That's right, because calling São Paulo is not disappointing in the least. Felipe's countrymen are showing up big. And speaking of Felipe, this is Filipe Lima Cardoso. My name is Bryce Platz, and we're going to continue with the action here at Calling São Paulo, one of the 120 destinations for the Flesh and Blood World Tour 2025. We got Dorinthea Iron Song up next against what could be a really difficult matchup for Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. What do you think, Felipe?
And I believe this is the first time we see Enigma on the stream, right?
Yes, it is, actually.
So it's a very interesting matchup. Dory wants to be very aggressive. It's a very hard matchup because Dory wants to connect his downblade attacks, but Enigma has a lot of wards, so it's very difficult to connect. There's a new few cards that make warrior attacks ignore prevention effects, so that could be a potential difference maker in this matchup for the Dory player here.
We'll have to see how it plays out. These decks are piloted by Laerte, Cursino, and is it Michael?
Michel.
Michel Verissimo, who I believe is a teammate of yours. I see a Fabled Brazil shirt right there.
Yeah, he's another member of Fabled Brazil, our team here in Brazil. Shout out to the guys from Fabled. And a few of them doing well, so it's nice to see. Nice to see them doing well in this tournament.
Good to see another pair of Brazilians as well defending their homeland from some outside interlopers. Folks, it is important to mention once again that this is a win and in situation for both of these players. This is Flesh and Blood at the highest stakes in the room right here. Both of these players are fighting for their seat, and Laerte probably has an uphill battle ahead of him. Speaking of extra tools, there's Jagged Edge, which is going to allow you to do some anti-prevention damage, but also it is the Kabuto of Imperial Authority that can really change the math of how Warrior versus Illusionist usually goes, especially when it comes to Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, because all of those auras with Ward that she's going to generate that will have become attacks are also weapons. So at any point, Laerte can push that Kabuto of Imperial Authority in front of one of these auras and make it so, let's say Michel develops a Manifestations of Mirror guy. All of a sudden, you can't swing with it for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, that can be a very powerful effect for the Warrior player here, because if at any time Michel's develop a big powerful board with lots of arrows, he can just throw the Kabuto in front of the first attack and not let Michel attack with all the other auras he develops in that turn.
Michel is coming out swinging. It's a Spectral Manifestations developing a Spectral Shield with 3 counters, and now he gets to decide whether or not he plays the game of Protect the President. And Laerte is coming for that Spectral Shield. It's unsheathed, coming out of the hand with a blue in the pitch, exactly what the Dory player wants to see, as we saw in coverage several times yesterday in that Verdance game. So right now it's Dawnblade for 6. Not currently go again because unsheathed only confers it if the power is greater than twice its base.
I believe it's not gonna stay without go again for a while.
Let's live in this world for a little bit. Let's root for Michel just a little bit in this situation. But right now, 37 plays 40 in the favor of our Enigma player, who is tanking on blocks.
Yeah, and one thing that Enigma always want to have in this matchup is a defense reaction ready to go and play after the attack reactions that Laerte possibly can throw on that weapon. But looking at Michel's here, he doesn't have one right now, so it's a little bit of an awkward situation from him here.
None to see here, and Michel seems to be giving maximum respect. We saw a 3-card block on a Dawnblade on turn 0, and also a 3-card block here, and it's, like you said, 3 incredibly powerful red Illusionist attacks. I'm sure that Michel would rather be resolving Spears of Surreality and Miraging Metamorph rather than blocking, but here they are on the combat chain. Laerte has the answer, though, because currently it's overblocked by 3. Singing Steelblade could go ahead and fetch an Iron Song response and sneak that damage over. Normally, you can kind of rely on Dawnblade numbers being +3 if you're calculating an overblock, but Singing Steelblade throws all of that math out the window because Singing Steelblade confers +1. The Iron Song response that you find from your deck confers +3.
And you throw all the math of your opponent away, right?
It's one of those cards that just makes the Dory matchup that much harder. Poker Face is what is on display here, and here comes the Singing Steelblade. So it costs 1, going to give +1 to this Dawnblade, currently at 7, overblocked by 2, and you better believe that the choice here is probably going to be that Iron Song response because, of course, there's a red Blade Flurry in the hand.
Yeah, sure enough, he grabs that Iron Song response. And another mention here about Singing Steel Blade, it gets even more powerful in this matchup with the advent of Jagged Edge, because being able to tutor for that specific card that's so powerful against Enigma can be a game-breaking play by the Dory player here.
It is important to mention that currently this attack will be blocked out even if the Iron Song response comes out because of that Spectral Shield, but we know that Laerte is also holding on to a Blade Flurry, so we're just going to sneak a little bit of damage in, unless, of course, Michel wants to deploy those quick dodge flexors, which is an option that he has at his disposal.
It is indeed. I'm not sure how... Oh, and Michel has the defense reaction we were talking about and his arsenal to be able to stop the fully 10 damage. He doesn't know, though, that there's another Iron Song response in the arsenal of Laerte here.
Attack reactions, defense reactions, this way and that. This is what some people consider quintessential Flesh and Blood Felipe.
Yeah, this is how the game is going to be, right? Laerte is the offensor. He will be having to play his attack reactions at first. Michel will try to respond that with defense reactions, but right here we see Laerte answering with more attack reactions of his own after the defense reaction Michel played.
Okay, goodbye, Mr. President. That Spectral Shield with +1/+1 counters goes away. Interestingly enough, Laerte is popping his Refraction Bolters. I think that's a bit of a mistake because Unsheathed was already giving go again because that Dawnblade was way over twice its base power. I think that could be a mistake that comes to bite him in the butt later on. But this next Dawnblade is going to be coming in for 5. It does seem to connect and get the first +1/+1 counter of the game.
Yeah, it seems to me Laerte forgot about the go again from Unsheathed and cashed in his boots already. We can come back to bite him later in the game when he might need another go again.
We'll see if he has nipped at the heels for losing those boots, but for now, he's got a +1/+1 counter on Dawnblade, which is a very happy place for Dorinthea Iron Song. The math, like we said, we talked about just how insane the math gets from Singing Steel Blade because it basically confers an additional +1 over the 3 that you're expecting from these attack reactions. But when Dawnblade is coming in for 4 at its base, it makes it even harder. And a correction from the booth, folks. Unsheathed does say on attack it'll get go again. So we've been throwing Laerte under the bus, but we are indeed wrong. So our Brazilian on the left is playing this absolutely right. Ignore me here in the booth, at least for the time being. Puncture comes down to buff up this Dawnblade up to 6. That should be 9, right? Wait a minute. Should be +3 on 4. Should be 7, right? Okay. Yeah. We're going to assume that the math is being calculated correctly here as Michel descends on down to 28. Unfortunately, Laerte is not able to convert all of that hand, so he's left with 1 card in hand as he passes it back over to its Enigma counterpart. But that being said, the damage could already be done. It's a Spectral Prowler coming out for Michel, which does not currently have go again, but he's able to transcend off of it, create an inner chi, and probably make a Spectral Shield in order to give the Spectral Prowler go again. That's
exactly what Michel is doing here. He's creating the Spectral Shield, being able to swing with the Prowler with go again. The Spectral Shield is ready to attack right next, and then he has 2 more cards in hand to play with this hand. That might be a pivotal turn for Michel here. We know he has a Mirror Guy.
Looks like there's going to be a judge call. I think we're just confirming that that is exactly how that interaction works. We were just talking about it here. Felipe, my counterpart, has it totally right, and I'm sure this will get cleared up very, very quickly. And then we'll be back into the action, and we'll see if this Warrior player can take down what usually is considered a cursed matchup. Okay, everything is nice and confirmed here. Spectral Prowler has go again, thanks to the fact that a Spectral Shield has been created before its resolution.
Yeah, the way it works is you put Spectral Prowler on the layer step, and before it resolves and thus becomes an attacking card, you cast the Transcend card, transcends, the inner chi comes back to hand, you pitch it before Spectral Prowler resolves, so the Spectral Shield is there when the Spectral Prowler resolves and attacks. So the Spectral Shield is already there, granting Spectral Prowler the go again.
But what color is the dog? I'm alluding to it.
This one is blue.
Okay, Spectral Prowler connects for 2 damage there. Ooh, and it's a Phantasmaclasm follow-up. So I do believe that Michel swung the Spectral Shield first. because I don't see why he wouldn't, considering that Spectral Shield swing is free. Phantasmaclasm coming in for 9, and also Michel gets to take a look at the hand of his opponent. He sees a Steelblade Supremacy. That looks like a prime target to put to the bottom of the deck, especially because Laerte pitched another copy of that incredibly powerful card on turn 0.
Yes, and we see, besides that, a Sink Below, a Trot Along, and a
Fatal Engagement.
Fatal Engagement.
Remember that card?
Yeah, that was a very powerful card in Heavy Hitters Limited, finishing up games for Kasai and Olympia. Now here, presented in CC for Downblade, it can be a very powerful finisher too, because when you go to second cycles, what we really want to see as a Dory player is blue cards that you pitch on the first cycle, but can be very powerful on the second cycle to do those final points of damage to your opponent. So it kind of works like blue overpower as well. That is a very interesting card to draw when you have a hand full of blue cards, right? So Fatal Engagement functions a little bit like that as well. And we see Michel taking out the Trot Along, interestingly, which was the only source of go again that the Dorinthea player would have for next turn.
Okay, and it seems that Laerte is... Oh, no, he's just showing his cards once more for the Phantasmaclasm before going to blocks. Looks like there is a Sink Below in the arsenal, so Laerte is going to have 2 chances to filter out this hand and see if he can find a source of go again. He's thinking about sinking the Sink Below, but instead thumbing the Blade Flurry. No, it is the Sink Below that goes to the bottom. Can he find a source of go again here? Is Spoils of War, literally never punished, is Laerte Cursino. He's got a beautiful turn to clap back with.
There you go, and presented with the option to sink once, or perhaps keep the Sink Below in hand to sink twice if he didn't find the source of go again. He go for it, he gambles, sinks the sink, and finds the go again. What a great gamble by Laerte here.
And because Michel has left the Steelblade Supremacy in hand, this Dawnblade is going to be very, very threatening indeed. So it's 6 from Steelblade Supremacy plus 2 from Spoils of War means 8. Go again, draw a card, generate pennies on hit for this Dawnblade.
And that must be very frustrating for Michel, because we saw that he was debating between taking out the powerful Dorinthea Specialization Steelblade Supremacy with Phantasmaclasm or the only source of go again, but seeing that he had a Sink Below in hand, he knew that Laerte would be able to sink a card and draw another card. And if it was a source of go again, which ultimately ended up being, he would be able to play the go again and the very powerful Steelblade Supremacy that is enabling this Downblade to come down for 8 damage.
This block is going to be very interesting here because Laerte is holding on to a Blade Flurry. If Michel throws 2 cards in front of this, that Fate Foreseen is going to be able to cover up the rest of the damage that Laerte can present. But will he guess wrong here? Looks like it's 1 card so far. 1 card passing to reactions. It's a Fate Foreseen, not even covering up the entirety of this Dawnblade, except for the fact that there's a Spectral Shield on board. He says to Laerte, will you do a reaction here? He's already clearing his Spectral Shield, but I don't believe Laerte has passed reactions yet.
Oh, I think the players are talking about here because Laerte passed the priority to Michel. Michel said okay, and then destroyed his Spectral Shield, and Laerte was asking if he could go back and have an action again in the reaction phase, but Michel pointed out that he already passed the priority and they couldn't go back, so he just arsenaled his card.
This is a competitive level event, folks. You've got to play as clean as humanly possible. Players are expected to perform at the highest level that our game has to offer. It's back over to Michel, who is holding on to a Rage Spectre resolved in the arena here, and we're sending 6 power on this Rage Spectre.
And Michel coming back, building up yet another Aura, very powerful one in the format of Rage Spectre, that comes up for 6 and already draws 1 value on the next turn, being at least a 2 for 7. I believe Michel still has the Mirror Guy he arsenaled from the first turn, ready to be deployed on the arsenal. He already transcended, so the Traverse is online, so he's just waiting for the perfect moment to deploy that Traverse block in order to cast that Mirror Guy from arsenal.
Okay, and he draws up another Transcend card, so it's entirely possible that he doesn't even need to wait. That being said, there are 2 reds in the hand, so getting that stir the pot flipped with the rest of his hand is going to be hard. It's entirely possible that the Traverse the Universe comes out to play here, and what a time to do it. Usually as Enigma, you have this moment of a pivot turn, but in this case, everything is going Michel's way. He's currently 7 points up on life, and with plenty of room to get to establish a super powerful aura.
And here we see the Blade Flurry that Laerte wanted to play last turn, but he missed the opportunity when he passed priority on his reaction step, connecting for 5.
Okay, it's important at this point to mention another cheeky bit of equipment in the suite of Laerte Cursino. It's Vambrace of Determination, which is usually an answer specifically to Enigma. It's one of our lesser-known legendaries and hasn't been used for quite some time. Honestly, its main use case was for Crown of Seeds back when that was still in the format. Once per turn attack reaction, you can pay 1, the next prevention effect that prevents power damage this turn, prevents 1 less of that damage. So Laerte was thinking about employing it to negate the ward value of that Spectral Shield that was on Michel's board.
Vambrace is a very powerful piece of equipment to play against Enigma because it nullifies 1 value of the ward you have on board. So for example, on this last turn, Laerte was attacking for 11, I believe, and Michel blocked for 10 and had a Spectral Shield. If he activated Vambrace, he would deny that ward from the Spectral Shield and would connect for 1, being able to hit and activating the trigger ability from his specialization, drawing a card and being able to attack with Downblade again, would have been a much more powerful turn than we saw here from Laerte last turn.
Even deploying the Blade Flurry and then using that last resource to swing another Dawnblade would have been better, but unfortunately Laerte just kind of not rising up to that professional rules level enforcement that is expected here at Calling São Paulo. But you better believe that he is going to take that lesson into whatever comes next. He's activating Grains of Bloodspill here for the 2nd time this turn, so 2 Vigor tokens generated this turn, and also a +1 counter on that Dawnblade. He's going to be, if he gets the space, which Michel is not going to try to afford him, he might just be able to keep the hurt coming on this Enigma player. But here it comes, that Manifestations of Mirror guy pitching an Inner Chi, of course, from the arsenal of Michel.
Yeah, and we saw the Traverse block last turn, indicating that Michel would come swinging his turn. This is the turn that all Enigma players play for. The turn we will block with Traverse, play the Mirror Guy, and try to follow that with some more powerful cards to be able to try and keep this Mirror Guy for more than 1 turn. We see him already playing the other Inner Chi from hand, transcending. I think he has a Levels of Enlightenment in hand to follow that with, and a Spears of Surreality, so Michel is threatening a lot of damage to Laerte this turn.
And he's got the Tunic counter online, which means that he's going to be able to swing that Levels of Enlightenment for no resources flat. Never mind me, there's still 2 in the pitch. And now Laerte, yes, has to consider that Kabuto of Imperial Authority, but Michel seems to have been considering it because the rest of this turn really doesn't matter as far as weapon swings go.
Exactly, that Kabuto being deployed here is not the best use, as Michel doesn't have any other weapons to attack with. Laerte is doing that, trying to prevent any other attacks from auras that might come down to the battlefield, given Michel has a lot of cards in hand still, but he doesn't know that Michel has a handful of attack action cards.
Uphold Tradition no longer cloaked here. Michel has paid 1 resource in order to turn that arm piece face up and confer a +1/+1 counter onto the Manifestations of Mirror Guy, which is most important for that aura because, of course, it gets double power. Basically, it has ward according to how many +1/+1 counters on it, and its power is equal to twice that number. So Levels of Enlightenment coming out here. 3 go again, plus draw a card are probably the chosen modes here. It buys a block from Grains of Bloodspill, the first of those of its equipment block this game. So right now, life totals are sitting at 21-13 in favor of Michel on Enigma.
And Michel has an interesting decision here because now he doesn't have any more resources floating. His hand was Miraging Metamorph and Spears of Surreality. He drew a card with levels, and that card was a Fate Foreseen. He could deploy the Fate Foreseen together with the Fiendal Spring Tunic to swing with both cards of his hand, threatening 12 more damage to Laerte, or he could try and save that Fate Foreseen in Arsenal to block Laerte's comeback next turn.
Looks like he's going for the safe play here, wants to hold on to the defense reaction, probably because Laerte has been very reluctant to block with cards this turn. So Michel is just going to try to make this pivot, which honestly isn't really even a pivot because he was ahead on life, just hurt as much as humanly possible. And Laerte says, give it to me. Send me the bill. 7 damage comes across, which means that Laerte Cursino is at 6 life to Michel's 21. And there is a massive manifestations of Mirugai on board with Ward 5.
Michel opted for the more conservative play here, and keeping that tonic up is really important because now he's able to block with his entire hand, plus the Fate from his arsenal, and swing with Mirugai if he's able to keep it on board.
And 2 Restless Coalescences are at the ready, too, to rob those +1/+1 counters from Manifestations of Mirugai. If things get a little bit too dicey, the question remains, has Laerte found that Jagged Edge printed? Oh, he has printed just in the brand new set, the Hunted. Jagged Edge says that if it's an attack reaction, target weapon attack gets +3, and damage this would deal can't be prevented. I know something on this board that really wants to prevent damage, Felipe.
Oh, I really see a lot of things that Michel wants to protect. This Mirugai with 5 counters is a really, really big piece of, is what Michel is leaning on to take him to victory this game, so he will fight tooth and nail to protect it at all costs this turn.
And this is absolutely the worst time for Michel. Yeah, sure, he's got a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, but the rest of his hand only blocks by ward. He's got a Transcend card and 2 Restless Coalescences, and here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Jagged Edge. Will it be the difference maker for Warrior, which usually struggles so much into Illusionist? Fate Foreseen comes out of the arsenal for Michel, currently blocking 7 on 7. Laerte was able to draw a card off of that Glint the Quicksilver, but does he have any more reactions? It's Glint the Quicksilver again. Singing Steel Blade out of the arsenal.
That's the perfect counter to what Michel just played. He plays this Singing Steel Blade. He is able to find another reaction from his deck and go over the Fate Foreseen that was cleanly blocking the downblade that was hitting. Now attacking for 8 and bringing another reaction to his hand.
Oh, and it's a blue overpower. He's got 2 resources floating still, and he is so ready to deploy this. Reprise. If the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand, this chain link, the attack gets an additional +2 in addition to the 2 that overpower confers as well. So this Dawnblade is going to hit like a truck and slice right through that Manifestations of Mirugai and also prevent any shenanigans from the Restless Coalescences that reside in the hand of Michel.
That's back-breaking play by Laerte here, especially given what Michel has in hand right now, because in conjunction with that Mirugai, those 2 Restless Coalescences could prevent a lot of damage here, if not save the Mirugai. But because of the Jagged Edge, he can deploy those Restless Coalescences because all the others are going to die anyway due to Jagged Edge's ability.
If there's one thing that Enigma wants to do, it is respond to these massive attack reactions at instant speed with aptly named the kitty card, Restless Coalescence, and just generate so many Spectral Shields. Sometimes it is A-okay if you're losing a Manifestations of Mirugai, as long as you're able to save the value from those +1 counters moving forward. But in this case, Jagged Edge is just the haymaker that Laerte needed to get back into this game. 6 plays 16. The life totals are definitely still in the favor of our Illusionist player, but the tempo and the mental game is definitely on the side of our first ever Warrior.
And Laerte had the perfect counter to the Mirugai turn, having the Jagged Edge plus the Steel Blade to go over the defense reaction that Michel parked in his arsenal to try and protect that Mirugai. That was the perfect answer at the perfect moment for the downblade, for the Dorinthea downblade player.
This is quintessential Warrior play, but powered up by that new card from the Hunted. It's hard to say that Illusionist is king of this matchup. For now, Restless Coalescence comes down from Michel Verissimo. Unfortunately, with no +1 counters to rob from any of the other auras because of that Jagged Edge last turn.
And important to note, the downblade was ticked up to 2 counters as well, so it's more threatening than ever.
1 counter downblade is scary enough, but 2, forget about it. So Michel has an interesting choice here. Should he deploy another Restless Coalescence or pitch the one in hand in order to swing for 2? It is a pretty lackluster turn for our Illusionist player any way you cut it, and cutting is exactly what Laerte continues to do right through the ward board. And we should mention the Uphold Tradition as well that was uncloaked on the last turn.
Yeah, that was destroyed together with the Mirror Guy on the Jagged Edge powered downblade attack last turn. And here the Restless Coalescence was pitched to attack with the other one while arsenaling a Chi. So Michel is trying to come up with another big turn where he can double transcend. Now he draws the Mirror Guy and he draws the Sift. So next turn he could play Sift into Arsenal Chi to deploy the Mirror Guy. That's a very powerful turn that Michel can have next turn as well. And since his opponent is only at 4, that could be it for the Dory player.
But this is looking scary. This Dawnblade is looking like it's going to hit very hard. I don't think Michel is going to be able to hold on to the entirety of this hand. This is 11. Already has go again because of the on-attack clause of Unsheathed. So this Warrior's Valor is a little bit null and void. That second line of text on hit go again is not going to be super relevant here. But playing action speed Dory is also very threatening indeed. With those those 2+1 counters, this Dawnblade is looking a lot more like a hammer than a sword.
Exactly, and granted, all that I was saying before about Michel's potential next turn is all conditional on him being able to keep cards on his hand, which doesn't seem like it's going to be. He's at 12 life, and Dawnblade is coming for 11. I don't think it's a good idea to just take it all.
He's still got quick dodge flexors, but Laerte is looking a little bit deficient in terms of damage in his hand. Now, the question will be, can he get Michel to block with a card from hand so that he can utilize Glint the Quicksilver to do that kind of sidesteppy thing that Warriors love to do and draw a card and see if he can find some gas for that second Dawnblade swing?
Notably, Michel can block with 2 cards from his hand and keep just the Sift and the Mirror Guy, play Sift, play the Transcend card from the arsenal, play the Mirror Guy with that Chi, and use Tunic counter to attack with Mirror Guy. With Laerte being on 4, that will demand some cards from his hand. So that might be the line that the Enigma player might decide to employ here.
Okay, so looks like Laerte is just fine letting this connect. He doesn't want to activate Glint the Quicksilver here to draw more cards. He's activating Grains of Blood Spill here to generate a Vigor token for next turn. 3 damage has gone through thanks to the 2 cards that Michel blocked with and also the Restless Coalescence. And then it's just another Dawnblade swing for 5. Will Laerte deploy either of those 2 cards in hand? I can't believe that he would want to go to Arsenal with 2 blues in hand.
One of those cards is Glint of Quicksilver, and if I'm not mistaken, the other card is Provoke, the new Warrior reaction.
No, it's Hit and Run, unfortunately.
Oh, it's Hit and Run, okay. Because if it was Provoke, he could just employ that and completely destroy Michel's intentions for next turn by adding a card from his hand to the chain. But it's not the case, it's just the Hit and Run, so it's just 5 damage that adds another counter to the Downblade.
Laerte is just fine leaving his little poker face sidestep for next turn. So it's Glint the Quicksilver in the arsenal, 3 counters on Dawnblade, and only 1 life point that separates him from the terror that is Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry. Michel is employing the exact strategy that my co-caster was talking about, Sift, which is, of course, a 0-cost blue card, which is a great Transcend enabler, into Rising Sun, Setting Moon, doing a little bit of hand fixing, flipping into Inner Chi, and then resolving another Manifestations of Mirror Guy. Laerte is definitely going to have to block here.
The fact that Downblade was able to be ticked up to 3 counters can be really the difference maker in this game, because even though Laerte needs to block this Mirror Guy to stay alive in this game, he doesn't need that many cards in hand to be very, very threatening to Michel next turn, because this Downblade is swinging for 6 on its own already.
It's all face up for the Enigma player here, so Laerte just needs to block enough to stay alive to potentially win this win and in into the top 8 here at Calling São Paulo. Dory players in chat, sound off. All you Warrior sympathizers, get on and give your boy some energy. He's staring down a Manifestations of Mirror Guy and complete glory here at Calling São Paulo.
Yeah, since this is a win and in, if Laerte wins this game, he's locked for top 8, right, Bryce?
Oh my goodness, Felipe. Yes, he is locked for top 8, but I am reeling because he's got yet another Jagged Edge in his hand when Michel has deployed another Manifestations of Mirror Guy. One of the value propositions of Manifestations is not just the offensive potential, it's also the fact that on the backswing, it blocks plenty because of the ward clause on that card. That being said, Laerte is a little bit resource deficient. He's going to have 2 Vigor tokens with which to work on the next turn, but will it be enough to sneak through whatever Michel has as a defense?
And that second Jagged Edge at the right moment can be the difference maker in the game, because Michel can even count with those 4 counters on Mirror Guy to defend. But when Laerte responds with yet another Jagged Edge at the right moment, that can be the end of the game right there.
The tension is reaching a fever pitch here. Can Dorinthea Ironsong take down one of the insurmountable heroes from Part the Mistveil? She is a mainstay in our game and has been woefully under-supported, according to the Warrior community, up until this point. It's Sharpened Steel, non-attack action, which will give +3 to the next weapon attack. This Dawnblade is coming in for 9. Does Michel have the defensive capability to get through? It's a sink below in the hand, but he cannot count on that Manifestations of Mirror Guide to do any of the heavy lifting for him here.
Coming in for 9 with 1 resource floating, right to be deployed at the Jagged Edge that's sitting on Laerte's hand. That's his last card. Oh man, I'm very tense for the end of this game, Bryce.
Laerte is sitting on a Glint the Quicksilver in Arsenal as well. Michel has got to block with cards from hand here, but that'll just be playing into Laerte's hand, his arsenal technically. He'll be able to draw more cards and potentially do even more damage here if Michel is even able to survive this first onslaught.
And Jagged Edge would pump Dawnblade up to 12 and render the Mirror Guy useless as a blocking piece this turn. So Michel needs to block at least 7 to remain at least 8, because if he blocks for 7, one line that he could get here is to think about using the Mirror Guy as a blocking card, block with Sync +1 card in hand to throw the Phantasmaclasm he has in hand. But if he goes that way, the Jagged Edge will be lethal.
So unbeknownst to Michel at this point, he's basically got to throw his hand in front of this Dawnblade, but will he sniff it out? This is what makes Dorinthea Ironsong such a terror of any format she's a part of, especially if you don't have the reps into her, Filipe. If you are surprised by a Dorinthea or you haven't played her in a while, she has the ability to just run away with the game because you don't expect what is coming.
Oh no, and I think Michel is looking at the Sync and Command and Conquer in his hand and thinking about that line of play that we mentioned here. Jagged Edge can be the difference maker. Once again, being drawn at the exact right moment for Laerte here, and possibly propping our Dorinthea player here to a spot in top 8 of Calling São Paulo.
When was the last time you saw Dorinthea in top 8?
At LA. Brings good memories.
Yeah, brings great memories, doesn't it, Filipe?
Brings great memories.
Shout out to Maximilian Klein, who was one of those Dorinthea players in top 8 at during the heavy hitter meta at Pro Tour Los Angeles. I've got a bone to pick with him, though, because I was the first person he slaughtered at Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're the first victim of Dory.
Yes, for a long time.
Hatchet Dory.
For a long time, my Discord name was Maximilian Klein's first victim.
That's funny.
But we're not talking about hatchets here. This is the much more flashy version of Dorinthea Ironsong. This is Dawnblade Dorinthea, who doesn't like to play face up. No axes here, no indeed. It's just that Quicksilver blade that is constantly swinging this way and that, making its opponents try to guess their way out of these blocking situations. And right now, he takes a sip of water, sits back, and lets his opponent agonize.
And trying to keep his poker face on, trying to not let anything out that he has the trump card, that the best card he could possibly have on hand, while Michel struggles to decide his blocks. The tension is on an all-time high right here, right now, Bryce.
My head is in my hands. I'm so stressed out for Michel right now, but I just don't see a way out of it for him. Even if he throws his entire hand out here and does survive this turn, I just don't see a way where he gets there in the end. I mean, Laerte is going to have all of the tempo at this point.
And with the Downblade on 3 counters, it's always threatening. I think Michel is lining up the Command and Conquer.
Fiendo Spring Tunic as well.
And he puts the Fiendo Spring Tunic there. That's a very, very heads-up play by our Enigma player here.
He says no further blocks. It's over to Laerte to show his hand. It's Glint the Quicksilver. He's going to draw a card off of this and give go again to this Dawnblade, but it needs to hit in order for him to be able to swing in a second time, which means that this Jagged Edge must be deployed here. It's also a Twinning Blade.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, he can do the sidestep here if he wants, but is it even necessary? The Jagged Edge is probably going to be enough to do, but like Dorinthea has all the tools here to go as wide as she wants.
Oh my God, everything is lining up perfectly for Laerte. He deploys the Jagged Edge, rendering the Mirror Guy not possible to block here this turn. The very, very heads-up play. I want to point out the very heads-up play by Michel to throw the Fiendo Spring Tunic in front of the Downblade as well, because now that pumped by Jagged Edge, Downblade is coming for 12, so he's blocking already for 4. Deploying the Sync, he'll block for 8, so only 4 damage is gonna pass, so he's not that on this attack yet, but Dawnblade will be able to swing again.
And it's going to come in for 6 on that next chain link if indeed Laerte decides to pitch that Twinning Blade and send another Dawnblade. Michel is in the tank here. He still has quick dodge flexors at his disposal, but it's just not going to be enough to block out this attack. It is a foregone conclusion that this Dawnblade is hitting and slicing right through that incredibly powerful Manifestations of Miragai. No ward protection there.
And Michel right now knows that there's another swing coming, so he needs to sink that drop in the ocean to try and find a blocking card to be able to at least survive this turn.
Oh, and Sink Below is out on the combat chain, but only blocking 8 on 12 is Michel. Verissimo, his entire tournament is on the line here. And there's just not enough blocks in hand. No defense reaction. In fact, he sunk the Phantasmaclasm and instead finds another cheat card. It's 2 non-blocks in hand at this point.
I believe he was trying to fish for another D-React to be able to fully block the 12 damage from Downblade, but he shows the Transcend cards. He's Transcending, giving -1 for the Downblade. Downblade is down to 11.
It's still 11 on 8 right now, and the Manifestations of Miragai is going to provide no protection whatsoever. Dorinthea Ironsong doing the impossible, disposing of Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. The quick dodge flexors come out of the boot slot, paid for by an Inner Chi, blocking an additional 2. So it's 10 on 11. 1 damage leaks through and kills the Manifestations of Miragai, connecting with Michel Verissimo and allowing Laerte to swing that huge Dawnblade one more time.
What a spectacular turn of events on this game right now, and he pitches the Twinning Blade to be able to attack, to make a Vigor token first with the chest piece and swing of Downblade again, and Michel extends the hand in defeat, and we have a Dorinthea Downblade on top 8 here at Calling São Paulo.
Warrior players rise up. Dorinthea Ironsong has taken down the baddie of MST, Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, the one that we thought for sure was going to be gatekeeping all of these Dorintheas all day long, because they're here and they are fighting for their tournament lives, and boy, howdy, has he done it.
Oh my God, what a game, Bryce. Laerte had all the answers at this exact right times to fight those mirror guys, and those jagged edges were perfect counters for that in the game. Twice in the game, Michel was able to deploy the mirror guy, and twice in the game, Laerte was able to come back with the jagged edge waiting to strike.
Dude, I don't know if I want to cover any tournament ever again. Brazil has just reached a new pinnacle of Flesh and Blood coverage. This has been absolutely outstanding. Earlier on, just yesterday, I was thinking that Count Your Blessings was the best card in Dorinthea Ironsong. Now it's Jagged Edge.
Yeah, who would have guessed? Like Jagged Edge, Dorinthea, Count Your Blessings, Dorinthea. We have seen all kinds of. I want to see a Hatches Dory. Dude, do we have one for next round?
Regardless of your flavor, bottom line, Dorinthea Ironsong is back. Sift through all of your Welcome to Wraith, put together Dorinthea, and take her to a tournament, because Warriors are back, baby.
Oh my God, what a game.
We're going to have to
take
a breath after that, but first we, of course, have to talk about what is new. We've been talking about what is old, it's Dorinthea Ironsong, but what is coming on the horizon of the sea, of course. It's High Seas, the world premiere at World Tour Taipei, May 23rd to May 25th in 2025. Yes, sir, there's going to be a lot of Flesh and Blood action coming your way. Get your Fabled event package now. Over 50% of them are gone, so you better go to fabtcg.com/events and secure yours today. You're going to get 4 event vouchers, a Fabled, a Silver, and 2 Bronze, so that you can play in the Calling and a bunch of side events. If that is not your speed, if you would rather not participate in the Calling, that's okay. We still want you there. You can get the Go Again event package, which includes everything from the Fabled package minus that Fabled event voucher. You still get that beautiful treasure map playmat, also a gold token, new, might I add, and in cold foil, and 1 of 3 promos, 1 for each of the classes that are on display in the newest set, High Seas. You can also get a world premiere event package, which is over 60% sold, going very fast, folks, which will include a world premiere entry voucher, a Treasure Island playmat, and also a Marvel cold foil Treasure Island promo. If you're going to be playing this macro, I guarantee it, at the world premiere, so you might as well do it in style.
Let's venture to the Treasure Island. I can't wait.
Don't forget, there's also a treasure pack on offer with this world premiere event package, so get yours and find yourself some cold foils. There are 3 brand new heroes to the Flesh and Blood universe and also 2 brand new classes. If you participate in the calling, you can get 1 of 3 rainbow foil promos for each of those heroes. Which one do you want, Felipe? I already know the answer.
You know, right? Gravy Bones.
It's
I
gotta be Gravy
want to
Bones.
play Necromancer so much, man.
You know, I would be pretty happy with the Gravy Bones promo as well, but I would be okay with Marlin, my newest Ranger love. You can also, if you participate in the Battle Hardened, get a 3-card promo pack, with a bunch of the new Pirate Necromancer cards. We got Hoist Him Up, Paddle Faster, and Board the Ship, which I would have to imagine are going to be pretty instrumental in that brand new hero. Also, the Year of the Snake package is over 80% sold, folks. This one is going very fast. Get your hands on yours now. You get an exclusive display case, a Slither playmat, and also a full playset of a brand new alternate art Snatch featuring, of course, new Alluring Desire. Don't forget, there's also a Japanese box of Part the Mistveil, and that rounds out the Year of the Snake package. You had better get your hands on one now.
Oh my God.
We're going to have to take a little bit longer of a break after that. I feel like I expended just about every calorie in my body calling that game because it was just so freaking exciting. Yeah. So we're going to consume a little bit of delicious sandwiches, and then we will be back with more Flesh and Blood, more big surprises, more of the best trading card game in the world after this.
Ayrton. Let's do the Ayrton.
Ayrton. We'll be right back. Dawnblade swung not alone, but with all warriors, sympathizers behind it. Rise up, you Josh Laus, you Maximilian Kleins, yeah, you Mitch Leslie's as well. You were swinging along with Laerte with that incredible piece of damage prevention on that last turn. Slicing through 2 mirror guys in one game. Brazil is still coming out swinging. Felipe, your kinsmen are showing us an amazing, amazing exhibition of what Flesh and Blood is like here in Brazil.
Thank you, Bryce. Yeah, I'm very, very happy that I've been able to be sitting on the booth here to showcase our community and our players. We had some amazing games going on here. I hope everybody at home likes them as well.
Honestly, at this point, I'm not even jealous of the players at this point. Like this is the seat that I want to be in.
Yeah.
With all over 2,000 of you tuning in to the Calling in São Paulo. Thank you so much to our rabid Flesh and Blood audience for consuming this content and watching some incredible games to boot. We got another one locked and loaded for you. The stakes are a little bit different here. Our top 8 is absolutely 100% locked at Calling São Paulo, but that doesn't mean that this next match doesn't matter. Why? Number 1, because seeding is still on the line. Number 2, it's another Michael Hamilton game, and he's versus a Brazilian, so we've got a foreign contender versus a homebody, and then we've also got a rematch from the finals of Calling Kobe last weekend. That's right, it's Florian Rotwood Harbinger versus New Alluring Desire. We saw, oh my goodness, Jacob Clemens fall to the hand of Tatsuya on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. It seemed kind of like a foregone conclusion based on the way the game started and how fast the decomposes came across. But let's see if our first ever Flesh and Blood World Champion has what it takes to take down the plethora of rune chants that are going to be coming his way. We're leading off with Tsutomu Matsumoto resolving an Arcane Seed's life, creating 2 rune chant tokens and gaining 1 life on his first turn of the game. Both players are X2 and having an absolute blast here at Calling São Paulo. It's a truce as the follow-up as Tsutomu arsenals and passes on over to Michael.
So Tsutomu, speaking of tokens, Tsutomu made 2 tokens in the first turn of the game, and he's a very well-known designer of tokens and other things Flesh and Blood related. He does hero posters as well. He does some very nice art designs for the game. He's a truly enthusiast of all things Flesh and Blood, so it's really nice to see him doing so well at this event here, Calling São Paulo. Already locked for top 8, I believe. So those all of our players arriving at the last round are already locked for top 8. So it's really, really nice to see him doing well. I'm really happy to see him playing on the biggest stage here and facing none other than Michael Hamilton himself, one of the best players in the world. Already gave us a masterpiece here on the first round of day 2, playing new to a very, very high level. It's always nice to see Michael on camera.
It does seem that Michael Hamilton passed into that truce, which means that both of these players should have gained 3 life. I think we're waiting on a life total update from Tsutomu, which is why you see that Michael Hamilton is on 43 here. I'm so sorry, folks. He was under the effect of Reaping Blade, so he doesn't get that reciprocal effect. That truce kind of seeming like a little bit of a dead card there on turn 0, which is really the only spot you want to be playing it.
Exactly, but I think Tsutomu's hand didn't have anything else going on for it, so he decided to just deploy the truce and stop Michael from giving Michael a little bit of incentive to not do anything on his turn, which was what Michael did, and just gained the life.
After a Command and Conquer with 2 rune chants, no damage is conferred on the side of Michael Hamilton. The follow-up is a Persuasive Prognosis. He still sits at 43 to Tsutomu's 41. Tsutomu does now have 3 cards in the graveyard, but alas, only 1 of them is Earth, so no decomposed targets as of yet. But I suspect that will change very soon. He's holding on to a couple Earth cards there. He's got a Rootbound Carapace to do a little bit of defense reaction action along with a Sink Below. But again, no decompose can happen here. Looks like the Rootbound Carapace is just going to come across in the reaction step. No decompose here. Tsutomu is just happy to put another Earth card in the bin, and no attack reactions coming out of the side of Michael Hamilton. Tunic is still not online for him, and he's got 1 card in Arsenal. Back over to Tsutomu, resolving yet another Arcane Seed's life. Gaining life this time thanks to the fact that he is below Michael Hamilton in life, so that Reaping Blade will not be an issue here. 2 rune chants, followed up by the weakest link. 2 rune chants and 6 power.
We see here Tsutomu starting slow to decompose. He wasn't able to decompose on the D-react from the last turn. So what, as happens with all Florian games, really important thing to look for in the beginning of this matchup is how fast can Florian decompose. Oh my God, are you seeing what I'm seeing in Michael's hand right now, Bryce?
I sure am, but I also see that those two Justinics, which could be paired with the Bonds of Agony from him, are going straight to the pitch zone, potentially to block out these rune chants, which is a very curious thing. Maybe Michael Hamilton thinks that if he were to accept damage from this weakest link, then he simply wouldn't have the information hidden well enough to deploy the Bonds of Agony plus the Justinic. He's also potentially setting up a really nasty pitch stack for the end of this game, because you know we're going to get there.
From what we saw last week at Kobe, we know that this game is going to go long. So we can see Michael already stacking two Justinics together with these Bonds of Agony to be drawn at the end of the game, possibly on the second cycle. So Michael is setting up big turns at the end of the game.
Really impressive stuff from our first world champion. We'll see if Tsutomu is able to catch that cheeky little bit of pitch stacking. The block here is Canopy Shelter on the the Beckoning Mistblade, which means that there are ever more Earth cards that Tsutomu can target in his graveyard. We're resolving our first Felling of the Crown of the game and decomposing all, like 3 Earth cards straight out of the graveyard. Tsutomu wants to decompose fast, and he wants to get online as soon as humanly possible. For now, unfortunately, because it's just the first decompose of the game, Felling of the Crown is only going to be coming in for 5, but Michael Hamilton will indeed need to bottom one of those cards and potentially mess up that pitch stack that he's been painstakingly setting up.
Even if it's not stacked together, the fact that he will have access to those powerful cards at second cycle is what Michael was going for here. And it's very interesting to see this play from Michael, because he could have deployed here on the first cycle on this turn instead of pitching and blocking with it, but he's valuing having powerful cards on the second cycle. So very interesting to see Michael Hamilton playing here.
And another super powerful card gets added to that pitch stack. It was a Venomous Bite that goes down to the bottom. So right now, Michael Hamilton could end up in the same hand with a Bonds of Agony, 2 Justinics, and a Venomous Bite. This could be devastating for Tsutomu on second cycle.
Yeah, and we see Michael blocking the rest of the Felling of the Crown here and just swinging with the Beckoning Mistblade for 1.
And another block from Tsutomu is bought here. It's a Battlefront Bastion, so blocking 2 on the physical and preventing 1 on the back end, as the follow-up is the weakest link from Michael Hamilton. 39 plays 42 in the favor of our Florian player on the right side of your screen, who is checking his graveyard and confirming that he has enough targets for a decompose.
Tsutomu gets on the tank. He has 2 blues plus a Rootbound Carapace, yellow, I believe, to block this weakest link.
Oh, it's red.
Oh, but he has his Sink Below from Arsenal.
Which means that one of those Trot-alongs is destined for the bottom of the deck. Didn't quite catch what the draw was, but 1 damage comes across thanks to the Sink Below and also the 1 damage prevention still floating from that Battlefront Bastion. That being said, Michael Hamilton has all the information he needs for Tsutomu's next turn, but also it's definitely less valuable for an assassin to know what a Runeblade is doing than it is for a Runeblade to know what an assassin is doing.
Most of the Runeblade's plays are mostly face up. They don't have that many reactions. So yeah, I would say I would rather, if you give me the option, Bryce, I would have rather know what the assassin is holding than the Runeblade is holding.
We saw Michael Hamilton drawing defense reactions at all the right times during his Aurora game, but now he has drawn at least 3, potentially with 1 in the arsenal, facing down a Command and Conquer. This is exactly the punishing play that Tsutomu needs in the early game to prevent Michael Hamilton from doing any disruption or damage, really, during his turns.
Michael is facing a very difficult situation here because he could block with the other 2 cards he has in hand, but then he would be left with 2 defense reactions and just the Arsenal card that I didn't quite catch what it is, but it would not be an impressive turn coming back after this Command and Conquer if he do decide to block with these 2 remaining cards.
And it is even trickier because he's only brought 1 knife to this fight. The Beckoning Mistblade is partnered with an Arcane Lantern, which cannot be swung. It can only be pitched to in order to prevent arcane damage. So it's going to be even harder to filter out all of these defense reactions if Michael doesn't want to keep them for the next turn. Right now, it's still 6 physical coming our way from Comandario Conquistare.
Comandar and Conquistar.
Purring our way through turn 3 at round 12 of Calling São Paulo is myself, Bryce Platz, and Filipe Lima Cardoso. So happy to have you all here. Looks like Michael has found a way to convert this hand, despite the fact that it was a little bit clunky facing down a Command and Conquer. It's both blocks from the Misveil Commons, a Rousing Wave, and Undertow Stilettos, along with the one attack he had in hand, which was, of course, Art of Desire Body. So all of that damage is shored up, of course, also thanks to the discard from Shelter from the Storm, which is not really how you want to be using that card, but in the case of a real clunker like Michael had, it's the best you can do. Here comes Beckoning Mistblade.
I didn't catch. He actually had 3 defense reactions in his hand, so
yes.
it's clunkier than I thought at first.
It was really clunky.
I didn't catch that all you got sitting together with the Shelter plus the Sink. So he just swings with Mistblade and passes with one of those defense reactions is still in hand, namely the Sink.
Really makes me wonder if that is also what is sitting in Arsenal. Tsutomu looks like he wants to respond with the second Felling of the Crown of the day. It's not that great because he is having to pitch 3 red cards out of his hand in order to get it there, but luckily the last card pitch was a blue, so perhaps not going to be a real clunker in second cycle when he draws it back up. He's also sending a Swarming Gloomveil to the bottom of the deck, which is one of those pieces that really helps Florian close out games by going a couple links wide. For now, it's Felling of the Crown, this time for 8, thanks to 2 decomposes this game, and also a little bit of disruption for our first world champion.
Michael's considering sending the Codex to the bottom with the ability from Felling of the Crown, setting up yet another very powerful effect for second cycle, or maybe not. Maybe he's thinking about another option. Let's see what he decides upon.
It's important to mention here, folks, that the last time we saw Michael on stream was for the first match of the Calling Day 2, and at that point, he was the only undefeated at the end of that round. Since then, he has fallen from grace a little bit. He is locked for top 8, so it's not all bad, but he has been taking his beatings. He is X2 now, which means that since we saw him last, he has been doing nothing but losing. Right now, he's blocking 7 on 8 from this Felling of the Crown, taking 1, descending on down to 38 at a 3-life deficit to Tsutomu Matsumoto on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. The follow-up is Leave No Witnesses.
He did indeed send the Codex to the bottom, and now he's sending the Leave No Witnesses here for 4, threatening the Arsenal with a 4-power breakpoint attack.
Tsutomu is looking through the graveyard. That is not his hand. Probably confirming that he has decomposed targets because we know that the Arsenal was Rootbound Carapace, and unfortunately, so does Michael Hamilton, I believe, because he saw it off of a Leave No Witnesses hit. Unless I'm mistaken, did that get deployed earlier? I think it's still sitting there, the Rootbound Carapace. I still think
it's the Rootbound Carapace, yeah.
It is curious then that Tsutomu doesn't decide to go for it there. Maybe he didn't have enough decomposed targets and he would rather wait until he can do 3 Earth cards rather than 2 so that he can get online with the next decompose. For now, he blocked with 2 cards on that Leave No Witnesses and is sending it an Enlightened Strike for 7.
I believe that's exactly why he didn't deploy the Rootbound Carapace there, because he blocked with 2 Earth cards, Fruits of the Forest and Germinate. So now that Rootbound Carapace will be able to block with 3 Earth cards, decomposing, activating Florian's hero ability.
Michael Hamilton smells blood. He takes all 7 on that Enlightened Strike, descending down to 31, giving himself a 10-life deficit to Tsutomu. The first action here is a Beckoning Mistblade, probably trying to make that connect so that it can power up that Levels of Enlightenment, but Tsutomu says absolutely not. I will block with this Grasp of the Arcanite. And the Arsenal comes out to play. It's another Levels of Enlightenment, which means that Michael is drawing a card. Does he have a... He drew a card.
He has a Hiss in hand to
He does have a Hiss.
Go again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was looking for the Path Well Traveled, which would be the nuts answer right here. But instead, my co-caster is right. It is a Hiss, and because there is a blue in the pitch zone, not only will this Levels of Enlightenment get +3, it'll also put a Slither in Michael Hamilton's hand, which he can now play as a reaction to give Levels of Enlightenment go again.
Notably, he has another Levels of Enlightenment sitting in hand, ready to be deployed for go again and draw a card, probably.
And 3 damage comes across on Tsutomu Matsumoto. Another Levels of Enlightenment comes out of the hand of Michael Hamilton. This time he can choose 2 modes because 2 blue cards are in the pitch. He draws a card and go again. 3 damage is sitting on the combat chain. Tsutomu is not afraid. He says, absolutely, I will take that damage down to 35, and he may be punished here because I think, yep, it's a Comandario Conquistar in the hand of Michael Hamilton, and that threatens to punish Tsutomu for sitting on that Rootbound Carapace for so long. Bottom line, it means that it's going to be really hard for him to decompose that final time this turn.
That was such a good draw for Michael from these last levels. drawing up the Command and Conquer to close the combat, to finish off the combat chain. But Tsutomu has the very good answer here with the Face Purgatory to block it completely and make Michael discard his last card that was destined to the arsenal.
Tsutomu with an excellent block there with Face Purgatory. Because he blocked with Face Purgatory an attack action card and a non-attack action card, Michael Hamilton is forced to discard a card, and Tsutomu, in his own right, gets to draw a card. Right now, it's a red and a blue going into the pitch. He's got to poison the well just in case there's some Count Your Blessings shenanigans going on, but I think at this point we know that Michael Hamilton is not on that particular list. Right now, it's just going to be a Grasp of the Arknight into Reaping Blade, something that Tsutomu could have had powered up with extra rune chance this turn if he had deployed the Rootbound Carapace earlier on in that combat chain.
Exactly. He must have been feeling bad about it, because if he had deployed the defense reaction, he could be able to do this activation of Grasp plus Ripping Blade, only pitching the blue and generating one more rune enchant because Florian would be active, and able to arsenal that channel, the Alien tree, that he needed to overpitch just to not take an IP, just to not have a one card hand at the end of his turn.
And we see just how annoying that split damage is. Sure, there was 4 total represented, but Michael Hamilton, despite having a Fate Foreseen in hand, was forced to take 1 because 1 of that 4 damage was coming in the form of a rune chant. So Florian's showing exactly why he is so pesky in the late game. Right now, it's a Beckoning Mistblade blocked by a Fruits of the Forest, followed up by a Sigil of Solace for Michael Hamilton. He goes up to 33 here, plays 35 against Tsutomu Matsumoto, who maintains a lead of 2 life. Pitching a blue is Tsutomu, making another rune chant and swinging the Reaping Blade once. Oh, excuse me, Weakest Link. It's even better.
Tsutomu is interestingly here valuing having the ability to count on a defense reaction in Arsenal in case Michael has any attack reaction shenanigans. So he's valuing that over decomposing as fast as possible. So now he is not playing as value-wise as he could have been playing, but he's valuing saving this defense reaction to be played on the perfect moment.
So, folks, that is 2 turns now where Tsutomu could have been online with 8 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, and he's going to get punished even a little further because... okay, Michael Hamilton was showing those cards not because the Weakest Link hit, but because he was blocking. Tsutomu is going to be punished even a little bit more because Michael Hamilton is about to send yet another CNC. He's going to show us the arsenal. It's Pain in the Backside, a card that we didn't see him deploy against Aurora Shooting Star. And here comes the Decompose. Finally, Tsutomu is going to decompose with a Rootbound Carapace, but it's instead of the red one in Arsenal, it's a yellow from the hand. So blocking out that Pain in the Backside, only to see a CNC on the follow-up. But Tsutomu has plenty of cards in hand. If he's able to keep a blue, oh, that doesn't exist, unfortunately. He would have been able to create his first 2 rune chants of the game.
And the fact that the last card in his hand is a Sync that would possibly be able to fix his hand for the next turn, he can't play that on the Command and Conquer. One thing that he could have done differently this turn, it was defend that first Chain Link on the Pain of the Backside with the Rootbound Carapace from his arsenal to be able to not be disrupted by a possible Command and Conquer or Leave No Witness follow-up by Michael here. But since he did defend with one from his hand, now he finds himself in a kind of an awkward situation here, having to give the other 2 cards of his hand, Weakest Link and Enlightened Strike, just to not lose the value of losing his defense reaction in Arsenal.
Which probably means that going to the bottom of the deck in the pitch zone is going to be that Sink below just to swing a Reaping Blade. I have to wonder how much these defense reactions are going to be relevant second cycle, especially given that Michael Hamilton is setting up such a nasty Venomous Strike to Justinic and Bonds of Agony turn. Will Tsutomu be able to find like the Shelter from a Storm and Sink below that are going to the bottom of his deck right now when it really counts? And
Michael just stopped and thought a little bit about maybe giving up his Arousing Wave here to pump CNC by 1, but he decided to not do it, valuing having the threat of Arousing Wave present for the rest of the game more than just destroying the arsenal right now.
And if the threat of Arousing Wave is scary enough, the Earth Hero has kind of the opposite. He's got well grounded in the foot slot, which is essentially, as long as it's up, the counterpoint to Arousing Wave. At any point, now that there are more than 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, Tsutomu can pop those well grounded and just say, yeah, I'll trade an equipment piece with you.
And that is so important for Florian players to have, because you can simply counter and not be threatened by the equipment suite of the new player.
Now, this should be the last Command and Conquer out of Michael Hamilton's deck. It should be the 4th resolved this game, because one of them was bought off of a Codex of Frailty. We'll have to see if I'm 100% sure on my math here, but right now Tsutomu is blocking just with one card, the Floating Prevention on Battlefront Bastion and the Well-Grounded, which means that if Michael Hamilton had extra pitch, he could have sent that Arousing Wave, but it was all face up. There was no Tunic counter, there was no extra in the pitch, so Tsutomu had the green light to block it out exactly the most efficient way. And here comes another Command and Conquer on the Florian side of the board.
And now forget everything we were talking about before.
I said so many words, Filipe.
Yeah, we were talking so much about the equipment canceling each other, but then Tsutomu just used his equipment, and now Arousing Wave comes back being a huge threat for Tsutomu for the rest of the game.
Right now, the threat is on Michael Hamilton as a Comandario Conquistar is on the combat chain, and he seems to be lining up 2 cards for the block. It's a Siren's Call, which is normally the linchpin in these new Alluring Desire decks. People talk so much about the efficacy of that card, but you know, Tsutomu has drawn some all-red hands, and I think even at Calling Kobe, we saw one completely whiff against a Florian, who is a deck that you can almost assuredly rely on Siren's Call hitting.
Siren's Call can be such a devastating card, but when it whiffs, it's also devastating for the new player that was counting on that card draw and disruption that Siren's Call would bring. So it's a very, very swingy card.
Back over to Michael Hamilton, 32, plays 35. We are, what is that, 20 minutes into this round 12, and the life totals still have not descended below 30. I guess they did for one moment, and then Michael resolved the sigil and got right back up. So right now it's very, very grindy. Both players just kind of positioning for the late game, and that is going to be where it really counts. And that's when we're also going to start seeing life totals being chunked away.
And here we see an interesting decision by Michael. I'm not entirely sure what he has on Arsenal, but he just swung with the Beckoning Mistblade and kept the Codex in his hand for the next turn, decided not to use and just passed the turn.
Tsutomu is punishing that patient play. It's channel the Millennium Tree, create 2 rune chants off of Grasp of the Arknight. Now that he is indeed online, his hero has text, so it's 2 rune chants instead of 1 thanks to the Grasp of the Arknight, and then it's Reaping Blade, which means that the first rune chant here is going to be amped by 3 thanks to the tree on board, and also it's going to stick around thanks to the earth card in the pitch zone. So it's going to be 4 arcane damage into 1 arcane damage into 3 physical. A very difficult block for any deck.
And here we start to see Florian's engine starting to pay off. The hero ability is turned on, channel the Millennium Tree is on the board, the rune chants are coming in for 4+1, and the Reaping Blade for 3. That's where the Florian wants to get into the game. And we see the arsenal from Michael. It was a Fate Foreseen that's blocking the Reaping Blade, but he already took 5 this turn from the rune chants.
So both players really punishing each other back and forth with all of those Command and Conquers when they're just sitting on defense reactions for so many turns. And then when Michael finally deploys it, it's on a Reaping Blade, so it doesn't even get full value anyway.
Exactly, and it's very interesting to see how the 2 players have been toying with each other around, threatening each other's arsenals, and then Tsutomu do the first big move in the game by playing the Channel the Millennium Tree and forcing some arcane damage on Michael.
Like 2 veteran boxers, they are just circling the ring, trying to find the weak points, the chinks in each other's armor, where you can really drive the dagger in. At least if you're on the assassin side of the board, it's a little bit bigger than a dagger on the rune blade side.
Michael starts his turn here with a pain in the backside, threatening to do 1 more damage with the Beckoning Mistblade.
Ooh, and Canopy Shelter is in the hand of Tsutomu Matsumoto. He really wants to block out this pain in the backside. And he finally deploys the Rootbound Carapace from Arsenal, decomposing here in order to give +1 defensive value to this card. But it doesn't really matter here because pain in the backside is only coming in for 3. Tsutomu is just moving earth cards from the graveyard, tilling the soil into the banished zone. But it is going to shore up all of this damage as Michael Hamilton overpitches for a Beckoning Mistblade.
And very interestingly here, Tsutomu decides to deploy the defense reaction that was in Arsenal the turn Michael has the Codex. And Michael pitched 2 cards to to attack with the Beckoning Mistblade, signaling that he can indeed play the Codex as the last card, fetch a Command and Conquer, and throw yet another Command and Conquer this game.
But I think this could play into the Earth player's favor because I think there's a felling of the crown still in that graveyard. I mean, it's such a scary thing. I think of, when I'm playing Ranger against Guardian, for example. I've had an instance where I've given a Bravo player back a Crippling Crush, and then they throw it at me, 2 turns later because they can block well. They can just sit on that arsenal for a while, and then I ultimately get punished by that Codex in the end.
That's how Codex can be punished when you play against heroes that have very, very powerful attacks, such as Felling of the Crown. It's never good to give your opponent another Felling of the Crown, so Michael may see that Felling coming back. Oh, and here we see the block for 6 with the help of Barkskin of the Millennium Tree.
And that is the perfect answer here. 1 piece of equipment and 1 card to block one of the most terrifying cards in Flesh and Blood. Tsutomu is feeling A-okay, especially because the Channel of the Millennium Tree is still up, and he's got the resources in hand to just generate 2 Rune Chant tokens and come in with the Reaping Blade. Oh, but it might be a little bit different here. Forget what I said. It's Bramble Spark fused with the Canopy Shelter in hand, and then Felling of the Crown. Sure, it's getting discounted a little bit by that Frailty token, but I love this play from Tsutomu because that Bramble Spark is going to get amped up by the Channel of the Millennium Tree. Leaving absolutely no value on the table is Tsutomu Matsumoto here.
It's the perfect set of events for Tsutomu here. Having the Felling of the Crown and being able to combine that with the Bramble Spark and the Channel of the Millennium Tree, that's going to pump the arcane damage from the non-attack action. It's the perfect chain of events for Tsutomu here.
Some folks say that Codex of Frailty is worth 1 gazillion value, but here, I think Tsutomu is really coming out the victor off of that Codex.
It seems to me Tsutomu even deployed the defense reaction from the arsenal on purpose, expecting the Codex, because this is like the perfect chain of events for him.
An incredible, incredible play, if indeed that was the way Tsutomu was thinking about this. And he is being rewarded in droves as Michael Hamilton descends on down to 17. He is near at half of Tsutomu's life total, and the value engine from Florian has only just gotten underway.
It's been online for 2 turns, and we have already seen Tsutomu do 2 very, very powerful turns. First with the Channel of the Millennium Tree. I'm amping up the Rune Chants that swung with the Reaping Blade, and after pumping up the arcane damage done by Bramble Spark that preceded the very, very powerful Felling of the Crown that he picked back from his graveyard with the help of Codex by Michael.
Okay, wow. First double transcend turn of the game for New Alluring Desire, and they're good ones. It's Grain that tips the scale and Path Well Traveled to get this Art of Desire body +1 and go again. Also 2 Inner Chi for Michael Hamilton, and it's the first activation of Mask of Recurring Nightmares, forcing Tsutomu at reaction speed to banish a card from hand. Tsutomu says, this Shelter from the Storm, yeah, it's an $80 card, but I don't really need it right now because you haven't been swinging all that much. I'm just going to use my other reaction in hand.
My 50-cent reaction.
Sometimes 50 cents beats $80, folks. You heard it here first from Filipe Lima Cardoso.
I would have done it the other way just to make sure I'm enjoying every single dime I'm spending on the game. Really well spent, by the way, because Shelter is such a great card.
Yes, absolutely. Shrugged off is the damage here by Art of Desire body. Besides the activation of Mask of Returning Nightmares, Michael Hamilton has also resolved New Alluring Desire's hero ability with that other Inner Chi in hand, and only 2 playables are in Tsutomu's Banish Zone. Michael decides, I do not want to deploy them here because I'd rather save them for as big of a turn as I can possibly muster later in the game.
Tsutomu back here with the action, activating the Grasp of Arcanite and swinging with Reaping Blade.
All of a sudden, every single blue in Tsutomu Matsumoto's deck is valued at 5. 2 Rune Chants plus 3 physical off of Reaping Blade. It's important to mention, too, that Tsutomu has done a fantastic job of not decomposing useful blues for Michael Hamilton all game long. Like, we saw him block with plenty of blues early on when he wanted to get that Rootbound Carapace online and get his last decompose. But when the time came to actually deploy it, he did not choose the blue Fruits of the Forest. He did not choose the blue Autumn's Touches. He chose useless cards for Michael Hamilton.
I believe he decomposed the Arcane Seeds life that he played. I think he played twice of that, and he decomposed Felling of the Crown that he played previously. So yeah, Tsutomu is really trying to play around Nu's hero ability.
Tsutomu Matsumoto looking indomitable against our first Flesh and Blood world champion. Beckoning Mistblade has connected. Tsutomu descends down to 26 to Michael Hamilton's 16. And the follow-up is Art of Desire Mine, which has +1 in Go Again thanks to the Beckoning Mistblade. It's 2 Go Again on hit, banish the top card of Tsutomu's deck, and if it's blue, draw a card, gain a life. Tsutomu says no blocks. He is not afraid of this 2 damage. Michael Hamilton in the tank. He says A-OK. Descending down to 24 is Tsutomu, banishing the top card of his deck. It is not blue. It's an Enlightened Strike, which is very, very red. Michael Hamilton is going to get another Transcend this turn, though. It's Preserve Tradition. He is looking for something that he wants to put back on the bottom of the deck. It's a Levels of Enlightenment, which I think is recalling São Paulo, the other completely brand new and from your home country. But Tsutomu is looking so good right now.
Yeah, he is. I think he has a little bit of advantage right now, being able to activate Florian's hero ability and have back-to-back very powerful turns with the help of Felling of the Crown. That was brought back to his arsenal by Michael's own Codex of Frailty. He has bought himself a lot of difference in the life totals, and here he's on the lead, and I think he will try to push it to finish the game before Michael can find those cards he pitched together at the beginning of the game, the 2 Justinix and the Bonds of Agony.
Very, very stellar play coming out of both of these players, and I've heard that we are A-OK to proceed back down into the match area. Fruits of the Forest is still on the combat chain here. Michael Hamilton counting up the massive deck of the Florian player. I don't think you're going to be able to fatigue this Rune Blade, my friend. It's not Aurora anymore.
Very heads-up play by Michael. You see, it's still turn 13 in the game. The game is already progressing very steadily, but Michael is already thinking about the possibility of getting to a fatigue state at the end of the game, so he's already worrying about card counts in both players' decks.
It's a 1-card block for Tsutomu Matsumoto, which means he takes 2 damage there. He's at 22 versus Michael Hamilton's 16. Tsutomu begins the turn by pitching a blue, probably to generate 2 Rune Chant tokens, and there they are, followed up by a Swarming Gloomveil. This is going to be a bread and butter 3 combat chain link wide chain for Florian Rotwood Harbinger. It's 4 Go Again, thanks to the fact that Grasp of the Arcanine is now generating 2 Rune Chants instead of 1, which means that 2 modes of this very powerful card from Everfest are active. 4 Go Again with 2 Arcane on the back.
The Swarming Gloomveil is such a good card in Florian, especially after Florian's ability is already on. Being able to make 2 Rune Chants and swing for 4 Go Again and being able to follow that up with Ripping Blade or something else that he has on Arsenal or in hand and being able to extend Florian's hand when he wants to be pushing some damage is a really, really powerful ability. So it's a really, really strong card on Florian.
It's looking super good for Tsutomu here, but it's not all bad for Michael Hamilton. He finally gets to deploy a Sink Below on a 4-power attack rather than just the Reaping Blade. So regaining a little bit of value there. And Tsutomu finishes up with an Arcane Seed's life. He's going to gain 1 life, and instead of only generating 2 Rune Chant tokens, it's going to be 4, thanks to the fact that he has turned on Florian's really difficult hero ability.
Unfortunately, he's not getting the life because of Reaping Blade. He's leading on the lead on the life totals, but it's still making 4 Rune Chants, still a 0 for 4, a really, really powerful card, especially after Florian is turned on.
Tsutomu is still really, really happy there. All Hamilton is able to do is draw up and pass back. Life totals have not changed there because blocks were good. Tsutomu, 22. Michael Hamilton, 16. And Tsutomu has all the space in the world to deploy another Channel the Millennium Tree. It's important to say here, when we last saw Hamilton on stream against Aurora, he had some really lucky random banishes early in the game. He was banishing Arc Lightnings, Channel Lightning Valleys, this way and that, also hitting Arc Lightnings with CNCs, and that's ultimately what made Alex Chitu lose the game. He just didn't have the important combo pieces that he needed. In this case, all of the banishes that Michael has hit, he's either missed on New Alluring Desire's hero ability activation, or they just remain in the deck. So Tsutomu is only on his 2nd Channel the Millennium Tree, which is going to stick around thanks to that Earth card in the pitch, and there is more amp to come.
And as Michael's life total dwindles down to close to single digits, those Channel the Millennium Trees become ever so more important, because being able to throw unpreventable arcane damage is a very real path to win for Florian here.
So Michael should be down to 8 here. Yep, okay, he accepted all of that damage. Tsutomu is updating the life total there, which means that it's 8 plays 22. Michael Hamilton very quickly showed a Siren's Call and then said, you didn't see that, Tsutomu. You didn't see that at all. Tsutomu discards a Shelter from the Storm, preventing 3 instances of 1, that is. In reactions, yeah, Tsutomu didn't, in fact, see that Siren's Call because he was like, oh, yeah, I'm preventing 1 on this Beckoning Mistblade. And no, Michael Hamilton says, it's Siren's Call time. Do you have a blue in hand? Luckily here, he finds a blue Summer's Fall.
And we were talking about Siren's Call the other turn, how important it is to not miss. Michael draws yet another Siren's Call out of the first Siren's Call, and he has a Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and an Art of Desire Mine to follow up this Beckoning Mistblade attack.
Oh, Tsutomu being a gentleman and a sir, showing Michael Hamilton the hand once again, even though he had already pulled back and dis-revealed it. So Michael knows that there are no more blues to banish in that hand from Florian, so he decides not to deploy the second Siren's Call here, instead probably just saving it for Arsenal. For now, it's Art of Desire Mind, gonna allow a Transcend off of Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Michael finds a Justin Nick. Does that mean we've hit that pitch deck, Felipe? Or no, there's one more, right?
One, yeah. I think we haven't seen the third one yet, so here is the third one.
Could get deployed here. Michael has the choice to bottom or top either the Siren's Call or the Justin Nick. Looks like Siren's Call is going to the bottom of the deck here. Transcending, of course, turning that Rising Sun, Setting Moon into an Inner Chi, and it's an activation of Mask of Recurring Nightmares. It does seem, even though this turn isn't going to do a heck of a lot of damage, it will strip the hand of Tsutomu Matsumoto, and here comes Justin Nick to follow it up. So just when I say there's not going to be a lot of damage, it turns this Art of Desire Mine in from a 1 into a 6.
And it's such a very important turn for Michael to disrupt, because first he took the blue out of Tsutomu's hand, now he took another card besides the Shelter that Tsutomu already played, which means that Tsutomu will not be able to fully use the ability of Channel of the Millennium Tree, because he will not be able to, since he doesn't have another blue, as Michael has seen, he's not going to be able to activate Grasp and attack with Ripping Blade to threaten that Rune Chant for 4 with the help of the Channel of the Millennium Tree.
Ooh, boy, and the banishes go Michael Hamilton's way. The Justin Nick banishes a red, and then the Art of Desire Mine banishes a blue, which means that Michael Hamilton is able to draw a card, reset his arsenal, and also gain a little bit of life for his troubles. And mind you, the red that was banished was a Felling of the Crown, so that's another huge attack that Michael does not have to face down here. Tsutomu's response is a Plow Under for 6. Looks like he decides not to decompose here because Michael wait.
No, he decomposed. Michael already put the
he put it on the
bottom. Yep.
Okay. So he did indeed decompose. Plow Under plows that card from Michael Hamilton's hand, or excuse me, arsenal under, and looks like he has found himself a really menacing hand. It's a Hiss, a Justin Nick, a blue, and a Codex of Frailty. That being said, if you use a Codex of Frailty to find a 1-power attack, that pretty much telegraphs a Justin Nick.
And he's lining up that Justin Nick together with Hiss in order to block his Plow Under. Michael's probably doing the bread and butter swing with Mistblade with 1, Resource Floating, Codex for CNC, Tunic counter, CNC for 6.
It's going to be just a little more impotent than it otherwise would because Tsutomu, of course, no longer has an arsenal after that Plow Under was deployed. So if it is indeed CNC that comes out of the graveyard to play for Michael Hamilton, it'll probably be dismissed pretty easily. And Tsutomu might just put another Felling of the Crown in off of that Codex.
It makes me wonder if Michael wants to go for that play again, because the first time he did it, it didn't go out very well.
It really did not go well. Surely this time will be different, Felipe.
Let's see.
But it's just amazing that, like, Florian really seems to be the foil for New Alluring Desire. I kind of think that he's going to start gatekeeping her now that Viserai is off the table to gatekeep him. I mean, but Tsutomu goes for the block on the Blossoming Mistblade, which could really work in Michael's favor. That being said, Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is going to generate 2 embodiments of Earth rather than 1 now that the Florian Hero ability is online. So if Tsutomu has a 3-block non-attack action in his hand, he's going to be able to block with Barkskin of the Millennium Tree and 1 card from hand once again.
And let's see what he has. Does he have the non-attack? The Swarming Gloom Veil, a Shelter, and I quite didn't
I don't know what the
see
blue
the last
is.
one. Yeah.
But if he's forced to block with that blue, it's less than ideal for his turn, and I think that is exemplified by the fact that he chose a Plow Under rather than the Felling of the Crown.
Both players are counting cards in the deck. Tsutomu gets the Plow under and discards Swarming Gloom Veil. Here comes the Command and Conquer.
Tsutomu having a think here. He says take 6 and just send that Plow under right back into the graveyard from whence it came. This time, Michael really rewarded for that Codex play. Tsutomu down to 11 here to Michael Hamilton's 9. Still technically the leader in this match, but the life totals are getting ever closer, Filipe. We've got a match on our hands.
And suddenly, all the advantage that Tsutomu had built during the game is now off. The life totals are pretty close, 9 to 11. Tsutomu can only muster the bread and butter play of activate Grasp of the Arcanite and swing with Ripping Blade for 2. Michael is pretty happy to see that, and he will come back. Oh, he blocks with that all you got. That will not only block the Ripping Blade, but also draw a card because of the effect of the Frailty counter. So Michael is coming back with a full hand. Tsutomu at 11 life, exactly where the new player wants to be this late in the game.
And we've hit that pitch stack, Filipe. It's the Venomous Spite in the hand, as well as a Justinic, as well as Bonds of Agony. This is the power turn that Michael has been waiting since the early stages of this game to play. He set it up so painstakingly. Let's see if Tsutomu has what it takes to shrug it off. It's Beckoning Mistblade to start this off. It's a block from Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. I absolutely love this here because it's going to prevent a really powerful effect on that Beckoning Mistblade and also set Tsutomu up to block this Bonds of Agony so easily. It's Bonds of Agony simply for 1, but it's going to be more than that, Filipe.
And do you know what is in Michael's arsenal?
I don't. Tell me. Remember.
Remember at the beginning of the game, he pitched 2 Justinics together, and
You
he
think it's
drew
another?
he drew one last turn. So he drew one off the Ponder and Arson the last turn. It was the second Justinic that he pitched at the beginning of the game.
Oh, this is going to be a powerful turn, Filipe. All 3 reactions have already been played here. There's a Shelter from the Storm in Tsutomu's arsenal, which is amazing, but it seems like he is calculating damage at this point. Currently, he is blocking 9 on much more than 9, I am positive. Let's see. So it's 4 plus 5 is 9 plus
13.
4 is 13. So Tsutomu just doesn't get there, unfortunately. Michael Hamilton is going to have access to that incredibly powerful on-hit effect of Bonds of Agony. He's going to be able to take a look at Tsutomu's hand, banish one of these cards, and then banish the rest of the copy, 2 additional copies from the deck, graveyard, from the deck and graveyard of Tsutomu Matsumoto.
Michael Hamilton looking at Tsutomu's graveyard to make the best possible decision on what to banish here with the Bonds of Agony that connected for 4 damage. Now he has back full tempo of the game. I believe the players didn't mark the life swing so far, so Tsutomu should be down to 7 after this Bonds hit, and Michael will have all the advantage, the life advantage and the tempo advantage in this game.
But if this is it, if that's all that Michael wants to put on this Bonds of Agony, I think the onus is still on him to overcome the overwhelming pressure of rune chants that are going to be coming from Tsutomu. And he's kind of got his back against the wall because he would love to banish the only blue in Tsutomu's hands so that he cannot come back with, 2 rune chants and Reaping Blade, the bread and butter Florian late game play. But in this case, Tsutomu, even though he's taken some damage, is going to be able to send 2 rune chants, a Reaping Blade, and also arsenal a channel the Millennium Tree for later.
That's got to be the play for Tsutomu. There is no other possible way of playing his next turn. So Michael is firmly ahead right now after he played the hand that we foresaw that he was setting up to play since the first turn of the game, pitching those 2 Justinics and Bonds of Agony and Venomous Bite with putting it on the bottom from the Felling of the Crown. And here he's finally harvesting the seeds that he planted way back at the beginning of the game.
Harvesting seeds is Tsutomu Matsumoto. 7 life, plays 9, and 2 rune chants and a Reaping Blade are on the combat chain. Michael Hamilton with 4 cards in hand, and it doesn't look like a hand with a whole lot of gas here, Filipe.
What another beautiful game from Michael Hamilton here. Tsutomu was also playing really, really well. What a game we're getting to watch at the last round of calling São Paulo Swiss rounds. Tsutomu trying to fight back, but Michael Hamilton took the advantage now. He's firmly on the lead, but life total is still 7-7. Game is still anybody's to take. So Tsutomu coming back with the Rune Chance plus Ripping Blade let's see how Michael reacts here.
Both of these players are putting on such a show here. The rune chants have been accepted, even though they are still in the arena here, folks. It's just the Reaping Blade that Michael has to deal with. He's got a defense reaction in hand that could handle it. I wonder if he's trying to get more value out of the That All You Got, especially because he's still got one more Codex left in the deck. Michael Hamilton with his head on his hand.
I think his hand is 3 blues and a That All You Got right now, so he's thinking what's the best way to proceed to blocks and play his next turn here.
The deck from Tsutomu is starting to look a little bit thin. I saw Michael kind of counting it up as he was cutting it after Tsutomu did a bit of a shuffle on Bonds of Agony. I think because that Bonds of Agony hit, Michael Hamilton might just be able to play the banish cards out of my opponent's deck game. And perhaps that is the way he can kind of get there in the end. It's a That All You Got to block up that Reaping Blade, which means that we are 7 plays 7, moving back over to Michael Hamilton, who has 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal.
One interesting thing here is to mention is that Tsutomu was able to arsenal that Channel the Millennium Tree that can be a deciding factor in the game, because the arcane damage it would pump the rune gates with is unpreventable. And with Michael at 7, that could be really, really close to presenting lethal soon.
It's going to be yet another Command and Conquer off the back of a Codex of Frailty. Tsutomu has the cards in hand to block it out. He would love to be able to deploy the Channel the Millennium Tree and also make some rune chants on this next turn, but it seems like he's going to have to decide whether he does one or the other. He doesn't have the space here in order to deploy both. So what will the blocks be, Tsutomu? He has a dead card in hand in Sink Below, unfortunately.
And here where he's really missing his well-grounded, because with 1 resource floating, he can't block with only 2 cards, because the Arousing Wave would pump Command and Conquer to 7.
And just like that, he has got to play around a Rousing Wave for the rest of this game. Michael Hamilton really showing how patient play can pay off. Canopy Shelter is the 3rd card that has to go on to this Command and Conquer, but it does generate 2 Might tokens on the back end thanks to Florian's ability, which means that this Reaping Blade is going to come in for 4, plus 2 from the 2 Might tokens, minus 1 from the Frailty token equals 4. Still a very, very threatening attack when both of these players are sub 10, 7 plays 7.
And we see Michael with a Surgical Extraction, Leave No Witness, Levels of Enlightenment, and another blue, I believe. Counts us. Tsutomu's deck is really, really small right now. So Michael's really considering the possibility of a fatigue endgame here. And remember, Michael was looking at Tsutomu's card deck size on turn 4 or 5 of the game. So he was already foreseeing that this game could go long, and it indeed has gone long. And Michael Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen, giving us another very, very interesting game to watch.
He has been planning for this moment from the first turn of this game. It's Michael Hamilton putting on a masterclass of New Alluring Desire. Other players might have just deployed those Justin Nicks very early on in this game, but he says, no, I really want to pair them with this Bonds of Agony. I'm going to way overpitch and save these powerful cards for later, and it's coming up, Michael.
Yeah, especially because he saw the 3 of them together, like 1 Bones and 2 Justin Nicks. And he decided, no, I'm not going to apply those right now. I'm going to wait for a better moment in second cycle, so I'm going to pitch them together to be able to use it when it matters the most, when the game is very tight at the end of it.
And it's a Bonds of Agony out of our first Flesh and Blood World Tour champion. World champion. He's got 2 blues in the hand, but he's got Undertow Stilettos at the ready, also a Rousing Wave. That's also why these equipment pieces are so scary at this stage in the game. I'm sure Tsutomu at some point is kind of like, I wish he had just played these earlier on, like honestly, because now Bonds of Agony could be threatening not only its super powerful effect and a plethora of damage, it could also be threatening the sidestep, which would absolutely punish this 2-card block that Tsutomu has just laid out in front of it. Michael, in the tank, what will it be? Can he get over the 6, or would he rather just sidestep with the Undertow Stilettos? A blue card is drifting towards the pitch. Oh, and it's Sacred Art. Undercurrent Desires coming out of the arsenal. All modes are going to be active here, and he's also going to transcend for his troubles. He's going to have a Fang Strike and a Slither in hand, and he's going to banish 2 cards from his opposing hero, the opposing hero's graveyard, which means that he can find even more powerful blue earth attacks with which to throw right back in Tsutomu's face.
He's prioritizing banishing Oath of Arknights to be able to send some of Florian's way, the taste of his own medicine, sending some rune chants. I think Tsutomu already has some powerful blue cards banished, so Michael opted to instead grab the Oath of Arcanines that can go a little bit deeper into the total damage that he can inflict this turn, together with rune chants plus the attacks that are the blue attacks that are already sitting in Tsutomu's banished zone.
Ooh, and because of New Alluring Desire, Trot Along gets banished here. That's going to be key for Michael going wider here. He's activated New Alluring Desire, which means that he has complete access to all the blues in Tsutomu Matsumoto's graveyard. And yeah, Trot Along is going to help him go super wide. Trot Along into Levels of Enlightenment. Did you expect to see that today, Felipe?
That's a first one to me. So one more draft chef card that's actually CC staple.
And Michael Hamilton shows that he did go ahead and put... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a Venomous Bite. So he's got a lot of power here. This could be lethal. It's Fang Strike. So far, this Levels of Enlightenment is 6, which means that 3 damage comes through on Tsutomu Matsumoto. Michael Hamilton has to be thinking about deploying that Venomous Bite. He says, no, I'm closing the chain here. Looks like he's lining up those Oaths of the Arknight from Tsutomu's Banish Zone. This could be it, folks. It's 2 Oath of the Arknights into Autumn's Touch, so not going to get buffed. And the handshake is extended. Michael Hamilton has done the impossible and taken down Florian Rotwood Harbinger, who has seemed like the gatekeeper of New Alluring Desire up until this point.
Oh my God, what a game, Bryce. Once again, Michael Hamilton has done the impossible. I think I've heard that before.
And he's doing it here again, folks. He says, yeah, sure, I will lose 2 games, but I'm not going to let you see me lose. Every time you have me on coverage, you're going to see a masterclass in how to play this hero.
And that was another great game we got to witness here, Bryce. Oh my God. We saw Oscilio doing 100 damage in one turn. We saw Dorinthea masterfully taking out Enigma, which is one of a very bad matchup for Dory. And now we see Michael Hamilton piloting News to take down Florian as in a rematch of Kobe's finals. So that was an amazing few games we saw in the last few rounds, Bryce. I'm stoked. Such great games we've seen him today.
Michael Hamilton tells Jacob Clemens, anything you can do, I can do better. And if you're going to lose to a Florian in the top 8 at Kobe, I'm going to take it down right here in the last round of Swiss at Calling São Paulo. Now, it's important to mention that both of those players were locked for top 8, and we have the rest of the bracket for you now. This is what to come. I'm going to delay a little bit. Here we go. It is the top 8 bracket. We've got a lot of green flags up there, Felipe.
Thankfully, we have 5 Brazilians, 5 Brazilians, 1 US player, 1 UK, and 1 Austrian player. Florin, Alex Chitu, and Michael Hamilton are the 3 foreigners, but we have 5 Brazilians here trying to defend our turf and keep the title of the first ever Brazilian calling here in our country.
Besides the plethora of green, I'm also seeing a lot of blue, and that's because Aurora Shooting Star has a blue color palette, and so does Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. 2 copies of Enigma and 3 copies of Aurora Shooting Star. The de facto best deck are here to play, and then it's Tsutomu Matsumoto bringing the only Earth representation that you see on Florian Rotwood Harbinger, and then Michael Hamilton rounding out the MST suite. But there's one hero missing. That's Zen Tamer of Purpose. There's no chance of LL anymore today.
Okay, here's the missing piece from MST, as we see Enigma and Nu ever presence staying strong here with Nu and Enigma garnering yet another top 8 appearance, but Zen is nowhere to be seen.
And how could I forget mentioning the only representation from Welcome to Wraith and also the Warrior class. It's Dorinthea Ironsong, piloted by our last story feature match, Laerte Cursino, who piloted Dorinthea so masterfully against Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. I was absolutely agog. I'm sure that every single Warrior player worth their salt was watching and so excited at that moment.
One thing to notice here is that the top end of the bracket features 4 Brazilian players, which means we will have a Brazilian player in the finals of Calling São Paulo, while the 3 international players in this top 8 are all in the bottom side of the bracket, and Eduardo Melo, piloting Aurora, is the sole Brazilian here responsible for stopping the foreign invasion of Brazil.
And if he can't do it, then maybe one of his countrymen can, because as you said, there's guaranteed to be a Brazilian in the final. The question is, will it be a home turf battle-off, or will it be the foreign interloper that fights their way through the bottom half of that bracket. Only time will tell, folks. We're going to be watching the Dorinthea game as our first round of top 8. So stay tuned. There is plenty of flesh and blood to be played and more surprises here at Calling São Paulo and World Tour São Paulo, Brazil. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more flesh and blood after this. ex-world champions in the building and also in the top 8 bracket. But what's also there is a bunch of Brazilians that are defending their home turf from a lot of really heavy hitters from outside. Do you think they have what it takes, Filipe?
I definitely do. We have a lot of good Brazilians fighting the good fight to keep the title right here in Brazil.
All right, well, let's get on down to the match floor. Let's be about it, folks. We are starting with our top 8 here at Calling São Paulo. We're going to take a look at deck list before we get on down there. The first one is Carlos Eduardo Amaral da Silva, I should say. He's our 4th seed, and he's on Aurora Shooting Star. What do you see here, Filipe?
This is Carlos Eduardo. He's from Rio de Janeiro. His nickname is Cadu, if you want to refer to him as
Cadu.
Yeah, Cadu. It's easier. And he's playing a very standard Aurora list. I think one thing that calls for attention is that he is running only one copy of Flicker Wisp. So he's not really that focused on the combo side. He's focused more on the attack for 4, attack for 4. He has second strikes, scars for scars, and all the other 0/4/4s that you can find in Aurora, and not focusing so much in the combo with only the one Flicker Wisp, together with, of course, the 3 Arc Lightnings.
So I'm often hearing the members of Team Blue Pitch saying that you should not rely too heavily on your Flicker Wisps. You should really just run the 1, maybe 2, in order to get that combo done. What the other thing that they caution is being sure to always draw more than 1 card off of your Channel Lightning Valleys. Otherwise, don't be afraid to pitch them. One of the other things that I notice in this list here is 2 copies of Poison the Well. Perhaps denoting that Cardu, I should say, is very wary of Count Your Blessings out there in the field, which is going to be very important because our Dorinthea player is sporting several Count Your Blessings, 6 of them, the maximum that you can possibly run, in fact.
We didn't see the Count Your Blessings being deployed in the feature match where we watched Laerte play against Enigma, but he is indeed playing the Count Your Blessings and probably bringing them up against Cadu's Aurora deck.
So, Filipe, that means that there were at least 2 Count Your Blessings Dawnblade Dorintheas in the room here at Calling São Paulo this weekend. Am I hearing that right?
Exactly. And remember when I asked you where are the Count Your Blessings? They were in the sideboard. They were actually there.
And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you don't want to bring them into Enigma because ultimately then you are playing Enigma's game, allowing her to get a lot more value on the ward board. So I don't fault Laerte for not bringing them into that matchup at all, and especially when he can swap them out for 3 Jagged Edges, which were just so good slicing through mirror, guys.
Yes, the MVP of that game. Probably sitting on this one for the Count Your Blessings to be bought in.
There are plenty of defensive 4s on the side of Dorinthea here to combat the offensive 4s of Aurora Shooting Star, but time will tell whether or not they're able to take it down because this is going to be an onslaught of damage.
Yes, and it's going to be interesting to see how the players try to play around the possibility of Count Your Blessings being countered by Poison the Well. I believe the top 8 masters are open deck lists, right? So Laerte will be able to see that Cadu has indeed Poison the Well on his deck list, so it will be very interesting to see how they play around the possibility of Poison the Well, because that can be a make or break play from Cadu to counter one of the key Count Your Blessings in the game with the Poison the Well.
Well, there's only one way to find out, Filipe, if that is indeed going to be how this match plays out. Let's proceed on down to the match floor where the first game of our top 8 in Calling São Paulo as part of World Tour São Paulo takes place. It's going to be Dorinthea Ironsong, piloted by Laerte Cursino, playing first versus Cardu on Aurora Shooting Star on the left side of your screen.
Shout out to Fabled Brazil. Cadu is part of the Fabled Brazil team who put 1 member in the top 8, so that's that.
All right, sounds like you guys have got your work cut out for you. It's going to be Brazilian on Brazilian action here in the first game, and it's starting out pretty well for Dorinthea. It looks like it's a Warrior's Valor into Ironsong Determination, and you would love to say dominate Dawnblade on turn 1 if you can, shouldn't you?
It's the best possible situation, being able to hit with the Downblade with the Dominate ability. Cadu can't really block for value with more than 1 card in hand, so this Downblade is most likely hitting unless Cadu decide to commit some of equipment into blocking here on turn 0, which is always a difficult proposition.
It's curious to see if Laerte has a copy of a Go Again attack reaction in the hand. What he would love to see here is, of course, Glint the Quicksilver, which would not only give this Dawnblade Go Again, but it would give it for free which would mean that he would be able to swing 2 Dawn Blades on turn 1 of this game, which seems like it would be pretty good. Currently it's blocked out, and an Iron Song response comes out of the hand so that Laerte can leak a little bit of damage on turn 1. That being said, he's not going to have an arsenal for later, so it's just 3 damage coming across because 5 was blocked by Cardew. So down to 37 descends our Aurora player on turn 1 of the first top 8 match.
And Laerte just pushes on downblade for yet another attack. This one coming just for 4.
Still dominate though, so unless Carlos is willing to throw out equipment pieces, which I think he absolutely should, and he is, that Dawnblade would have gotten a counter on turn 1, which is absolutely insane that Laerte was able to threaten.
Letting that Downblade get 1 counter on turn 0 would be very, very painful for Cardew here, so he decided to give 2 pieces of equipment already on turn 0 to deny Laerte that advantage so early in the game.
So Laerte didn't really live the dream, but he still did get 2 really important equipment blocks on turn 0, which is still really going in Dorinthea's favor. For now, though, Cardew is really happy that a little bit of damage was taken on his side of the board, because this Scar for a Scar, his first attack of this game, is going to have go again, 4 go again.
Turns out taking a little bit of damage worked in Cadew's advantage here, being able to find the Scar for Scar with go again to start off his first turn of the game.
3 cards remain in the hand of our Aurora player, 4 for Dorinthea Iron Song, but the question remains, has Aurora found a Channel Lightning Valley or something else to give this Scar for a Scar an on-hit? Right now, Laerte is staring down 2 Singing Steel Blades, cards that you usually don't want to see together because they cost 1. You would much rather have a 0 cost because you want to be able to swing, you want to be able to devote 2 of the resources in your hand to Dawnblade swings every single turn. Right now, the follow-up from Cardew is an Entwined Lightning fused with an Electrostatic Discharge for go again once again.
And Laerte declares no blocks once again. We've seen in the last game that Laerte was moving a little bit too fast through the reaction phase and wanted to come back in one of the turns. So I think he's being more careful here on the top 8 to be able to think about his plays and decide exactly what he wants to do and how he wants to block. And here we see he dedicating his boots to block only 1 damage out of this Entwined Lightning.
This Calling São Paulo is a prestigious event, which means that our players are required to play at a professional rules enforcement level, which is also why we have a judge and our head judge on standby watching this top 8 match, making sure that everything is above board here. The follow-up to that Entwined Lightning is a Ravenous Rabble 4/4, revealing a Shelter from the Storm on the top of the deck, which is a lot of really good information for a Dorinthea player who really wants to swing that Dawnblade. And right now, Laerte, because he blocked with the Refraction Bolters, thinking that maybe that can shore up the source of go again that he needs for his next turn, is thinking, I am also going to have to be really careful about that defense reaction.
Especially because Aurora doesn't have that many defense reactions, so knowing that this is the turn that he's gonna have access to one of the few defense reactions in the deck is a really important piece of information for Laerte to have here.
Okay, Laerte said, send me the bill to all of that damage. It was 12 that went his way on the last turn of the... I'm sorry, I thought it was 12. Oh, no, it was 11 because he blocked with Refraction Bolters. So he is sitting at 29 to Cardew's 37. And even though Laerte was able to leak a little bit of damage on turn 0, it is definitely in the favor of our Aurora player now. But there's a Dawnblade going out onto the combat chain. Right now it's just 3, but there are 2 Singing Steel Blades in the hand ready to come out and play.
Not very dangerous, right? Just a sword for 3 coming on your way.
And Laerte has all the agency here, because if Carlos says, I don't want to block, and he denies the reprise trigger from Singing Steelblade, then Laerte simply just has to connect, pop those Refraction Bolters to gain go again on the Dawnblade, and save those Singing Steelblades for the next swing. Looks like it has indeed connected. Cardew takes 3, down to 34. There's a Grains of Blood spill trigger here. Laerte generates a Vigor token and pops the Refraction Bolters. This Dawnblade gets go again and has connected. So thanks to Dorinthea Ironsong's text, he's able to swing this once per turn weapon once again. Activation of Braid Forge Bracers. This Dawnblade is going to get +1. Comes in for 4 now. No longer go again, but there is an on-hit. The on-hit is a +1 counter on that Dawnblade, which can be back-breaking in these aggro matches.
And Kadu here decides to no block and not give value to the reprise value of Laerte's attack reactions. So Laerte now looking at 2 singing steel blades and deciding what to do. He decides to go and cast the first one to pump down blade up to 5.
So by saying no blocks, Cardu essentially denies like an extra 3 value on that singing steel blade. And Laerte is very unhappy to not have blocked with that on the previous turn. Definitely got less value playing it than he did blocking with it. But he has generated 2 Vigor tokens for next turn, which gives him so much more agency when it comes to blocking. He's also saving a card, a singing steel blade, mind you, for later. 29 plays 29, back over to Cardu.
Laerte already knows the contents of both the arsenal of Kadu and one of the cards in hand, which is the defense reaction revealed by Ravenous Rebel in the last turn. So he knows 40% of what Kadu can do this turn, and that information can be really, really powerful to have when deciding to block Aurora here.
It is really curious that Cardu decided not to deploy the shelter from the storm onto one of those Dawn Blades, maybe even the second one, which was coming in for 4 and could have been blocked out perfectly. I think that telegraphs the fact that Cardu has been in this seat before and he knows the value of denying reprise triggers on Dorinthea. He probably also just wants to save that shelter from the storm for the next turn when Dawnblade gets even more threatening. For now, it's Starfall into Electrostatic Discharge to give it Go Again, and then Second Strike, which currently does not have Go Again or +1. So right now it's just 6, no Go Again. Cardu would love to do some damage here, and I think that might mean that there's a Lightning Press lurking in his hand.
Interestingly, either it's a Lightning Press or a form of a way to create a embodiment of light token with the Aurora's ability in order to be able to arsenal that Shelter of the Storm that we know is in his hand.
Very curious play here from the Brazilian on the left side of your screen so far. He would have loved that Starfall to connect, but I think Laerte was a little more concerned about a potential Channel Lightning Valley coming out to give the buff to that Starfall. The question remains, what is that final card besides the Shelter from the Storm? If Laerte is remembering correctly, he saw it revealed off of a Ravenous Rabble on the previous turn, so he knows that only one of those cards in Cardu's hand can be threatening him here.
Yeah, I think the players were just making sure with the judge that Second Strike only gets Go Again if you have already dealt damage when it attacks. If it doesn't get Go Again by doing damage itself. So I think that's what the players wanted to know. And sure enough, Kadu indeed had the Channel Lightning Valley ready to be deployed. That was a very wise play from Laerte to block that Starfall attack with his equipment.
That being said, this Channel Lightning Valley may very well be a little bit benign in terms of the draw, unless, of course, Cardu gets one of the few resource cards in his deck and is able to generate an embodiment of Lightning token before the turn ends. No, looks like the Shelter from the Storm and an extra card are left in his hand, and he's probably kicking himself a little bit for not at least trying to block one of those Dawnblade swings the previous turn.
Yeah, passing with one card in hand here is really not what you want to do. You want to maximize his options, but since he doesn't have that many defense reactions, I think Kadu is trying to save it for a moment where he's actually able to try and reset the Downblade that already has one token. One what?
+1 counter.
+1 counter, yeah, token.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it. Counter tokens. Like, it's been a while we've been sitting on the booth, guys. Sometimes things can get a little bit hazy over here.
2 Vigor tokens pop for Laerte Cursino, which means that he's got essentially 2 free resources, but he is certainly not resource deficient here. He's got a plethora of blues and a yellow, mind you. Oh my goodness, the third copy of Singing Steelblade in his hand, because the third, because the second is in the arsenal and the first was already played. Right now it's a Dawnblade for 4. It's curious to see what the Go Again enabler will be. There is a Glint, the Quicksilver in hand, and I think that's the only liable target. But what we really care about is whether or not Cardu will block with a card from hand and turn on Reprise for our Dorinthea player.
From the first turn of Dorinthea, we see that Kadu is really leaning towards not blocking as much as possible to not activate the Reprise ability of Dorinthea's cards. But at some point, he will have to give some cards here, because if not, this Downblade can get out of control rather quickly.
As long as Dorinthea can keep chaining go again and multiple Dawnblade swings, it doesn't matter that she is being denied extra value on her attack reactions. Eventually, the surplus of +1 counters and just the massive weight of this Dawnblade eventually will crush you into oblivion.
Yeah, we see Kadu debating about blocks with a Serenade.
No blocks are declared.
The storm. Okay.
It's Provoke out of the hand of Laerte.
Oh, that's an interesting one. It's the new attack, a warrior attack reaction that came in the Hunted. It says that if you're attacking with a weapon, this chain link, the defending hero has to reveal a card, and if it's an action card, this gets added to the chain link as a defending card. So quite similar to Siren's Call from the news ability, and it lets him play the Gleam the Quicksilver and draw the card from the Gleam the Quicksilver. Very nice little combo that Laerte is showing us right now.
Yeah, this card shines especially in Dorinthea Ironsong, who cares about Reprise probably more than any other warrior. I mean, the fact that you can rip the card out of the hand, prevent Cardu, especially in this case with a burn-up Shock, who really wants to go wide and resolve that card, prevent like a big wide turn from an Aurora player and also turn on Reprise. It's pretty impressive here, but because a card has been attached to the combat chain, Cardu now has the agency to deploy that Shelter from the Storm if he thinks he's able to block out this Dawnblade entirely. It's a tall order considering that there are 3 cards in his opponent's hand and 1 in Arsenal.
We already see that the 1 counter is already pushing a little bit of damage, but Laerte deploys the Singing Steel Blade as well that was sitting in his arsenal to pump the Downblade even further to 5 and search another attack reaction from his deck. So Provoke looking really, really important here to allow Laerte to turn on all the reprise conditions from all his attack reactions and being able to utilize his cards to the full power of all those very, very powerful attack reactions. But that need the opponent to block at first. Laerte is saying, you don't want to block? I'll make you block. Here's my Provoke.
Provoking his opponent is Laerte Cursino, making Dawnblade Dorinthea look awfully good here in the top 8 of calling São Paulo. Will he choose to just deploy the Iron Song response that he's just fetched out? Time will tell, but I have to think that he will, because if he decides to save it for the second swing of Dawnblade, there's nothing stopping from Cardu from just saying no blocks here as well, and then that Iron Song response just kind of remains in banished. That being said, it could be just as good as a threat as it is as a card that is actually resolved.
Yeah, but he goes ahead and deploys it rather quickly, pumping up this Downblade up to 8 damage.
So Provoke has turned on the reprise effects of 3 separate cards just on this chain link, and Laerte is sitting with 2 in the pitch and 2 in the hand, still ready to keep going. And at this point, that Shelter from the Storm is not going to do Cardu any good, unless, of course, he drew an additional one and plunked the last one in Arsenal.
That's a possibility. Laerte has passed priority to Kadu, who is thinking about deploying defense reactions or not. 1 Shelter would not be enough. Is it possible that he has another one sitting in his arsenal? We know that he ended his last turn with 2 cards in hand, out of which one we know was a Shelter. But could have him arsenal that Shelter and drew into another one?
It could be a very early blowout. There are 4 attack reactions on this chain link from our Dorinthea player, all of which, save for 1, have reprise.
Oh, and that is the second Shelter.
1 Shelter from the arsenal. Will Cardu deploy the second one that's in the hand and blow out this Dawnblade right here and now? It's another one. Shelter from the Storm comes out here, currently blocking 11 on this Dawnblade, but Laerte has another Singing Steel Blade in the hand, which means that this Dawnblade is going to get pumped ultimately for an extra 4.
Oh my god, and with that second Singing Steel Blade, he can fetch yet another Iron Song response to pump it to 12, going over the 11 block presented by Kadu right now. Oh my god, what a crazy turnout of events here. First, no blocks. Can you imagine that we would see so many cards on this chain link when this attack was first declared? Bryce, and what is this?
A Twinning Blade as well, which is going to allow Laerte to swing 1 more time with this Dawnblade besides the extra one that he gets for it hitting in general off of Dorinthea's hero ability. Oh, this could be a 3 chain link 3 chain link wide chain.
Exactly.
On this Dawnblade.
Repeat
Wow,
that
wait.
3 times quickly.
Yeah, no, I had enough trouble with the one, and it bears mentioning here, folks, that lightning is cracking outside of the venue right as we start the top 8 here in Calling São Paulo. The heavens are responding to the amazing flesh and blood play that is on display here in Brazil. Wow, you bring the games and you also bring the elements here, don't you, Filipe?
Exactly. Seems like the gods are with Aurora here today, sending out all the lightning power through the venue here. But interestingly, Laerte didn't pick up another power buffing card. He got Twinning Blade, so he's attacking with Downblade one more time. He opted to attack it with it one more time instead of pumping the damage over the Shelter from the Storms blocks that totaled 11.
Which is a curious choice. That would mean maybe he's trying to save the last Iron Song response for when he really needs it. Because there's only one left in the deck. He used one on turn 0 and then the other one on this turn. Could he be thinking that it is much better saved for later than for now? Right now he's got 0 in the pitch, which doesn't mean he can't provide any extra power here on the Dawnblade. Perhaps he's trying to tell his opponent that the last Iron Song response is in hand rather than in the deck. Because if it was indeed in hand, he couldn't find it off the Singing Steel Blade, right? Because it wasn't there. So maybe he's playing a little bit of cat and mouse with Cardew at this point, saying, I didn't fetch the Iron Song response. That's exactly what we normally get off of Singing Steel Blade. It's got to mean that's in my hand. Don't even dare try to block this Dawnblade.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice, and we see Cardew thinking about lining up blocks into his Downblade here, and that's exactly what he does. He blocks for 5, trying to reset the Downblade, and let's see what the last card of Laerte's turn is. Oh no, he's just gonna pass an Arsenal, let his Downblade reset, but regain the tempo of the game, since Cardew has blocked with his entire hand this time.
No damage conferred here, and I have to think that this, even though a Channel Lightning Valley is going to the bin and Cardew is passing back, I have to think that exchange went his way. Ultimately, if you are going to decide to block a Dorinthea Dawnblade, you want to do so and deny counters and remove them as well if you can. Right now, it's unsheathed into Spoils of War, which is going to confer double go again to this Dawnblade, which is going to be coming in for 8. Also on hit, generate copper tokens, but I don't think I have ever seen a Dorinthea use a copper token, so I don't know how relevant that is here.
Yeah, she doesn't have all the Kasai prowess to use those money, right?
Yeah, she isn't able to open a savings account and put those pennies toward anything like a Blood on Her Hands turn. Right now, it's just Dawnblade, 8 go again. It bears mentioning, folks, that these competitors are not competing for pennies off of Spoils of War. They're competing for a $10,000 USD prize pool, PTIs, and a gold cold foil Stonewall Gauntlet. So there's a lot more on the line here than copper tokens. Looks like Cardew is accepting all of this damage all the way down to 21. Now the life total of Dorinthea Ironsong has eclipsed that of the Aurora player, leading by 2. This Dawnblade has go again and can swing an additional time. 2 copper tokens generated just for laughs. Laerte's got another unsheathed in the hand, which means that the second Dawnblade is currently coming in for 6. No go again. 1 card remains in the hand of our warrior player. Will he get a +1 counter again?
Cardew can try and stop the counter being added to the Downblade, but he decides to just go on the offensive here, take the damage, let the Downblade get a counter, and switch to offensive mode, which is where Aurora really wants to be.
A +1 counter on Dawnblade and an Aurora player at 15 to Dorinthea's 23. Here comes Cardew. Laerte, if indeed Laerte is trying to convince his opponent that there's an Iresong response in his... Maybe I'm going a little bit too far into this line of thinking. I'm just saying the dream is still alive because Cardew didn't block a single one of those Dawnblades, which means that Ironsong response couldn't have been deployed from the arsenal. So if he's really thinking about what that last card was at the end of Laerte's turn, it could still be an Ironsong response, which means you still have to be really careful about the way you block. Starfall right now is given go again. It's the first action on Cardew's side of the board. Starfall +1 and go again into an electrostatic discharge into Snatch with go again, thanks to the blue card that has generated an embodiment of lightning token. 7 go again on hit, draw a card.
And we see the same pattern of play from the last turn. Cardew attacked with the Starfall, Laerte blocked with equipment, and now Laerte blocks the snatch fully with a action card and a defense reaction, denying Kadu damage and the ability to draw another card with snatch.
Okay, the jig is up. The Arsenal was and always was a shelter from the storm, drawn on that turn probably from that Glint the Quicksilver. And once again, Laerte is coming in with a Spoils of War, which means that this Dawnblade is 6 go again, threatening pennies once again. Cardu in the tank for blocks, and he's got very few blocking cards in his hand.
And already lower on life at 15. It starts to looking like Dorinthea has her hands on this game right now, because she's already in the front and she's on the offensive here, attacking for 6 go again, threatening yet another attack with Downblade and another counter on the Downblade. And if it gets up to 2 counters, we noticed from the last game, it starts to getting out of hand really quickly.
There's always hope to stuff these non-blades as long as your Dorinthea opponent is drawing bricks, but right now things are coming up Laerte, and this Aurora player is going to have to find a way back into the game, but they found their last defense reaction. Shelter from the Storm is in the hand, ready to block, but you need to pair it with other blocking cards. He's got 2 non-blocks and a 2-block at the ready, so looks like it might be time to cash in some equipment as the Dyadic Carapace, the chess piece from our Rune Blade, comes out. Oh no, there's 2 defense reactions. One came out of the Arsenal. It's a sink below, no sink. Currently blocking out this Dawnblade entirely. Could this be the second time we see +1 counters removed from Dawnblade this game?
Oh, and even if Laerte can pump this Downblade, Kadu has another Shelter from the Storm in hand, ready to not let this Downblade hit, and consequently not letting it attack again, and removing that precious counter from the weapon.
Laerte just cleans up. It's a card going to the Arsenal and a naked Dawnblade once again. No +1 counters anymore. Cardu is doing an immense job playing kind of like a mid-range style Aurora into this Dorinthea deck, and I think that is indicative of the prowess and the practice he has had in this Dorinthea matchup in the past. Starfall coming in with an electrostatic discharge in the pitch, and there's a Channel Lightning Valley in the hand.
I think this channel is very telegraphed here, because Kadu has done this twice already, and 2 times he used the electrostatic discharge to pump the Starfall. So pitching the 3rd electrostatic discharge right now can only mean one thing, that there's a Channel Lightning Valley coming on.
And Laerte smells it, so he shoves the Brave Forge Bracers and the Grains of Blood Spill onto the combat chain. Yep, and here's the CLV to confer Go Again and +1 to the Starfall. No card draw there, though, because our Dorinthea player really knows how to block. And the chain is closing on the side of Cardu. Can he do anything else with this turn? I know that, yep, it's a Skyward Serenade coming out, probably choosing create an embodiment of Lightning token and find a Skizik in deck.
It's such a powerful new card for Aurora, being able to search for a Skizik and effectively have a 0/4 Go Again Lightning card. It's such a powerful addition to this already very powerful deck.
And a 0/4 Go Again is exactly what Aurora needs right now, because he doesn't want that embodiment of Lightning to be useless. The Skizik is going to have Go Again, which will, yeah, give it +1, but what he really wants is the Channel Lightning Valley trigger here, because the last card in hand is a defense reaction. If Laerte chooses to respect this block, then all Cardu is going to be able to do is Arsenal Pass.
And very importantly here, with the last block on the Starfall, Laerte used his last blocks on his equipment, so blocking this Skizik on its entirety. Oh, requires either 2 cards or a defense reaction, and he comes with the sink below right here, right now.
I think, honestly, the defense reaction play has been the more exciting part of this game, as both players are just posturing their way into the mid-game, trying to find their foothold where they can just take the tempo and keep their foot on the gas. But for now, these consistent 0/4s are just stuffing both the game plans of Dorinthea and Aurora. But coming out swinging is Dorinthea once again with a Warrior's Valor and a Dawnblade on the combat chain. 6 on-hit Go Again is the threat right now. 2 cards in hand, 1 in pitch, thanks to the blue that got him there.
And it's in showcase here how good defense reactions are against both of these decks. Even though they both want to be on the offensive, you can see that they are also using defense reactions against each other, because it's such a powerful effect to be able to stop the so important on-hits for both Aurora and Dorinthea.
The on-hits from Aurora usually draw cards. The on-hits from Dorinthea just mean more damage every single turn, and twice the Dawnblade has been cleaned of its +1 counters and brought back down to the 3 base power. Right now, Cardu has found a pretty good blocking hand, but one of those precious Skizix is in there, and if Skyward Serenade, the very powerful card from the Aurora Armory deck, is to be used, you need Skizix left in your deck. You never really want to see them in your hand, unless, of course, they are put into your banish zone by the Skyward Serenade. Looks like he is thinking about 2-card block here. He's got the Shelter from the Storm as backup in the arsenal.
It's an awkward hand for Kadu here because he doesn't have any source of Go Again in his hand. We know he has a defense reaction, so he will not be able to make a big turn on the comeback, so he's kind of priced into blocking this downblade, which is exactly where Laerte wants him to be, to activate all his reprise attack reactions.
Okay, Reprise is active here. 2-card block on this Dawnblade for 6. Laerte deploys a Provoke to get another card out of the hand of Aurora. Honestly, it might work in Carlos's favor. I don't know. That being said, he really wants to be able to use that Shelter from the Storm here. What is this turn going to be if Laerte just passes here? It's just going to be Snatch, which is threatening a useless card draw.
It's not the best of the turns, but the card draw will be useless, as will the draw from Channel Island Valley. But at least it's a 0 for 4, so it's still good value. And he keeps his Shelter on Arsenal to be able to defend an important attack from Downblade, or when Laerte can deploy some attack reactions.
This is probably the first Snatch Channel Lightning Valley on-hit triggers that don't matter. Laerte, however, still has the answer. It's a Sink Below from Arsenal, the second one deployed this game, and he does do a little bit of hand fixing. We'll have to see if he's able to find the Fated Warrior recipe, some attack reactions, some Go Again enablers, and of course, a pitch card. I do see the pitch card. Don't think I saw the source of Go Again. I saw a Blade Flurry, a Puncture, and a Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, he doesn't have Go Again here.
So Laerte probably just going to try to leak some damage here. Unfortunately, because he was forced to block with the Grains of Blood Spill, he's not going to be able to sink any of these extra resources into a further turn. It's just going to be the Puncture that'll be played out here, give a little bit of a buff, +3. Yep, and it's coming out. And Cardu, however, has found 2 Sink Belows in the hand, and he's still sitting on the Shelter from the Storm. This Aurora deck is looking rather turtley at the moment.
Forget what I said about having very few defense reactions. Kadu bought it all. That's 3 Sink Belows and 3 Shelters. And he has an Electromagnetic Somersault to go with it and a Filtering Charge.
So he's got plenty to do on his turn, and also defenses are up. I think if Cardu were able to see what is in the hand of his Dorinthea opponent, though, he wouldn't want to overcommit here because it's just not all that threatening. There's never going to be a second Dawnblade swing here. No Go Again enabled still. It's up to 8 at this point. Cardu decides to cover it all up. Sink Below comes out. No Sink here. He wants to hold on to that other defensive piece for a future turn. Laerte has no choice but to Arsenal pass with that last card. It's back over to Cardu, who's going to be able to say Flittering Charge, bounce it with Electromagnetic Somersault, and then play the Flittering Charge once again. Arsenaling a Sink Below, of course. This is exactly where the Aurora player wants to be, on the front foot for the first time in this game.
Yeah, and this is such good value hands for Aurora, right? Being able to block for 8 and then attack for 8, it's like 16 value on the turn cycle. That's like that's what makes Aurora so powerful, right? She's able to play big hands, like 5-card hands very well, but she's also able to play like 2-card hands like we see here, 2-card 8s like this, making it very versatile to play in many different types of situations and excel in all of them.
Laerte takes Shelter from the Storm twice from seeing double on that Flittering Charge. He says, you got 0 for 4s, I've also got them, and they've also got the same name, brother. So no damage conferred once again, probably for the 3rd, 4th turn in a row in this Aurora Dorinthea match. That is definitely not something I expected to see. It's back over to Dorinthea with, I believe, 2-3 cards in hand and a big life gap between him and his Aurora opponent. 23 plays 15. As something very exciting is happening in this hall, folks. The passion is reaching like lots of decibels.
I told you the Brazilians can get very passionate. I think there is something to do, like announcement for top 8 of the Battle Hardened or something like that.
I think that's why we're here, man. So Sharpened Steel into Dawnblade means that this sword is coming in for 6. Right now, Cardew is looking at a hand that does block kind of well. It's more defense reactions. I think that means he's running at least 9 defense reactions into this Dorinthea deck.
Yeah,
Cardew perhaps very happy that he packed them in the sideboard.
And for the last 2 or 3 turns of the game, we have seen both players drawing a lot of defense reactions, so we kind of reached out a stalemate here because all the defensive cards are being drawn together. So it's going to be very interesting to see the next few turns because all the defensive cards will be out of the decks and it will be all forward from then on. All the players drawing all their attacking offensive cards, and there's not going to be a lot of defense reactions left in their decks, and it's going to be back to a race.
At some point, shields will be down and all bets will be off. The armistice will be over, and it becomes on... the onus will be on both of these players to finally reduce the life totals. For now, it's still just a Dawnblade for 6. 2 defense reactions are at the disposal of Cardew. He deploys a Sink Below from the arsenal, thinks about a Sink, Gone in a Flash, goes to the bottom of the deck. What will the draw be? It's a Current Funnel. Not exactly the card he needs to put this turn together. He is definitely action point deficient here. So he lines up this second defense reaction. It's a Sigil of Suffering. It pings Laerte 4-1, but he's got plenty in the pitch, covers it on up, which means that this Dawnblade does not connect. A card goes to the arsenal for Laerte, and it's back over to Aurora, who has another clunker.
Yeah, and Cardew has got to be really sad about it because he draws yet another hand that doesn't have go again. So he will have to just activate that Grasp of the Arcanite to create the Rune Chain and throw yet another 0 for 4 here.
0 for 4 it'll be, and it's the Static Shock, which I really like here because the last card left in the hand is Lightning Surge. Should help him with the action point issues he's been having all game because, of course, if Lightning Surge comes from Arsenal, attacks from Arsenal, I should say, it automatically gets go again.
What he will not have, though, is a defense reaction in Arsenal, so the next Downblade attacks will be more threatening for Cardew here if Laerte has come with attack reactions this turn.
Right now it's 1 Rune Chant and Static Shock. Currently, Static Shock does not have an on-hit. No lightning cards have been played this turn, so it's just 4 vanilla, which is normally what Aurora wants to be saying. But this is far from the full power of this card.
And even though the players are able to defend a lot during these last few turns, we see that the amount of defense reactions they decided to bring into this game has been a little bit of a liability for their main game plans because none of them has been able to mount up the offensive power that their decks are known for being able to do. So Cardew has not been able to play very big hands, and Laerte has not drawn very good go again and the attack reaction hands to pump that Downblade through the roof. So we have seen them being able to block each other very well, but also not attack very much because they are not drawing their mainstay cards that allow them to be very, very offensive.
That is going to change. Laerte just deployed the last Sink Below in his deck. I believe all of the Shelter from a Storms have been used, at least 2 of them in 1 turn, mind you. And right now, Laerte's hand is all gas and no weight. It's a Singing Steel Blade. The one Dorinthea specialization that we haven't seen used yet. Oh, and there's one that has really been putting in the work all weekend long. It's Steelblade Supremacy. Glistening Steelblade is going to confer a +1 counter on every single Dawnblade hit. It's also going to give go again, which is something that Dorinthea sorely needs. The other one, Steelblade Supremacy, is going to threaten a card draw on every single Dawnblade hit for the rest of the turn. Also a little bit of a buff on top of it. So these 2 together, 2, wait a minute. This should be... Oh, Glistening Steelblade does not give a buff itself. So it's just 5 go again here. On hit, draw a card. On hit, get a +1 counter.
And that's a moment where Cardew really wanted to have a defense reaction parked on that arsenal. He doesn't anymore. So he's going to be very, very careful with these blocks here because if the last card of in Laerte's hand here is indeed an attack reaction and he's able to hit, things can get out of control pretty quickly because he's going to be able to put a counter on the Downblade and draw a card thanks to the two specializations that he has cast this turn already.
So this is probably the first turn of the game where Laerte is hoping that his opponent simply says no blocks, because I peeked that last card in his hand. It's a Singing Steelblade, which costs 1, which he doesn't have the pitch to pay for. What he really wants Cardew to think is that last card is an Iron Song response, and this Dawnblade is getting over almost no matter what. But Cardew currently is lining up 2 cards for the block, might be able to sniff this out and stuff the turn before it even begins.
Very interesting, Bryce. Here we see Cardew debating if he wants to, because even though we have seen the last card of Laerte's hand, Cardew doesn't know that. But if he commits 2 cards to block here and he gets blown out by the attack reaction, it's a disaster for him because he can't come back with a strong turn of his own. So it's a very, very impactful decision for Cardew here and a very hard one to make.
And that is the power of Dawnblade Dorinthea. It kind of makes you feel like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't all the time. So you have got to know exactly what reactions are at the disposal of the warrior player. Dorinthea, I think, is one of those... It's one of those matchups in Flesh and Blood that you absolutely have to know just in case you run into one at a tournament, even though it's one that you probably don't play all that often.
Exactly, Bryce, because not knowing how to block Dorinthea perfectly can make the complete difference in winning or losing that matchup. Because even though you can have a very good matchup, and if you don't know how to play and how to properly block Dorinthea's attacks, it's not gonna matter that it's very advantageous. On the other hand, it can be a very difficult matchup, but if you know exactly how Dorinthea wants to play their hands out and you block it perfectly, it's not that bad at all. It's not as bad as it could be.
If you want to learn how to block against Dorinthea, Cardew is putting up a very, very good class here. Looks like he's thinking about 2 burn-up shocks on the block. The debate here is Grasp of the Arcanite. He locks it in. Blocking 7 on 5 is Cardew. Laerte peeks that hand. I'm still very positive that it's a Singing Steelblade.
Oh, that's a very interesting
passes
block.
And Arsenal's here.
Cardew.
What could be a powerful turn is just ended, stopped in its tracks.
Cardew blocked for 7, knowing that Laerte doesn't have any more resources to play, so he's thinking about which reactions Laerte could have had that cost 0, and he looked at Laerte's graveyard, and I think he only saw 1 Blade Flurry there, so he blocked 2 over what Laerte was attacking, so he decided to play around Blade Flurry, but not against all the other reactions Laerte could have had. A very very heads-up play by Cardew here.
Which means he gets to spit out some offensive potential here, and shields are very much down for Dorinthea. There are either 1 or no defense reactions left in this deck, which means that Lightning Surge, go again, of course conferred by being played from Arsenal, connects with the face of Laerte. Down to 18 is our Dorinthea player, 15 plays 18. Cardew is overcoming the gap here. Static Shock is the follow-up. It's 4 on hit, 1 arcane damage because another Lightning card has been played this turn. And Cardew is still able to save a card for Arsenal, but no, he says, I'm going to deploy this Lightning Press right now and overcome this life gap once and for all, or so he hopes. So that means 8 damage total comes across on Dorinthea, 15 plays 10, passing back over. Life totals are now in the favor of our Aurora player.
And I think for the first time of the game, Aurora is ahead in life totals, right? Even though Aurora is ahead in life totals now, Laerte decided to keep his full hand for this turn.
Okay, Cardew does have a pretty good hand, but he's been wanting to say blocks almost all game long, but this hand that he's just drawn up only has 1 blocking card. He is simply not going to be able to stuff these Dawnblades, and maybe this is the reason that he has been blocking so well all game long, because he knows at some point he is just going to have to take the hits, roll with the punches, and deal with the instants.
And look at that, Bryce. That last card in Laerte's hand from last turn was indeed the Blade Flurry that Cardew played around.
Really, really expert blocking here from our Aurora player. Oh, looks like we have a bit of a judge call here. Having a little bit of confusion. It might be that after that first Blade Flurry, Laerte said, would you like to play any defense reactions? And then after Cardew passed back, then he tried to play another Blade Flurry, I guess. Which at that point there is no more priority window.
Yeah. So what happens is when, as the active player, if you're attacking, you deploy your attack reaction and you still have the priority to play other attack reactions. If you pass the priority, you're giving your opponent the chance to play a defense reaction or not. But if he doesn't play a defense reaction, both players already passed priority, so you are not allowed to play another attack reaction. Okay. And that's exactly what happens here. He played the first Blade Flurry and passed priority to Cadu, asking if he had any defense reactions to play, and then try to play the second Blade Flurry. But at that point, he didn't have any windows to play the Blade Flurry anymore.
And our judge steps in and cleans that up because this is, of course, professional enforcement level here at Calling São Paulo. Players must play cleanly. So descending down to 7 is Cardu. It's going to be interesting to see if that extra 4 power is going to matter here. If Cardu survives this turn, sub 4 life, then that could be, like that misplay right there could be the difference between Dorinthea ascending to the semifinal or not.
Exactly, and since Cadu is on 7 here, that 4 damage probably will be very impactful in this turn. Cadu here already took the damage, and Laerte is thinking about how to proceed with his turn. He decides to attack with Downblade one more time after he got go again from the Warrior's Valor. So it's coming for 5. Cadu is at 7 with a full grip and still has 2 block on his Crown of Providence to give here if he wants to keep his entire hand for next turn.
But that's super risky, even though he has seen that Blade Flurry out of Laerte, because that bit of a misplay, there's another card in hand, which means that if it's any other pumping attack reaction, then Cardu will not be able to survive simply with the Crown of Providence block, and he only has 1 other blocking card in hand, and that's the Entwined Lightning, which only blocks for 2, Felipe.
Yeah, and here we see Cadu deploy. Oh no, he still has one block on the Diari Carapace. I thought it was on 2 counters already, but it's still on 1, so being able to block for 3 here, he's gonna be taking 2 damage down to 5, and he's considering the possibility that Laerte has another attack reaction on his hand, so he's thinking carefully about his blocks here. Can be the difference maker between a win or a lose in this very, very close top 8 match we're witnessing here right now.
Oh, this is Flesh and Blood played at the highest level, Felipe. This is absolutely intense, and the heavens are responding. Thunder keeps cracking down as this top 8 proceeds. It was a sunny day just this morning.
Exactly. That's crazy how the weather changed here in São Paulo. It seems to me that like the gods are favoring Aurora with all the thunders and lightning going on here right now.
Call it fate, folks. 3 blocks 7, which means that Cardu descends on down to 3. He is sub 4 life as the second Blade Flurry comes out to play on that second swing of the Dawn Blade. A +1 counter is conferred here, and Laerte's got a card in arsenal to play with later. 3 plays 10 in the favor of Dorinthea here. Can Cardu overcome the gap? He has so many tricks up his sleeves here. It's Entwined Lightning fused with an electromagnetic somersault. He is hiding that lightning press that lurks in the hand that threatens to end the career of our Dorinthea Iron Song player.
And the CLV as well.
And the CLV as well. 4 go again here. Laerte lines up a block. There are no defense reactions in the hand. Has he found 1 more copy in the arsenal? It could be pivotal here.
Yeah, this is the moment where you really wanted to have 1 defense reaction banked in the arsenal to be able to play around everything that your opponent can throw at you. Both players have attack reactions that can be very, very powerful. Cadu indeed has one right now. He has the Lightning Press this turn, but he also has the CLV that can be back-breaking if Laerte doesn't cover the 4 damage that Entwined Lightning is presenting right now.
Yep, and here we go. No blocks. Channel Lightning Valley comes out. Laerte has no reactions, and he confirms it. Carlos says electromagnetic somersault. He's going to bounce this Entwined Lightning and be able to play it again. Laerte goes down to 6 here. Channel Lightning Valley draws a card. What is the draw?
Oh, it's a Flittering Charge. Oh my god, Cadu found another attack to be able to pressure Laerte even more this turn.
In all of these bricky hands, the entire path is changed. This is exactly what Cardu needed in order to pressure the life total of Dorinthea and close out this game. It's Entwined Lightning fused with a Flittering Charge. 4 go again. Once again, he's still able to hide that Lightning Press because Flittering Charge is a Lightning card.
Laerte is deciding how he wants to line up blocks here. He needs to give cards here. He can't go down to more too close to 0 here. He blocks for 3, goes down to 5.
Oh, I love the way Cardew is playing with this lightning press. He is refusing to deploy it until it will threaten the game away from Laerte.
There's a very interesting decision from Cardew here because he can throw the filtering shard in lightning press, but that would mean that he would lose the CLV here. He could attack with Starfall, pitching one of those cards to keep the CLV, but the game is so close to an end here that he decides to go for the filtering charge here and try. I mean, it's just for 4. Laerte is at 5, so it's very, very tempting to just accept this damage, and that would lean exactly in the trap Cardew has laid for Laerte here. If Laerte declares no blocks, Cardew can just give the reaction and end the game right here, right now, Bryce.
This is so tense, Felipe. This is the way the quarterfinals are starting here. This is absolutely intense. And if Laerte decides, after searching through this graveyard and realizing that there's still 1 lightning press at Cardew's disposal, he could throw 2 cards in front of it. But then there's nothing to stop Cardew from just arsenaling the lightning press and saving it for later. It's the pummel paradox.
Exactly. It's exactly the situation you want to put your opponents in as Aurora. If he overblocks it, it's not a problem. You can save it for the next turn. But if he gives you an opening, you can just end the game right here.
But also, based on the context of Laerte's hand, he really wants to be able to deploy a Steelblade Supremacy and 1 other red in his hand. He's got 1 pitch card with which to work, which means that if he wants to have an offensive turn at all, then he's got to keep the majority of these cards. Looks like it's Steelblade Supremacy coming out to block. Currently 1 damage leaking over. Will Cardew deploy the Lightning Press? Here it comes, folks. Lightning Press with Go Again, up to 7, which means that Laerte is going to take 4, descending down to 1.
And what's important to note here, I think we only see 1 Sigil of Suffering from Cardew here so far this game. So putting your opponent to 1 is a very smart play instead of arsenaling here, because if ever Laerte taps out in his turn, Cardew still has 2 Sigil of Sufferings to kill his opponent on his own turn.
Spoils of War from our Dorinthea player, pitching a blue, +2 and Go Again, given to this Dawnblade that is coming in for 6, thanks to the the +1 counter bought last turn. 6 Go Again. Does Cardew have the blocks?
Oh my god, Cardew has drawn the Sigil.
And he's also drawn an Electromagnetic Somersault, which means that he has plenty of block value on this turn.
Yeah, he can block for 5 here and Electromagnetic both back to his hand, which can tempt Laerte into utilizing his last resources in the turn, which will open the way for Sigil to just end the game right here.
But no, it looks like Laerte is not taking the bait here. No Sigil of Suffering here because there is 1 floating in the pitch, which means that arcane damage could be completely dismissed.
Okay, Laerte
no hit here, and both of those attacks are back to the hand of Cardew. Oh, it did hit. I'm so sorry.
No, it
1
hit
damage
for 1,
comes through.
yeah. Because Second Strike only blocks for 2, so it's a total of 5 blocks.
Oh my gosh, this is absolutely the game right here, folks. There's 1 card in hand, which means that the Sigil of Suffering still cannot close it out.
Yeah, but Cardew is facing 4 here. He has to block, and he's lining up a block for 5 here on this Downblade.
Oh,
is he going to block for 5 and try to put his Sigil on his arsenal to try and close the game with that?
Cardew is going to try to steal this game because that is his only option here. His opponent is at 1, and he has the essential reckless swing that he can put in the arsenal.
Oh my god, what a tense end game we are witnessing here. Both players have been masterfully navigating all the defense reactions the other players have thrown into them, and there's just a few ones left, and Cardew has the ticket to the win in that Sigil, but can he find a spot to play it while Laerte has no resources to pay for the arcane damage to be prevented?
This is so difficult for Cardew because if he's not able to force any cards out of the Dorinthea player's hand, the chances are so high that he's just going to have floating resources during the next turn, and ultimately Cardew gets blown out. I think what he's thinking is that I have to give 1 card here just so that I can send a 0 for 4, force my opponent to give me 2 cards, and then probably not have the floating resources with which to pay for that Sigil of Suffering.
That would be ideal. The problem is the card that he has in hand is Second Strike that would just attack for 3, so it would demand only 1 card. So he's debating between saving 1 life here or taking 1 card out of Laerte's hand for the next turn. But if it was a 0-4, he could take 2 cards. Because it is a... Oh, he decides to block with Sigil here.
Okay, he says, I'm just going to deploy it here when I can. He gets the Iron Song response.
Oh my god.
That could have ended the game right here.
Yes,
He
and
praises the heavens.
Kadu realized that was probably what he was considering right here. Like, if I block with these 2 cards and his last card is a Ronsong response, he will play it in order to present lethal, and I will have the free way to just throw my sigil for the win.
My goodness, folks, this is expert level Aurora play and, like, more importantly, anti-Dorinthea play. It's a Rune Chant into second strike, which could get buffed up if this Rune Chant gets through, unless, of course, this Rune Chant is threatening on-hit death, which it absolutely is.
Oh my God, what a final end game here. So by pitching the current funnel to the grasp of Arcanine, creating the Rune Chant and presenting the second strike, Laerte has to pay for the AB so he doesn't die, and he needs to give a card for the second strike, so he will have to devote 2 cards here in order to block Kadu's hand, and he will only have 2 cards to be able to come back, but the Downblade already has a counter, and that Downblade is coming for 4.
Oh, Filipe, this is so tense right now. 1-1 in the first quarterfinal of the top 8 and calling São Paulo. If this is what is to come, it's going to be too tense.
That's what, I mean, every single game today has been such a nerve-wracking game, Bryce. I'm tired already of casting all these games. I mean, you are used to that, but I'm not used to that at all. And every single game has been so great to see and to cast. I feel like I just want to spectate and see what these players want to do here, man.
Oh, I'm not used to Flesh and Blood played quite like this, Filipe. Brazil is delivering on all counts. These games are so tense.
I told you guys, like, Colin had to come to Brazil, and here we are. And here
we are, and we are very lucky to be here, Filipe, because Flesh and Blood skill is on display here. 2 cards are bought here?
Yeah, Laerte blocked with 2 cards here.
Why is Laerte blocking with 2 cards?
Not entirely sure why he would want to do that. Maybe he thought it was a 0-4-4. Oh my God! If he thought it was coming for 4, then he thought he had to get 2 cards, but that was not the case at all. So
Laerte, no, because he could have played the Unsheathed and sent this Dawnblade for 7.
Yes, oh my God, and that
Laerte,
could be the difference, Laerte. Oh my God, and Kadu is able to just block with 2 cards and come back swinging with a Ravenous Rebel for 4, revealing the Lightning Press.
Oh,
that
can be devastating.
That's devastating. That can be the difference maker in an otherwise game that was so close.
2 cards are forced out of the hand, and this snatch is going to force 2 as well, which means that Laerte survives for now. But for what? Because he's passing back to an Aurora player with a Lightning Press in hand and 3 other cards with which to use. He has not found any source of go again, though.
But he has the blue to attack with... To make a Rune Chant with Grasp of the Arcanine.
He could also activate Lightning Greaves and use Lightning Press to get go again.
That's true.
Laerte knows that the Lightning Press is there, and there's a Rune Chant that could be created here, but this is basically a foregone conclusion. This is too much damage to prevent when you're at 1 life.
Exactly, and knowing that your opponent has a Lightning Press, you need to overblock, but if you do overblock, Kadu can just arsenal that attack reaction. I don't see how Laerte can come out of this situation ahead with the win here anymore, Bryce.
It's an activation of Grasp of the Arcanine. Rune Chant generated 1 in the pitch.
Oh my God, what's Kadu thinking?
He's lining up a Scar for a Scar here.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to activate the Greaves with the 1 resource floating, play the press, and then follow it up with a 0-4-4. I think that's going to be enough. I don't know how Laerte can survive this turn here.
He's trying his best. Overpower goes to the pitch zone in order to cover up the Rune Chant. He's lining up 2 blocks. But he knows that the Lightning Press is there. The Ravenous Rabble made sure of that. 3 cards comes out. He's hoping that there is no action point here, but Cardu is able to activate the Lightning Greaves, which means that this Lightning Press gets go again, generates an action point, and the other card in his hand will be able to come through and close out this game. Gone in a flash does it, ladies and gentlemen. The shields are down, which means that 4 is enough to clench this game. Cardu cannot believe it. Look at him.
Oh my God, what a final ending to this game, Bryce, and especially after that turn where Kadu was debating between blocking with the Sigil or with the other 2 cards of his hand. He ultimately decided to just give the Sigil and saw the Iron Song response that would have been cast, giving him the opening to win the game with the Sigil right there. Oh my God, he thought that everything was lost after that turn, but no, he was able to come back with 0-4-4s and 0-4-4s, asking for 2 cards and 2 cards again and again and again until he put the nail in the coffin in this game, Bryce. What a banger.
Absolutely insane play, Filipe. We've got an updated top 8 bracket, folks. Let's go ahead and take a look at it now. One of those answers we already got here. The Brazilian on Brazilian game, Laerte Cursino versus Cardu, came out with Cardu, the Aurora player, on top, who is going to face Tsutomu Matsumoto in the next round. Looks like Michael Hamilton, the banger from the U.S., goes down. And it's a foregone conclusion at this point that it's going to be Brazil versus some foreigner in the finals. That means home turf versus outside turf, Felipe.
Yeah, and we can see that Alex was able to beat Michael in a rematch from the round 1 theater match we had today. And on the other game, Florin piloted Enigma to beat the Brazilian on the bottom bracket, Eduardo, to make us arrive here in this very special situation. We know we're going to have a Brazilian against the foreigners in the finals. So who is it going to be? I know this venue is going to be erupting, rooting for our Brazilian representative, be it Tsutomu on Florian or Cadu on Aurora. I'm really excited to see how this calling is going to end, Bryce.
It's also entirely possible that it becomes a Mistveil versus Rosetta finals as well. There's a lot of, set rivalry, nationality rivalry, and also just a lot of amazing flesh and blood to be played yet, Felipe.
Yes, and it's very interesting because we have always heard how powerful MST is as a set, but here at Calling São Paulo, we see at the semifinals 3 heroes from Rosetta against 1 hero from MST, so I guess Rosetta is also a very powerful set, Bryce.
Move over, Mystics. It's time for the Elementals to take over at center stage. Folks, thank you so much to over 3,000 of you tuning into Calling São Paulo here in Brazil. There's more flesh and blood to be played, but we're going to do a short break after, of course, we talk about Skirmish Season 11. This is Flesh and Blood at the highest level, but if you want to go enjoy some of our more casual but not forgotten formats, you can do so. Skirmish Season 11 is going on right now, March 15th to 30th, 2025, and there are a lot of great prizes on offer. Young hero art playmats from all 3 heroes from the Hunted, excluding Slippy, of course, because he doesn't have a young hero. Ira Scarlet Revenger in Cold Foil will go to the winners of these skirmish events, and also the top 4 will go home with never-before-seen Cold Foil Channel Lake Frigids. I've seen one so far, Felipe, and they are gorgeous.
Oh, they're amazing. The most flavorful cow to have in cold foil, right? Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, maybe freezing foil should be should be the moniker. Okay, Living Legend is underway as well as Bliss, and this is how Week 1 shook out, at least in Living Legend. Notice that there are plenty of heroes on here that have not attained Living Legend status. Only 9 of our Classic Constructed heroes have done so far. We thought we would add a 10th to that pantheon, but no Zens have made it to the top 8 here in Calling São Paulo. Who do you like to play here, Felipe?
Oh, one thing that I would like to point out is that we were talking about the newest additions to Aurora with the Armory deck, but Skyward Serenade is also really good in Briar. Have you thought about that?
I haven't thought about that at all.
With 1 card and a Tunic counter, if you just have the Serenade, you can play the Serenade, get the Skizik, and make the Embodiment, cast it with Go again, and then use the counter to play to attack with Rosetta for both modes activated, because we use the non-attack and an attack action already in this turn.
So that's a 1-card 8 with split damage, right?
A 1-card 8 with split damage, yeah.
That's dirty rotten. Okay, so I'd like to not talk about that anymore because that sounds insane. But what is maybe even more insane is the fact that Chain and Prism, the heavy hitters from Monarch, are still taking it over the elements over there. So maybe there's more to explore in Briar. In Blitz, however, it's a different story. Rosetta reigns supreme, just like it does here at Calling São Paulo. Aurora and Verdance are in the top spot for wins in Week 1. I am noticing that my dear departed Lexi is still alive in Blitz, and she's down there taking out a couple more wins over Zen.
Yeah, there is a little bit for everybody here. We see a lot of heroes getting wins out of this Skirmish Season 11 Week 1, and I gotta talk about a little bit of my pet deck as well. Blaze is sitting right there at the 4th. Oh my god, it's such a fun wizard to play. Blaze is... after not being able to play Kano anymore on Blitz, it's really nice to have Blaze fill in the blanks for Kano.
She does scratch the itch a little bit,
doesn't
she?
Does.
I actually need to talk shop with you a little bit later because I really like her as well.
All right, let's do it.
But before we do that, folks, it's Skirmish Season 11. Get out to your LGSs and play some of the lesser-known formats here in Flesh and Blood. Here at Calling São Paulo, however, we will continue with this classic constructed calling. When we come back after a short break, there will be more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. The last bastion of Warrior fandom has fallen, which means that it is going to be a Rosetta off with maybe a little bit of a pepper of MST. That is not necessarily a foregone conclusion, though, and we're going to find out during our next match. But first, we've got to talk about what is on the line besides just the cash prize here at Calling São Paulo. It's, of course, the World Tour, which boasts a $1.5 million USD prize pool at 120 iconic destinations all around the world, folks. That's right, the Player of the Year is going to be one of the most illustrious titles you can earn in Flesh and Blood, and there are going to be plenty of them given out based on the 3 regions that we support. That's right, at pretty much every Flesh and Blood event sanctioned by LSS, you're going to be able to earn World Tour points. That's the World Championship here in USA. I'm sorry, we're not in the USA anymore. We're not in Kansas. We're in São Paulo, Brazil.
Do you feel at home at Brazil already, Bryce?
Clearly I do, because I'm calling it my home. So no, the World Championship will be in the US of A. We got 2 Pro Tours on the docket. That's London next month, and then, of course, Pro Tour Singapore later on this year. 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, 50 National Championships. There are plenty of places to earn World Tour points, and this is how they all shake out. I draw your attention to the middle of the screen. There are 16 World Tour points on offer for our winner today. The Player of the Year will result in 2 regional champions, 3 second-place regional champions, and 3 third-place regional champions, with the prize support listed on your screen. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. In the U.S., doesn't really matter because a lot of them fell today. Hamilton lost, so there's no more bastion for the United States. No more World Tour points for the US of A. This is going to be much more interesting for our next match, Felipe.
It's going to be a battle for the top of the standings here as we see the third-ranked Alex Chitu on 24 World Tour points facing off with the fifth-ranked player of Florin-Cristian Loghin on 19 World Tour points. They face each other off on the semifinals here at Calling São Paulo.
And with the money only going to the top 3 in each region, this could be an upset for the European leaderboard. We don't have any APAC players here today, so I'm going to breeze on past this, besides the fact that there are a lot of amazing names up there. Right now, we don't have any at the overall leaderboard, except for, of course, Alex Chitu, who sits at 6th place worldwide. Oh boy, we get to go back to us and then directly on down to the match floor where these 2 titans of the European Player of the Year leaderboard will be facing off. Let's take one more look at our bracket, though. We are showing you the game on the bottom side of this bracket here, and we will be taking a look at deck lists shortly. But we must linger here for a moment to see what is at stake. It is a foregone conclusion, as we have already said, that Brazil will be facing off from an outside invader, either from the UK or from Austria, did we say?
Austria, yes.
So we'll have to see if the Brazilians have what it takes to defend their home turf. This is the deck of Alex Chitu, who we saw fall to the hands of Michael Hamilton, but it seems that once he was off stream, the gloves were also off, and he came out swinging because he was able to defeat Michael Hamilton in the first round of this top 8, and this is how he's doing it. One of the things that stands out to me compared to our previous Aurora player is the number of flicker wisps. I see 3 in the yellow zone and also 1 remembrance. Alex Chitu says he can go the distance.
Yeah, Alex wants to battle fatigue and defensive matchups with the combo, so he's packing the full 3 Arc Lightnings and 3 Flicker Wisps, and 1 Remembers to be able to combo once more per game. So Remembers gives Alex's Aurora deck a chance to combo 1 more time, and that can be the difference maker between a winner or loss against a fatigue opponent.
We may not see it employed here, but Alex is also holding on to some Zap Clappers, which is the arm piece from the Aurora Armory deck, which he insists is kind of a mirror breaker. Next up is Florin-Cristian Loghin, who is our Austrian that is in the room today. He is our 2nd seed, and he's piloting Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry. Felipe, you have a lot of experience on this deck as well, don't you?
Yes, I really like Enigma as well, and here we see that Florin decided to play 10,000 Year Reunion, which is a very good card in the mirror, but probably not played here against Aurora. What he can play against Aurora here is the 3 copies of That All You Got that he's sporting. That's a pretty good card in the meta currently, being able to block those Starfalls that coming for 1 on the back of a possible Channel Lightning Valley from the hand, pumping it up to 2 and drawing a card at the end of the turn is really, really powerful ability for Enigma to have.
What do you think about those 3 copies of Dissolve Reality? Are we going to see some Arsenal disruption here?
Yes, I really like that choice by Florin because Dissolve Reality taking out the arsenal from the Aurora player can mean that you put one of these combo pieces that we're talking about when we're looking at Alex's list back into at the bottom of his deck, disrupting his chances to combo during the game, because he usually wants to park one Arc Lightning or Flicker Wisps down in the arsenal while looking for the order to be able to combo. The Solve Reality says no to that. Put that arsenal back on the bottom and let's not combo me this time around.
Now, Count Your Blessings has not made a huge splash since the World Championship in Osaka, and it seems that Florin-Cristian has left those at home as well, which does mean that Alex is not going to have to do any guesswork. This is open deck list, and he will have all the information he needs. But will he be able to put it to good use? Let's teleport ourselves down to the feature match area and find out. As mentioned before, it is Alex Chitu, our 6th seed from Great Britain, piloting Aurora Shooting Star versus Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry, in the hands of Florin-Cristian Loghin, the Austrian, who is hanging out here in Brazil. On the play is Aurora Shooting Star.
And here we see the players. Alex is sporting that very, very nice Sigil jacket, black and white jacket there. Shout out to Team Sigil.
Team Sigil is here, and they are ready to play. Alex Chitu says, Electrostatic Discharge, create an embodiment of lightning, and pass on this first turn with 2 red cards in the pitch. Just doing a little bit of setup here and maintaining an action point, which I think is very appropriate here against his Enigma opponent. Just threatening that if they were to establish a little bit of a ward board here, Alex could take it out as fast as it came. Florin-Cristian Loghin is packing a Warmonger's Diplomacy here, which is very interesting in these new Aurora decks. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not Aurora will be more susceptible to it now that she's packing more non-attacks.
And we see Florin deploying the first Phantasmaclasm of the game here. Oh, and Alex has the Lightning Press that he can use to try and pop that Phantasmaclasm here. And that's the target that Florin decides to put on the bottom of his deck to not get the Phantasmaclasm popped. And we see the first piece of combo, Arc Lightning, is sitting right there at Alex Chitu's hand.
He also has the option, I believe, to put that Exude Confidence in front of this Phantasmaclasm and pay for the instant speed ability in order to pop this Phantasmaclasm. A 2-card block on 9 is pretty efficient, Felipe.
Yes, I don't know if he has the blue to pay for it, though.
Oh, you're right. So many of these lightning cards look blue.
Yeah,
they're
all very blue.
It's great for him. So it would be a 3-card block on 9, but saving some cards in hand could be, in deck could be useful here. That being said, the majority of the time these Aurora decks are going to want to say, send me the bill on this Phantasmaclasm. Sure, I'll take 9, but I'm going to come back with more.
Yeah, and interestingly, Florin kept a Miragai in hand that he's probably intending to put on Arsenal, which is the most powerful play from this Enigma deck, but can be a little clunky at the beginning of the game since he has not transcended yet. So putting it on Arsenal means he has to draw 2 natural transcend in the same hand in order to transcend twice, or 1 transcend plus another blue card to be able to transcend and cast that Miragai.
I also want to draw attention to the pitch zone of Florin-Cristian. There is an Essence of Ancestry body, which all of the top Enigma players that I have been looking at lists for are saying is like one of the best cards in the meta right now. We'll have to see if it is instrumental later. Alex Chitu says, no, I will indeed block with Face Purgatory, mind you, and take advantage of the fact that I have more non-attacks in my deck. So Face Purgatory is going to buy that Manifestations of Miragai out of the hand of Florin-Cristian Loghin, punished a little bit for over-pitching there and trying to save something for later. So into the bin goes Manifestations of Miragai, and Alex is able to draw a card to boot, and he's got a good turn locked and loaded.
Very interesting play by Alex here, blocking with his Face Purgatory on the first turn of the game. And here he can start his turn with Exude Confidence that will have go again, powered by that embodiment of lightning, threatening to not let Florin play any defense reactions if he has drawn any in this turn.
Looks like he has found none, but he has found his first Transcend card, which could be paired with one of those Warmongers as a chain or a turn ender, rather. Right now, though, it is all on Alex. Life totals are still at full here. 40 plays 40. Each hero has a full bill of health as an Exude Confidence comes down, gets go again, thanks to the embodiment of Lightning token generated on turn 0 for the man from Great Britain.
And Exude can be such a powerful card against Enigma because playing Sink Below, Shelter of Storms, Fate for Scenes, sometimes you get stuck with 2 or 3 defense reactions, and if the Aurora can play the Exude Confidence in those turns, you can pass a lot of damage and just make the Enigma player keep all of those defensive reactions in hand without being able to block.
Florian had the opportunity to put a Phantasmaclasm out in front of this Exude Confidence, which would have kind of turned off that first clause of the card. But because he has no defense reactions in hand, I think he's A-okay with Exude remaining active for the entirety of this chain. The follow-up here is Arcanic Shockwave, which does not naturally have Go Again. It seems that it is also not going to be fused, because there is simply no lightning card in hand here. So no arcane damage, and Arcanic Shockwave seems like it's just going to deal 1, but the Snapdragon Scalers come out to play. Alex definitely seems to feel that the Snapdragons are less valuable as like a piece to hold on to, and rather just a way to unclunk one Aurora turn per game.
Yeah, he's been very aggressively with using of his Snapdragon Scalers throughout the tournament. And here we see him yet again using it very early to just unclunk one of his hands.
So losing value both on the potential fuse of the Arcanic Shockwave and also the Static Shock, because no lightning cards have been revealed for fuse effects or played this turn. So Florian, instead of descending down to 29 here, he gets a little bit of a benefit and instead sits at 31. He is at a 7 life deficit to Aurora Shooting Star, but he's got all of the cards in his hand that did he keep all of it?
He blocked with
he
the
blocked
Warmongers.
with one Warmonger. Okay, and that's because he just wants to send another Phantasmaclasm here, which is an A-okay play for an Enigma facing an Aurora.
Yeah, and here we see Florian play another Phantasmaclasm. The ways that Enigma players are trying to combat Aurora now is to be more aggressive, play a lot of attacks like Phantasmaclasm, Miraging Metamorph, Command and Conquers, Weakest Links, in order to just try and race Aurora, because Enigma actually has some very good value cards to play on its own while attacking, while still having the powerful turns of Traverse into Miragai to try and steal the games from Aurora. It's still a tough matchup, but if you try to be more defensive as Enigmas in the past were, you just open yourself more to the combo potential that Aurora has. So trying to be more aggressive has been the way that a few Enigmas have been trying to combat this matchup. And I think from what I've seen from Florian's deck is the way he's going to try to approach this game as well.
Aggressive Florian is being here. He also bottomed an electromagnetic somersault, which means that this is a very clunky hand from our Aurora player. He is holding on to an Entwined Lightning in Arsenal, however, which could help do some heavy lifting in terms of the action point standpoint. And 2 cards seem to be lined up for the block here. Very much respecting this Phantasmaclasm, the amount of damage that it's putting out, but also the fact that he simply doesn't have the cards to go as wide as he wants efficiently on this next turn. So looks like Alex Chitu is locking in 6 as his choice of blocks, which means that 3 is going to come through.
Yeah, by the way, the Alex is blocking here. I think he intends to throw the Entwine Lightning here, followed by the Lightning Surge and Arsenal, that Flicker Wisp, kind of like trying to set up his combo already, which can make those Dissolve Realities that we've seen from Florian's deck list to be very, very important here.
Okay, just as my co-caster alluded to, Entwined Lightning fused with Lightning Surge, which means 4 Go Again, exactly what Aurora wants to be doing. Florian has found his first defense reaction in Sink Below. He also has that card we were talking about earlier, Essence of Ancestry Body, could be absolutely instrumental to clenching this victory here. It just has so much defensive capability, Filipe. I think that's why Enigmas are drawn to it. He also, however, has a spare blue as well as a Transcend card in his arsenal. So I suspect that he's going to take a lot of damage here in order to enable his first Transcend and also a Levels of Enlightenment on his turn.
Yeah, the levels paired up with the Transcend card he has on Arsenal means that he can Transcend for the first time of the game. It would be nice if he drew a blue out of here. Oh, and he drew the second level, so he will be able to play levels into Transcend, have 2 blues on his pitch zone to be able to activate 2 modes on Levels of Enlightenment here.
And then he's got a Miraging Metamorph off that Sink Below, so there's going to be a lot of damage coming out of our Enigma player here. Oh, instead, Levels goes... Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Levels goes into the pitch, exactly like my co-caster was talking about. It's been a long day, folks. Apologies for that. But the Holding priority, of course, is Florin-Cristian, and playing out that Stir the Pot, which will, of course, transcend and give Florin the opportunity to pitch to the Enigma Ledger of Ancestry hero ability, generate a Spectral Shield token with a +1 counter, and also an extra mode on Levels of Enlightenment.
And having transcended very quickly into the game is really important to Florian because that unlocks his very powerful piece of equipment, Traverse the Universe. So the next time, the next mirror guy he sees could potentially be set up on the arsenal to be deployed with a Traverse the Universe block in the appropriate moment in order to try and come up with a big turn that Alex cannot come back from.
Okay, 2 blues are in the pitch, which means the 2 modes can be chosen on Levels of Enlightenment. It seems that the chosen modes are Go Again and Draw a Card. What did Florin get for his troubles? It's another blue in Ripple Away,
it's a Ripple
which
Away.
is kind of a clunker here.
Yeah, that's definitely a card you don't want to see in this situation because it's not a card you really want in your arsenal as Enigma. So I'm very curious to see how Florian is going to play the rest of this hand.
There's not a whole lot else he can do. I don't think there can possibly be a consideration for not playing Miraging Metamorph, right?
It's so much value, right? Since he has 2 resources floating already, he could potentially opt to attack with Ripple Away while he still can and save the Miraging Metamorph. That, by the way, can be played off of a Tunic counter in a later turn. But it's not exactly the best possible play you can make. But we see Florian thinking about it right now, exactly.
But yeah, I do
he
tend
does
to like that. Yeah, because
he does that, yeah.
when as Enigma are you going to just have 2 resources floating that you can't sink anyway? So Florian says, I am absolutely going to be able to resolve this Miraging Metamorph that I have in my hand. So I'm going to go for the resource-efficient play rather than the damage-efficient play, playing the long game here.
Exactly, because if he deployed the Miraging Metamorph here, he probably would not want to Arsenal that Ripple Away, so he would, even though he would be sending 3 more damage here, he would not have an Arsenal for the next turn, so instead he opted for the more flexible option as well. Having an Arsenal is really good, because for example, next turn he can block with his whole hand, save that Spectral Shield, and come back with Spectral Shield for 2, use the Tunic counter to play the Miraging Metamorph from Arsenal for 7 more damage.
The power of Enigma on display, despite the fact that they had to resolve a 2-cost 4 attack. I think Florin is showing that he is a very disciplined player, showing his Austrian stripes as a card with a tiger comes out on the combat chain.
And Alex takes the 4 damage here, but most importantly, he was able to keep his full hand, and we know there's a Flicker Wisp on his arsenal. Was he able to draw an Arc Lightning this turn?
He was not, unfortunately. We have peeked the hand. What he did get, however, is a Burn-Up Shock, which is potentially a way to really get a life lead against this Enigma. Florin, however, has a Restless Coalescence in hand and a Transcend card. So maybe a little bit block deficient, but Ward could really do some work here. Flicker Wisp is coming out to play, and I think the reason Alex is doing this is because he has several card effects that deal arcane damage this turn. So even though he hasn't been able to find the Arc Lightning, Flicker Wisp is going to enable an extra ping of, not really a ping, an extra pump of arcane damage, both on the Arcanic Shockwave that is in hand and the Burn-Up Shock that is in hand.
Exactly, and together with the Ravenous Rebel, it's going to be a powerful turn from Alex here. Let's see how Florian can try to defend against all the pings and attacks for 4 that Alex is going to cast this turn.
Looks like Restless Coalescence is coming out in response to the Flicker Wisp, and of course being activated. So Restless Coalescence is going to rob that Spectral Shield of its +1 counter and then immediately be used to generate another Spectral Shield, all defensive capability here. It's also going to eat that 2 arcane damage that comes from the Flicker Wisp. And then there's Burn-Up Shock. Shock sends 2 arcane damage, and if Burn-Up is able to connect, it's going to connect with 5 arcane damage instead of 4.
Yeah, that's not the combo with Arc Lightning, but it's a very, very good turn to play Flicker Wisp for value as well. It's doing 2 damage by itself, pumping Burn-Up, pumping Shock to 2, pumping Burn-Up to 5, pumping Arcanic Shockwave to 5, so it's at least 5 value out of 1 card.
It's pretty dang good. And ultimately, if the burn up doesn't connect, it does help kind of take the sting off of that, especially when there's just not a whole lot of physical damage coming out of the hand of Alex. But the fact that he's going to be able to remove the majority of the ward board before he starts sending physical, and the fact that Florian has not found himself a defense reaction could mean that this burn up still connects.
Yeah, and here we see Florian pitching a blue card in order to save one Spectral Shield from the burn up, from the shock 2 damage, in order to try and cover a breakpoint if he needs to.
Fyendal Spring Tunic generates a free resource at the cost of 3 energy counters, and Starfall with Go Again is the follow-up to Go Again, threatening a very powerful burn-up that could be 5 arcane damage if it is allowed to connect. Florian cannot afford that huge chunk of life, but he's got to be wondering what is still lurking in the hand of Alex Chitu, because there's still 3 cards.
Oh, and he used his quick dodge flexor here to block the Starfall.
I really like this play. When else are you going to have a reliable blue in the pitch zone and at the ready? The physical damage is way more scary than the arcane here. Ravenous Rabble reveals a red and gets 4 Go Again.
Yeah, and with that, he can use the last resource he has available in order to block again with that quick dodge flexors, which was a very powerful addition to Enigma from the Hunted.
He can wait. There's still 1 Spectral Shield on the board. He blocks with a Rage Spectre. He's leaning into that Spectral Shield, hiding behind it. That ward prevents the final piece of damage that comes over through Ravenous Rabble, which means that Burn-Up still has not connected, which means the last attack in Alex Chitu's hand is an Arcanic Shockwave. It should be fused with this Written in the Stars. 2 more arcane damage comes through, and then the all-scary 4 physical. Florian has 2 cards left in hand. I believe... No, I'm sorry. He only has 1 card left in hand. At this point, is he going to be forced to block with the Traverse Universe just not to take so much damage? He's still got the 1 resource on lock for the Quick Dodge Flexors. You'd have to believe that they're going to come out here, especially because everything is face up from Alex at this point.
Yeah, I think he will take the 2 Arcane, block with Phantasmaclasm from hand, and put the Quick Dodge Flexors in front of that in order to not get hit by the Burn-Up.
Which means that all Alex can do is close this combat chain, Burn-Up goes away, has dealt 2 arcane damage, but doesn't get the on-hit that we really wanted. Alex doesn't want Written in the Stars for the Arsenal. Instead, he's going to cash it in for an embodiment of Lightning Token, a play that I really like here.
Yeah, and here I think Florian got a very huge win, because denying that burn-up that was powered up by the Flicker Wisp was a very, very good turnout of events to him, because he's able to utilize that Miraging Metamorph we were talking about last turn in connection with that tonic counter to attack for a 1-card 7 here.
So Alex Chitu is free to pop this attack with impunity, but that being said, he has not found any 6-power attacks in the hand. It's just another burn-up shock, a lightning press, and a current funnel, which is not exactly the attack that Aurora wants to be throwing. She would much rather the power be 4.
Oh,
so in this case, it's a bit of a clunker.
Yeah, that's a very, very sad hand to see from Alex's hand here. It's kind of a brick. He doesn't have good attacks. He only has the current funnel to throw, so he might be relegated to blocking this Miraging Metamorph and trying to set up for next turn here.
It's going to be tough. Usually Electromagnetic Somersault is an amazing card because it can function both on offense and defense, but in this case, Alex has only found 1 attack with which to block here.
Oh, and Alex decides to take the 7 damage here.
7 damage comes through, and it's important to mention once again Florin-Cristian Logan's patience, arsenaling the Miraging Metamorph and sending the weird draw in Ripple away on the previous turn is paying dividends here, because after blocking out entirely, he is still able to send a powerful 1-card 7. Burn-Up Shock resolved once again on the side of our Aurora player. 1 arcane damage comes through. Burn-Up will be threatened for the rest of the turn, and Current Funnel is the follow-up, has Go Again, thanks to the fact that a Lightning card was played as the last action card this turn, and also that embodiment of Lightning token that was generated by Written in the Stars last turn.
Yeah, Alex wants to threaten the Burn-Up here once again, and by the fact that he has the Lightning Press in hand, he's trying to force that powerful one hit to go through.
But there's going to be a bit of a punish here, because Florian has found a That All You Got, which happens to draw a card once the combat chain closes. If the card it is defending has power 2 or less. That being said, Alex has the follow-up, which is Lightning Press. That could be why he decided to go for it here. Because he has a bit of shenanigans to do in the reaction step himself, he says, I'm going to go for this burn up here. Current funnel gets pumped up to 5, not only threatening to push 2 damage over the top and force the burn up on hit, but also denying the card draw that could come from that all you got after the combat chain closes.
And that's especially an interesting interaction, because if the players played it in the reverse order, if Alex played the Lightning Press before Florin could respond with that all we got, which in turn would resolve first and be able to draw the card. But since Alex waited for Florin to play the all you got first, he was able to deny the card draw by playing the Lightning Press in response to the defense reaction.
I think that is super interesting, but also I think that all you got says like it's a constantly checking effect.
While this is defending an attack
and
with
the
2
combat
or
chain
less.
closes.
Yes, but wouldn't that mean that it would never be defending because the card would be pumped by 2 before?
I'm pretty sure it is constantly checking until the combat chain closes.
Okay,
but
so maybe I'm wrong.
honestly, that is a very interesting interaction, and the fact that Alex was able to deny the card draw there is pretty instrumental. Not only that, he bought a ton of damage off of that burn up. The second one has connected, and that means that he has bought himself a little bit of space in this race. The first manifestations of Mirai is being resolved for Florin-Cristian Loghin here, and it's just a weenie one. It's one with 2 counters, not the inner chi fueled one that you would normally like to see.
And interestingly, he was only able to cast it and not attack because he only had 1 blue in hand to play, and he arsenaled another Mirai. Was that right? I think I saw another Mirai there.
There was definitely another one in the hand. We'll have to see if he decided to hold on to it in the arsenal, but that could mean that this Traverse the Universe, it's time to deploy it and send that Manifestations of Mirai, especially because he's seen all copies that he can possibly see. There was one discarded off that Face Purgatory early on in this game. He's got to make use of them now.
Exactly, and if we take a look, I think Florin drew another blue, a Dissolve Reality, and a Weakest Link. So that would be a really, really powerful turn, because if he blocks with Traverse, he can go Mirai, play the Dissolve Reality to take out Alex's arsenal from the turn, attack with Mirai for 8, and then finish the turn by attacking with Weakest Link for 6, which is a very, very powerful Mirai turn. That could be a pivotal moment in this game.
Alex is going to make it hard to hold on to that Mirai, though, because it's Arc Lightning as the first action here. 1 arcane damage ping comes through. He's holding on to 2 Channel Lightning Valleys, which he is not deploying here because no matter what, this damage is going to be shored up by the manifestation of Mirai, whether Florin decides to pitch into AB or not.
Yeah, here you see yet again, Alex drew the Arc Lightning, but decided to cash in on it already to be able to unlock his hand and do, even though it's not the most powerful turn Aurora can put out, it's still a very, very powerful turn, especially threatening that Mirai that was already on the board. Even though it's not the biggest Mirai we always see, it's still a very threatening Mirai that with 2 counters.
And you've got to remove the ward board of Enigma if you want to get some damage through. Florin immediately says bye-bye Mirai. Into the graveyard it goes as he decides that this turn is just going to be too hard to block out, which is really good news for Alex because he is still sitting on 2 CLVs.
Yeah, and let's see what's the next play here by Alex.
Whoa, I'm looking at the wrong hand. This is the right hand.
Okay.
Channel Lightning Valley is at the ready. He's got a Ravenous Rabble in hand, and he's got an Electromagnetic Somersault in the arsenal. So he's got to decide exactly how he wants to play this. He can throw out a Ravenous Rabble, send one of those CLVs into the pitch zone in order to play a Starfall, and then also keep the second CLV around for a later turn.
Yes, let's see how he starts the turn here. He has a Electromagnetic Somersault there. He's going to pitch one of the CLVs to come up with the Starfall at first.
Okay, Starfall, because another Lightning card has been played this turn, is going to have +1 and Go Again, which means 2 Go Again is the ask from Alex Chitu, and of course, the Arcane Damage ping on the back end.
And I already see Florin kind of looking towards the Traverse the Universe here, thinking about maybe blocking with it in this spot.
So if Florin says no blocks, you better believe that the Channel Lightning Valley will be played here so that Alex does not miss his window to draw a card. But Traverse the Universe is the block.
It's got to be very suspicious here to see our Aurora opponent pitching a Channel Lightning Valley to attack with a Starfall, right? So Florin has definitely has caught up to that and is indeed blocking the Starfall with the Traverse.
So Alex at this point is probably thinking about his priority windows here. When can he deploy that Channel Lightning Valley? Because you have to be careful about it. If you don't deploy it before that arcane damage ping comes through and it happens to leak through, you've missed your opportunity. So Alex is throwing it out here. Channel Lightning Valley comes out into the arena as Florin-Cristian Loghin searches up for an inner chi off that Traverse the Universe. It is ready to be used for the Manifestations of Miragai that is in the arsenal, but will Alex be able to draw a card before this turn is over?
Let's see how Florin decides to deal with the ping here from Arc Lightning.
Blocks are good. 1 arcane damage. Will Florin pitch? He's got so many cards in hand. I can't imagine that he doesn't, but he takes it. He takes the damage down to 17, which means that Alex Chitu gets a chance to send even more damage here, and it's a Skyward Serenade, which is exactly what he wants to see here. It's a foregone conclusion that Channel Lightning Valley is sticking around because there is another lightning card in the pitch with which to flow it into the next turn.
Yeah, and since Florin already dedicated the Traverse the Universe block here, Alex gotta be suspicious about a Miragai turn coming up, so he's thinking about how he wants to set up to threaten Miragai next turn, because if your Enigma opponent is blocking with Traverse, you gotta believe there's a Miragai coming very soon.
I would imagine that you would want to dig for that Sigil of Suffering and see if you can just pressure the Miragai on your opponent's turn.
I think Alex is going to want to attack with Rebel here, perhaps bouncing with the Somersault in his arsenal and set up that Serenade in the arsenal to be able to have a first attack with Go again for the next turn.
If you're an Aurora fan, you hope he does not do that because there is one of those 3 Dissolve Realities lurking in the hand of Enigma Ledger of Ancestry.
Exactly.
Alex needs to go balls to the wall here and play out every single card at his disposal. Otherwise, Dissolve Reality is going to send 1 to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, that would be the normal play pattern, I think, from an Aurora player here, but that Dissolve Reality would be back-breaking if he does decide to follow that line of play.
Florin is just saying no blocks time and time again. He is not threatened at all by that Channel Lightning Valley because he's got 5 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal thanks to that block of Traverse the Universe, one of the most influential cards in Flesh and Blood's history.
Yeah. So the Rebel's coming up. He's going to attack for 4 again.
Electromagnetic Somersault, bouncing that Ravenous Rabble.
First the ping from Arc Lightning.
Electromagnetic Somersault goes to the bin. Now Alex Chitu thinks about the next attack. It is going to be the Ravenous Rabble again. Foregone conclusion that it's coming in for 4 Go again because there is a Flittering Charge in the red on top of his deck. 4 Go again, currently 19 plays 12 in the favor of our Aurora player, but Enigma is going to have something to say about that on their next turn of the game. Florin finally seems to be lining up a block.
Yeah, he has 1 extra card. He could, it is, I believe, a Miraging Metamorph. He could save for his arsenal, but he opts to just block with it to save 3 life here, blocking this Ravenous Rebel.
Down to 10 is Florin-Cristian Loghin after taking the ping from Arc Lightning.
And now let's see if Alex tries to pressure Florin more or arsenals that Skyward Serenade.
I tend to think that now is the time, especially because there is a Arc Lightning in the arena. I think he just wants to go again as many times as humanly possible.
Yeah. The fact that the top 8 is open deck list can make Alex think about playing it more, because even though we could, this is the perfect moment to utilize the Skyward Serenade because he would be able to do 2 more damage together with Arc Lightning. The fact that your opponent blocked with Traverse signals that it's very, very important to come back with a very strong turn in the next turn to be able to combat the Miragai that's probably coming out. But the fact that it's open deck list, Alex knows about the Dissolves in Florin's list, so it incentivizes him to play it out right now, and that's what he's doing. He's playing the Skyward Serenade like you pointed out, Bryce.
Chain is closed. Skyward Serenade comes out to play. Chosen modes are almost assuredly going to be create an embodiment of Lightning Token and tutor out a Skizik to put in the Banish Zone and be played this turn, which means that 2 more pings of Arc Lightning are going to come through against our Enigma player, and he is descending down below 10 here. The Arc Lightning trigger from Skyward Serenade comes through. 9 life, 10 life currently separates these 2 players, and it's all in the favor of Aurora, but there are 4 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal for Florin. He has blocked with Traverse the Universe, which means that Manifestations of Miragai is going to get developed next turn and swing for 8.
Yeah, and Skyward Serenade together with Arc Lightning is a 1-card 6. It's so much value and such a powerful buff to this Aurora deck. Here we see the Skizik coming for 4, powered by that embodiment of Lightning token, giving it go again and +1 from his own ability.
4 go again. Florin-Cristian is in the tank. How much damage is he willing to take for this pivot turn? At this point, it's a foregone conclusion that Alex has cleared his arsenal and will not have a card there for Dissolve Reality to take, and yet Florin continues to take damage here. 4 + 1 means that Florin-Cristian is down to 4. 19 plays 4 as a flow counter goes on channel Lightning Valley, and we pass back over to our Enigma player who is going to do their best.
Yeah, the Dissolve Reality, I think Florin was tanking a little bit on the block because the Dissolve Reality now is not going to be powerful because there's no arsenal in Alex's side of the arena, but he could pack it for perhaps the next turn. And here he comes. He starts with the powerful Dragon Miragai, pitching another blue to attack for 8.
8 go again already on this combat chain. Alex does have a hand that does things.
Importantly as well, the Tunic is up. Florin's Tunic is on 2, so he will be able to try and block with his whole hand next turn, and he will have Tunic available to swing with Miragai again if he is able to block out Alex's next turn.
Enigma loves to say, "Get down, Mr. President," but is it possible to hold on to a Manifestations of Miragai, especially when your opponent's got a Lightning Press in hand? It's going to take all of Florin's premonition, power of premonition in order to see through that play. Ooh, but it's a weakest link as the follow-up, forcing blocks if Alex wants to hold on to that Lightning Press.
And Alex has 2 instant cards in his hand, which is very unfortunate facing this weakest link. This weakest link, if hit, is gonna be able to discard a card from Alex's hand. And this is exactly the kind of disruption you wanna see when you're the Enigma player on a Miragai Traverse turn. You want to throw Miragai plus Disruption. This is exactly what he got here with this weakest link.
But Alex does have an answer of his own. It's Electromagnetic Somersault in the hand, which means that even though he is forced to block with these attack cards right here, 4/6, he's going to be able to bring them back to hand, which means that Electromagnetic Somersault is essentially a 1-card 6 on the block. Static Shock and Current Funnel devoted to blocking out that weakest link, and back to the hand thanks to Electromagnetic Somersault. Passing back to Aurora, who has a Tunic counter of their own online. 11 plays 4. The mood is tense here. Can Florin-Cristian hold on to this Manifestations of Miragai?
Yeah, and this is kind of a break from Alex here. He has Current Funnel. He creates a Rune Chant with a Grasp, and he will only be able to attack with the Static Shock for 4 and potentially buff it with the Lightning Press he has in hand. It is threatening to the Miragai.
Oh, Florin has found a defense reaction. It's Fate Foreseen in the hand. Will he be able to sniff out this Lightning Press?
Oh my God, this is a pivotal moment in this game, Bryce. Because I think the most common way of playing this hand is to just pitch 1 to pay for the Rune Chant and Fate Foreseen the Static Shock. But if he does that, the Lightning Press will be able to kill the Miragai. So will Florian, if Florian blocks with an action card for 3, he will already have to block with the Fate to cover it up as well. But if he doesn't, if he just blocks with the Fate, Alex will be able to kill the Miragai.
This is probably the most important moment in the semifinals of Calling São Paulo. We're only 5 turns in and 20 minutes into this game, but it's already reaching a fever pitch. The tension could be cut with a sponge here, folks.
Yeah, so Florin pays the AB on the Rune Chant, and now is the important decision. He could also just block with 1 card and the Tunic or something like that, but I don't think this is the best way to approach this. He could give 2 cards, which would also be very... Oh, he's playing
2 cards
right
here.
Into the Lightning Press from Alex here.
Alex is going to probably deploy this Lightning Press, threatening getting over by 1, which will force Florin to play a Fate Foreseen and get 3 card blocks on this 1 attack.
Even though he's losing a lot of value in this block, it's still worth it because his Tunic is going up to 3. He will be able to keep the Miragai and swing with the Miragai again, which already compensates all the value he could possibly be losing by this overblock here. And at this stage, the value proposition of the Enigma player changes a little bit because the whole game becomes defend the Queen, defend Miragai.
Alex is chewing a hole in the side of his cheek, trying to figure out whether or not to deploy this lightning press here.
And when Alex gets nervous, he starts to flicker his eyebrows. So you can see he's flicking his eyebrows all the time.
We were seeing it a lot during the Michael Hamilton game earlier on. He says no. He says, I'm going to Arsenal and pass here. This could be absolutely devastating, especially because Florin is holding on to a Dissolve Reality in the Arsenal here.
Oh my God, this plays will play right into what Florin wants to be doing here, because he can, instead of using the Tunic, he can even pitch that Fate Forcing and draw with the Ponder from the Dissolve Reality. But this Dissolve Reality will get Alex here.
Oh, this is such a tense moment for Alex. I have to think he chose wrong right here, not trying to force more cards out of Florin-Cristian's hand.
Yeah, and Florin has an interesting decision here too, because he has the best card to put in Arsenal for next turn here in Fate 14, so he could opt to use the Tunic and just forego the Dissolve Reality Ponder token, and that's exactly what he's doing. I still believe he's gonna cast the Dissolve to get rid of the Arsenal there, but he's making sure he has the perfect Arsenal for this moment here in the Fate 14.
This is the power of Dissolve Reality. Your opponent is damned if they keep an Arsenal and damned if they don't. You always want to have more power on the docket whenever you can, especially as an aggro deck. You want to set up really big turns, especially when you have to remove a Manifestations of Mirai. But in this case, Florin-Cristian is basically just going to say -3 value on Alex Chitu's turn. On his next turn, even though he's going to get a Ponder token, not having to deal with a Lightning Press is a huge boon to an Enigma player that is trying to defend the President that is Manifestations of Mirai.
And let's see what Alex is working with here. Oh, 2 blues, an Electromagnetic Somersault, and a Static Shock. It's not the best hand to threaten a Mirai as well. 3 turns in a row, he didn't draw a very offensive hand in order to threaten this Mirai. And he doesn't even know about the Dissolve Reality coming his way, Bryce.
Or the Fate Foreseen that could be lurking in the Arsenal next turn. Florin has everything that he needs to defend one of the most powerful cards to come out of one of the most powerful sets in Flesh and Blood's history.
Oh, you gotta love that card, man. Manifestations of Mirai is so powerful. Of course, you hate it when you're playing against it, but you love it when you're playing with Enigma, man. It's such a powerful card. You always want to be playing for that turn, that traverse turn.
I've pretty much never been in the Enigma seat, so I have nothing but loathing for this Manifestations of Mirai here. Grasp of the Arcanine is the block, which means that 6 damage comes through. 4 plays 5. The life gap is going ever further into the Enigma players' favor, and Dissolve Reality is the follow-up here coming out of the Arsenal, which means that this reciprocal effect will only hurt our Aurora player, who puts that Lightning Press that could have been deployed next turn to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and that play was very unfortunate for Alex. One turn before, he decided to not keep an Arsenal and play that Skyward Serenade that turn in order to not have an Arsenal and be threatened by the Dissolve Reality, but 1 turn later, he opts to not play around it, and he gets punished by the Dissolve Reality in Florin's Arsenal.
And now Florin has the opportunity to choose a Transcend card, which is a fantastic Arsenal, or Fate Foreseen, but yeah, that 0-for-4 defense reaction, there's no contest here.
Yeah, I bet he's very happy about how this decision turned out. He traded 1 tonic counter for the guarantee of having a defense reaction in his Arsenal.
Now Florin-Cristian was kind of defense reaction deficient early on in this game, but he's found them when it counts, when he needs to defend a Manifestations of Mirai so that it can swing turn after turn after turn. And Alex Chitu, it's all on him to try to remove that Spiritual Dragon before it comes to bite him in the bottom.
And he's running out of time, Bryce, because he's only at 5 life. He's already on lethal range from the Miragai's attacks, so he needs to come up with an offense here, because if he starts to having to block Miragai every single turn just to stay alive, it's pretty much game over. This is exactly where Enigma wants to be at the end of the game.
Okay, he's lining up Written in the Stars for the pitch zone here. He's got 2 blues, so I would have to imagine that there's going to be an activation of Grasp of the Arcanine and also a Starfall swing here. Activating Grasp of the Arcanine is Alex Chitu, the man from Great Britain who is trying to do the impossible and remove this Manifestations of the Mirai through 2 defense reactions and a heck of a lot of other stuff.
Yeah,
Rune Chant token generated here.
He comes up with the Starfall for 1, which is the most telegraphed play ever. It's never for 1, Bryce.
It's always just 1, right?
Always just 1.
Right now it is just 1 and a Rune Chant token to deal with here for Florin-Cristian. He doesn't want to lose his Manifestations of Miragai here. If he's going to lose it, he also wants to get offensive potential out of it. He's discarded the shelter from the storm, which means that 3 damage floating here. 3 instances of one of them, of course, being that Rune Chant token.
And he can use the Tunic to block the Starfall in addition to the shelter prevention shield that will block Starfall completely and save a card. There's a very, very good play by Florian here. He has, these defenses are lining up very well against Aurora's attacks in this turn.
All of a sudden, Shelter from the Storm, an $80 card, seems much more worth it than that 50-cent card in Sync Below.
Exactly.
Electrostatic Discharge is going to confer +1 and go again on that Starfall, but as you mentioned, Felipe, that just doesn't matter when there's a physical block of 1 from the Fiandel Spring Tunic and 1 damage prevention still floating from Shelter from the Storm. And the follow-up here is Static Shock, which is going to have +3 from the Electrostatic Discharge, and also an on-hit thanks to the fact that a Lightning card has been played this turn. Right now it's 7 physical on offer for Florin-Cristian. He blocks 6 here.
Together with the shelter is the perfect block to the Static Shock, and he also has the protection against a possible Lightning Press sitting in his arsenal in the form of the Fate Foreseen. He's saved exact for that moment.
And all Alex Chitu can do is generate an embodiment of Lightning token and pass when he's just going to face down another 8 damage from Manifestations of Miragai. He did get a Ponder token from that Dissolve Reality, which means that the value generated by bottoming the Lightning Surge could come back his way, but only if he can survive the onslaught of Manifestations of Miragai.
Yeah, but now Miragai is already coming for lethal. Alex is running out of time to deal with that Manifestations of Miragai right there.
It's an Exude Confidence that was found, which could be instrumental because, of course, Florin-Cristian is still sitting on a Fate Foreseen in the arsenal.
Oh, that can be the card that saves Alex from this situation, because if Florian already has 1 defense reaction he wants to use next turn, if he draw a hand with another defense reaction and no attacks with more power than Exude, that might get Alex out of this sticky situation right here and able to kill the Miragai.
Skizik plus Grasp of the Arknight is the block here, which means that Alex will survive exactly at 1 after all is said and done, but he has to be thinking about the follow-up. Unbeknownst to him, there is none. It's a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal and nothing else.
Yeah, Alex is considering his options here, but I don't think he can block more than that. He needs to risk going to 1 and try to remove this Miragai, because if he's blocking Miragai, it's not a winning proposition here. He needs to go for the play that wins in the game. He's considering blocking with 2 cards. He's trying to line up what he's going to be able to do on his next turn as well.
Oh, he's thumbing that Written in the Stars. Will it be a block for 6 or a block for 4, Alex? I know this is so tense right here.
Yeah, he decides to block for 6, take only 2 damage.
Down to 3 is Alex Chitu. 3 plays 4 in the favor of Enigma for the first time in a long time. But a Manifestations of Miragai is just sitting there offering Ward 4 or continued pressure on Alex Chitu. There's a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal, and Alex has an Exude Confidence that will almost assuredly have go again thanks to that embodiment of Lightning token.
Yeah, and Florian drew another defense reaction in the form of That All You Got, so that can be a little bit hard for him to react to all that Alex is presenting this turn.
Ooh, but it's going to be a burn-up shock to start this chain, which means 1 arcane damage needs to be dealt with by Florin-Cristian.
Oh, but he has the Restless Coalescence in the exact right moment, removing 1 counter from the Miragai and making a Spectral Shield to eat up on that shock damage.
Okay, looks like efficient blocks are breaking for Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. 1 Spectral Shield eats up the shock, and Exude Confidence comes after. Has go again thanks to the embodiment of Lightning token generated last turn, and is also preventing Florin-Cristian Loghin from deploying the Fate Foreseen that is in Arsenal. Oh, and Ripple Away here will completely negate the static text on Exude Confidence because its power is equal to Exude Confidence. I think it's showing exactly why it is in this Enigma deck.
Oh my god, Ripple Away coming in clutch in this moment in the game.
Ripple Away block on top of the Restless Coalescence ward will cover up all of the damage from Exude Confidence, which means that no burn up on hit. And That All You Got comes out of the hand, so it's going to cover up the Starfall and also draw Florin-Cristian Loghin a card when this combat chain closes. Fate Foreseen is allowed out of the arsenal because Exude Confidence is blocked by a card with power equal to or greater than its own. which means that no damage conferred, and that Manifestations of Mirugai sticks around, and Florin-Cristian has not one, but 2 cards with which to offer a retort. Manifestations of Mirugai, 6 power, go again.
Oh my god, it was amazing how Florian was able to defend his Mirugai this turn and present 6 damage again. It seems like Alex has no solutions to this Mirugai. He wasn't able to find one for 3 turns, and now this Mirugai is attacking for little once again, Bryce, for the 3rd turn in a row.
6 go again on offer here, and almost 3,000 pairs of eyeballs on this exact moment. The semifinal, the closing moments of the semifinal here at Calling São Paulo. It's turn 8, and we're 47 minutes in, and all of the equipment suite of our Aurora player is coming out to play. The last vestige of block value in the equipment value, and also an Enlightened Strike, covering up 5 damage here, which means that Alex Chitu descends down to 2. And another Restless Coalescence comes out, takes all of the +1/+1 counters away from the Manifestations of Mirugai, and swings for 5 go again here.
Oh my god, and that was the draw. From that all you got that he had, that he cast on the last turn, showing how important this card is in this game.
Florian is all in here. He's fizzling his Manifestations of Mirugai to make this play. Restless Coalescence consumes one of those +1 counters to swing the Spectral Shield, and Alex Chitu just sends down to 1.
Oh my god, what an amazing turn of events for Florian here, getting Alex down to 1. Even though his Mirugai is not there, his Mirugai has done all the work he needed to do already. He has the advantage in this game. He has the Restless Coalescence and the Spectral Shield on the board. Alex is just able to attack for 4, so Florian is able to come back over with the Restless Coalescence for 4. And I think he also has a Command and Conquer to seal the deal right there.
Okay, 4 go again. Can Alex Chitu even survive this turn? He's got a handful of 4 blocks, but he does have the Electromagnetic Somersault to turn itself essentially into a 0 for 4 D-React. So far, all of the damage is covered up here. Florin-Cristian Loghin then sends the coup de grace. It's the Command and Conquer. Comandario Conquistare.
Comandario Conquistar here in the semifinals of the Calling São Paulo. Alex is able to block, but he uses his entire hand to do so. And that Restless Coalescence will still be on the board. Florian draws yet another Command and Conquer and will ask for at least all of Alex's hands if he hasn't drawn an instant this turn.
4 go again here on this Restless Coalescence. This could be the last moments of the semifinal. Alex Chitu is succumbing to the ward board of Florin-Cristian Loghin. It's a Command and Conquer to follow up, and Alex extends the fist bump. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's a foregone conclusion that an Austrian will meet a Brazilian in the finals of Calling São Paulo.
Oh my god, what a finals to this game. Enigma winning over Aurora, keeping that Mirugai for 4 turns and ending it over with a Restless Coalescence, picking up all the counters from the Mirugai to seal the deal. That was amazing finals.
It has to make you wonder what would have happened if Alex had deployed that Lightning Press instead of saving it for Arsenal, ultimately descending to the bottom of the deck off the back of the Dissolve Reality.
Exactly. That would have demanded that Fate Forcing that was instrumental in blocking that last turn where Alex had the chance to destroy the Mirugai. If the Fate Forcing was not there, perhaps that the game would have ended differently, Bryce.
Folks, that means that there is only one match left to play here at Calling São Paulo, and here is the bracket as it stands now. It's Carlos Amaral de Silva, who we saw in our previous feature match. He's going to be facing off and seeing if he can do what Alex Chitu could not. Aurora Shooting Star versus Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, once again to close out this, the final match of Calling São Paulo, one of the 120 destinations on the Flesh and Blood World Tour in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only a couple minutes left that separates us from the beginning of our final match here. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to be back with more intense Flesh and Blood action. It's going to be Lightning Bolts versus the Mist once again in the finals here. Austria versus Brazil. Brazil defending its home turf at its first ever Flesh and Blood calling.
Vamos Brasil!
Vamos Brazil! We'll be back after a short break. Can the Brazilians do it? We'll find out in just a moment. We're back, folks. Bryce Platz and Filipe Lima Cardoso here to give you the final round at Calling São Paulo. There is so much on the line. World Tour points for the Austrian, who could rocket himself up the European leaderboard. There's Living Legend points for Enigma, which won't send her to the hallowed halls right now, but it does mean that she would be live for Living Legend status at Pro Tour London. There's who is the better blue-paleted hero, ultimately, Aurora Shooting Star or Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. But there's also plenty of a prize pool here at Calling São Paulo itself. 10,000 total on the line for the entire prize pool, but these players are competing essentially for $1,200 because that is exactly what separates the United States dollars prize pool of these two players. $2,400 for first, $1,200 for second, third through fourth will get $600. That has already been decided, which means that Alex Chitu and his fellow quarterfinalists will go home with $600. Fifth through eighth will get $400. Ninth through 24th, $225, which all adds up to 10 grand. Also, every single player that you have seen on stream thus far, after we made the top 8 cut, will go home with a Pro Tour invite to be used on any Tier 3 or 4, Tier 4 event. And also, what is on the line here, Filipe? It is the gold cold foil extended art Stonewall Gauntlet. Probably the most important prize at disposal here.
The most exclusive one for sure, Bryce.
Definitely the most exclusive, and also 16 World Tour points, which could absolutely upset the European Pro Tour leaderboard if indeed Florin-Cristian is able to take it down. But what is more on the line here, Filipe? It's international pride. It's Brazil versus the outside invader Florin-Cristian from Austria. Will Brazil be able to take down their own calling, the first that they've ever had?
We are all here. We are all here rooting for Cadu for sure. Everybody here at the venue is turned on, waiting for us to start this broadcast, and for sure this venue will come down if Cadu wins. We are all here for him. We are all rooting for him. He has a very good opponent. Florin is a renowned player, multiple champion. I think he won multiple callings already, top 8 Pro Tour. He won calling Barcelona. He has done so many things. So he's such a good opponent for our Brazilian finalists as well. So I'm sure that if he wins it, the trophy will be in very good hands as well. But I gotta say, I'm rooting for my countryman here, my teammate here. Let's go, Cadu.
Let's make your voices heard, folks. We are going to proceed down to the match floor, but sound off in chat. Are you rooting for Cardu, Amaral, da Silva, the man from Brazil who is defending his home ground from the Austrian invader, Florin-Cristian Loghin? It's Aurora Shooting Star versus Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. We just saw Enigma take it over Alex Chitu, a formidable opponent himself, but let's see if Cardu can do the impossible, kill all these mirror guys, and also sneak out 40 points away from Florin-Cristian Loghin. Who do you give the edge to here, Filipe?
I give the edge to Cadu because Aurora has a slight advantage against Enigma, but as we've seen from Cadu's list and the quarterfinals, he's playing only 1 Flicker Wisp. Alex was playing 3, so he was more reliant in the combo finish against Enigma. Cadu will be trying to be more aggro-oriented and try to just throw in those 0-4-4s. So we will see Cadu try to finish off this game as fast as possible. And Florin is playing this aggressive version of Enigma, who will try to trade punches and finish off with a mirror guy. By the way, which we saw him do on the semifinals against Alex.
Second strike is the first attack here in the finals of Calling São Paulo. It's covered up by a Fate Foreseen. Florin-Cristian Loghin gets to do a little bit of looking at the top of his deck, but Cardu is going to do a little bit of setup himself. It's an embodiment of Lightning token generated because, of course, Second Strike is a Lightning card and a Lightning Press into the arsenal. A card that was talked about so much in the last Aurora versus Enigma match, but for now, at least, it's safe from a Dissolve Reality, unless, of course, Florin was able to draw one of those up. No, indeed.
Yeah, Cadu started up slow, setting up an embodiment and a good arsenal for his first turn. So it's up to Florin to start the aggression here.
But this is the exact start that Florin-Cristian Loghin had against our previous Aurora player. It's a Phantasmaclasm, which can be popped off of that Lightning Press if Florin decides to leave it in hand. So I would have to imagine that the main function of Phantasmaclasm is going to be at play here. Really what you want to be doing with this card is looking at the defending hero's hand and bottoming the one way in which it can be popped, because of course it has Phantasm, and if it's a defended by a card with power with 6 or greater, it will immediately be destroyed and the combat chain will close. Lightning Press, of course, can be used to create a pseudo popper out of a card that is just under that 6 power. Because there's a Lightning Press in the arsenal, Cardew still has that option to him here.
Yeah, and we see Cardew separating one card there, the Gun in a Flash. Maybe he's thinking about making the block here.
But he's also got to be thinking about that snatch. He's got an embodiment of Lightning token at the ready to give it go again, and a Lightning Press in the arsenal to sneak out, basically cheat a card draw when Florin-Cristian is not expecting it. But no, he decides to create a pseudo popper out of Lightning Surge and destroy the Phantasmaclasm before it's able to present over-rate damage. Exactly what Enigma wants to be doing at these early stages of the game.
Exactly, and we see Florian arsenaling that first defense reaction and keeping the Merging Metamorph in hand, so he's ready to defend against Cardew's turn with a lot of options here.
Florian has found his first copy of Manifestations of Mirgai, but it's the only blue in his hand, so he's probably going to send that one into the pitch zone. Right now, he's got to deal with this Snatch that is currently with Go Again, thanks to the embodiment of Lightning token generated on turn 1 of Cardew's Cardoon's game here. Snatch for Go Again on hit, draw a card.
Yeah, and Florian again drawing the Manifestations of Mirgai very early into the matchup. Last time we saw Alex blocking with the Face Purgatory and being able to remove that Mirgai that was sitting in Florian's hand before being put into Arsenal. So that Mirgai was sent off of the game, but this one doesn't seem like it's gonna get destroyed by Cardew because he's not playing Face Purgatory, so this might be a good first punch if Florian is able to transcend quickly.
Snatch with Go Again is covered up by a Sink Below. Sink Below tries to fix this hand a little bit, but there's no resource card to be found. It's just another one of those above rate attacks, but only when you can send it off of a Tunic counter or something else. So right now, it's 4 Go Again that has been covered up, followed up by Gone in a Flash. Currently without Go Again, just 4 damage. Lining up a block is Florin-Cristian Loghin, the Austrian that is trying to go the distance and snatch the crown away from Brazil at the first calling in Brazil for the Flesh and Blood World Tour. Rage Spectre is the block, which means that 1 damage comes through. 40 plays 39 at this point. Cardew parks that Sigil of Suffering in Arsenal, and it waits to fight another day, hopefully to pop a ward as it comes in to strike his life total. But right now, Florin-Cristian has to decide what to do with this turn. It's 2 Miraging Metamorphs plus a Manifestations of Mirgai in the hand, which means that it's just going to be a 2-card 7. Not exactly what Illusionist wants to do, but that being said, he can park the other Miraging Metamorph in Arsenal and have it ready for the Tunic counter on the next turn.
And that's a very interesting play by Florian because he opted to save the Miraging Metamorph to send his turn and block with the Rage Spectre. Probably he would have wanted to block with the Miraging Metamorph and deploy and attack with the Rage Spectre, but since he has seen the Sigil of Suffering in Cardew's hand from the Phantasmaclasm last turn, he knew it would be able to be popped.
So Cardew would love to be throwing out the Sigil of Suffering along with the Channel Lightning Valley here, but because Florin-Cristian Loghin has 2 floating in the pitch zone, Cardew must know that it's a foregone conclusion that the Sigil of Suffering will not get the extra added benefit of drawing a card off of CLV. So it seems like he is just going to take 7 damage here and see if he can resolve that Sigil of Suffering for an immense amount of value on Florin's next turn. For now, it's back over to Cardew. He's got 7 damage taken away from him, 33 plays 39 in the finals. First action here is Skyward Serenade. Modes chosen, Embodiment of Lightning, and tutor out a Skizik to the Banished Zone, but no, Cardew says there's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. It's going right onto the combat chain for Go Again once again.
Yeah, let's go. This is going for 4. I'm not even going to put it on the Banish. I'm going to put it on the Chain Link already. Let's go.
Who am I kidding? I'm playing this card. This is exactly what Aurora wants to do. These are 2 cards that have just come out with the advent of the Aurora Armory deck. So Skizik and Skyward Serenade making it into just about every single Aurora deck that we have seen today, save, of course, for the cash-out combo Aurora that we saw in day 1.
Exactly, and Cardew is ready to play the CLV here if Florian doesn't block. I don't think Florian has a defense reaction in his hand right now. Let's take a look.
No defense reaction to be found. The 0 for 4s have dried up on the defense. In fact, there are 2 cards that simply don't block in the hand of Florin-Cristian Loghin. Normally, Enigma is very happy to see that, but he will be a lot less happy once that CLV resolves. It's hitting the arena now, and it's probably going to be drawing a card.
Oh, and that's a very powerful turn of events for Kadu here. He's able to deal 4, draw a card, and keep up playing on his turn. Florian is probably trying to set up that Command and Conquer that he has on his hand right now because he knows Kadu has a defense reaction on the arsenal. But is he going to be able to just take all the damage Kadu is throwing at him here? Let's see how he's going to play out against this second attack and Twine Lightning for 4 go again.
It is a lot of damage that is going to be coming out of this Aurora Shooting Star. There are no clunkers in the hands for Cardu thus far. It's Entwine Lightning, 4 go again. He's rich on action points. He's rich on 4s, and he is doing damage. Entwine Lightning connects with Florin-Cristian. Down to 31, 33, plays 31. There's a 2-life surplus in the hands of our Aurora player as Starfall comes through. A lightning card is in the pitch, which means that Channel Lightning Valley is certainly going to flow into the next turn.
And we see Florin just taking all the damage this turn.
2 is accepted. 33 plays 29 here.
Kadu drew another sigil, and he's making an embodiment with Aurora's ability.
A lot of setup here. He's gotten his card draw, so he's just going to set up for next turn. He's going to lean on the Sigil of Suffering that is in the arsenal, but little known to him, Florin-Cristian has something to say about it. It's going to be a Command and Conquer from the hand, which means that there is going to be no defense reactions played on its chain link. However, if he plans to throw the Miraging Metamorph instead, Cardu is going to be very happy here.
Yeah, Florin decided to save his hand in order to be able to transcend as fast as possible. Even though he was not able to pitch a blue card for the levels, he can play the levels with a yellow card and transcend with his transcend card, pitch the inner chi to create a Spectral Shield, and at least give go again to the levels. We know that he's going to follow it up with the Spectral Shield swing and with the help of that Tunic counter, finish off his turn with the powerful Command and Conquer.
3 go again here on offer for our Brazilian player. 3 life separates these fearsome competitors.
Oh, and Kadu drew another sigil. The 3rd sigil already, because 1 is sparkling in his arsenal. He drew 1 in his last hand, and he draws another one this turn. It will be very painful to play against this Command and Conquer here.
There will be suffering indeed.
He does play Crown of Providence, though, that can help him out of this first Command and Conquer in a sticky situation like that. Let's see how he tries to handle against all this onslaught the Enigma players throwing at him right now.
If Kadu knew what was in Florin's hand, I almost wonder if he would deploy one of those Sigil of Sufferings here against the Spectral Shield just to get rid of one of those floating resources in order to force Florin into a different line of play.
Yeah, especially because the CLV is on the battlefield, so he could even throw the 2 of them, but not against the Command and Conquer.
Here it goes, Comandario y Conquistar.
It's a very punishing chain ender here for Kadu that would really, really love to deploy those sigils again while the CLV is on the battle on the arena.
But because Kadu has been incredibly patient with those sigils, he is able to employ the Crown of Providence to sink 1 away. Sure, it's not drawing a card on this Channel Lightning Valley, but he will be able to plunk another one in Arsenal next turn. And it's back over to our Aurora player for their 3rd turn of the game. 24 plays 30, and still no manifestations of Miragai to be found. That being said, there is a Traverse the Universe at the ready to block and an Inner Chi in the deck of our Austrian.
Yeah, that's important to note how Florin decided to take all the damage last turn in order to keep up his hand and be able to transcend and throw the Command and Conquer, which unlocks the Traverse the Universe to be able to block as soon as possible. So it's very, very important for Enigma to transcend as fast as possible in this game. And Florian has transcended on turn 3 again, so he's ready to deploy that Traverse when the time feels right for him.
And with the unlock of the Traverse the Universe, the fated pivot turn also comes along with it. This is the value proposition of playing Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. The hope is that you are able to pivot, establish a Manifestations of Mirgai, and keep it around for multiple turns so that you can generate essentially infinite value from the ward that it offers and also the offensive potential. Right now, this Skizik is covered up by a Warmonger's Diplomacy and a Spectral Shield that sat on the ward board of Florin-Cristian Loghin. The follow-up here for our Aurora player is Entwined Lightning, fused with an Electrostatic Discharge, foreboding more damage to come here. Can Florin survive the onslaught and deny the card draw that is ever present thanks to Channel Lightning Valley?
But Florin drew 2 cheat cards this hand, and it's not going to be able to block. He doesn't have an arsenal defense reaction, so he just takes the 4 damage, allowing Kadu to draw a card out of CLV, and Kadu is back at 4 cards in hand again.
It's not an ideal one. He does have Snapdragon Stalers at his disposal, but currently no go-again sources in hand. What will Kadu decide to do here? Is it time to put up the pressure, or is it time to pump the brakes and do a little bit of setup? Right now, it's Exude Confidence. Currently does not have go again, but Snapdragon Scalers are at the ready. Florin says, I will double transcend here, choosing a different card for the grain that tips the scale that is on the combat chain, so no +1 convert here for Exude Confidence. Right now, it's just 2 cheese that are going into the hand and probably a world of hurt if Florin is able to make it to his next turn with plenty life to spare.
And Kadu here throwing the Exude with 3 cards in hand, signaling that he probably wants to use the Snapdragon Scaler's Ode, but he decided not to do that. He probably wants to pitch 2 cards to Aurora in order to keep that CLV on board. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing here. And it's so powerful to keep this CLV for multiple turns. That's how you pressure with Aurora in these types of games.
Normally, it absolutely is. Flowing CLVs into further and further turns is so good, but there's another Comandario Conquistare in the hand of Florin-Cristian Loghin, which means that that Sigil of Suffering that made its way into the arsenal, like the one before it, is destined to not be played this turn. Activating Enigma Ledger of Ancestry is our Austrian player, and swinging for 2. Kadu does not see this Command and Conquer coming, which means that he could have deployed the Sigil of Suffering on the previous chain link, but no, it's another Command and Conquer here. No defense reactions can be played to this chain link, which means no cheating out cards with CLV here.
Yeah, that's a devastating turn of events for Kadu here, because he just saw Command and Conquer, which he used this Crown Providence to get rid of the defense react he had in Arsenal. He parked another defense reaction in Arsenal just to see another Command and Conquer coming his way.
At this point, will Kadu just accept this damage and his fate, sending the Sigil of Suffering into the graveyard? It is not super efficient to block this CNC, simply because what does his turn do if he does? You know, there's an Arc Lightning, but with only 1 other card in hand, is there enough go again to make it worth it?
Yeah, I think Kadu is lining up a block here. Value-wise, it's probably a lot of value to block, but he's not going to be able to utilize that Channel Lightning Valley very well this turn because he only has 2 cards in hand, so he's just playing a little bit into what Florian wants to. He wants to get a little bit of space to breathe and find that Mirror in order to do the traverse turn. The life totals are going down very quickly. Both players are at 22 already, so if Florian can find that Mirror in the next few turns, he could pressure Kadu a lot with that traverse block and that pivot out, and then the pivot turn with Mirror.
First turn for Aurora is Flittering Charge with go again, thanks to the embodiment of Lightning token generated. Next turn, Kadu decided not to deploy the Arc Lightning first, which means that this is just for go again, and Florian can probably just shrug this off with the Sink Below that lies in wait in hand.
Yeah, that's a...
No, the block instead is a Dissolve Reality, which blocks 3 and then is covered up by the Spectral Shield that remains on board.
Yeah, Florian decided to play conservatively and play around yet another Lightning Press possibility from Kadu here, keeping that Sink Below in hand and playing the Restless Coalescence to let that Spectral Shield die.
There is still more defensive capability from Enigma here besides that Sink Below. Right now, Arc Lightning goes into the pitch zone instead of the arena, so Starfall comes in for 2 go again, still threatening the on-hit draw from Channel Lightning Valley. Florin-Cristian does not know that there's a Sigil of Suffering in the arsenal, which means that he is probably a little bit threatened by that draw on the Channel Lightning Valley. But no, there's no card draw here. Channel Lightning Valley goes to the bin, having only drawn 2 cards for our Aurora player. 22 plays 22 as we pass back over to Enigma.
Yeah, and Florian here definitely got out ahead in this last turn cycle exchange. He will be able to come back with that merging metamorph form from Arsenal, threatening 7 more damage to Kadu, who is dwindling in life quickly in this game, and he will be able to set a sinking Arsenal for future turn protection.
Now, Aurora has the opportunity here to do a pseudo-popper play. Once again, Exude Confidence has an ability written on it, instant speed, pay 3 resources, and pump this attack for 2. That is only while it's attacking, folks. Never mind at all. Right now, no popping capability from Cardu in this situation, but he does have the Sigil of Suffering, waiting to shore up a little bit of this damage. He would love to wait for a Channel Lightning Valley, but Florian has just had such well-timed Command and Conquers this game.
Yeah, and it's a very clunky hand from Kadu here. He doesn't have a source of go again. He can lean on his Snapdragon Scalers to unlock his next turn, but he can only do that once per game. I think this would be a situation to do that because he cannot stop the pressure.
Sigil of Suffering finally comes out of the arsenal in order to shore up some of this damage, but there's plenty of resources in the pitch, which means that this incredibly powerful defense reaction is just going to block for 3. The fact that Enigma runs so many blues and is often floating resources at the end of the turn kind of seems to indicate that Cardu was way too all in on that Sigil of Suffering play with the Channel Lightning Valley. I don't know if it was ever going to get value. Florian just has too many resources.
Yeah, and drew the 2 clutch Command and Conquers to deny those. Because if it is any other chain ender, Kadu can deploy the Sigils of Suffering. He cannot just play that against Command and Conquer.
Oh, and yikes. The Snapdragon Scalers are going to have to unlock this turn. Otherwise, Cardu is just not doing enough on this turn. So get ready, folks. There's going to be an attack reaction here. Florin-Cristian is lining up a block. 18 plays 22, 4 life. Separates these 2 titans who have battled all weekend long and are fighting tooth and nail for the crown at Calling São Paulo. Snapdragon Scalers confers go again to Gone in a Flash. 1 damage comes through, threatening the Spectral Shield. No damage to the life total, but Ward Board is completely naked once again. Starfall is coming in for 2 go again, thanks to the fact that Gone in a Flash is a lightning card and has been played previously this turn. 2 go again is the ask for Florin-Cristian.
Yeah, but Florian has the perfect answer to that in the form of that all you got.
Time and time again, we've seen it, Felipe.
Yeah, this has been such a powerful card for Florian here during this whole tournament. We've seen him being able to defend and draw cards with that all you got all weekend long.
Exude Confidence is the follow-up. This is not going to have go again, no matter what, now that Snapdragon Scalers have been used. But it could prevent Florian from using a defense reaction. I don't think he has one anymore.
Yeah, so Florian just take 1 damage here from the Exude. It was not a very powerful hand from Florian here. So he decides to just block with everything and set up that essence, unless he draws something better on his turn.
No, he just Ancestry Body is not bad.
No, yeah, that was what he had already. So he made the blocks thinking about just deploying that to be able to defend himself for the next turn. He drew the Ripple away, which also doesn't do much, and he has the Sync, so he will just be able to deploy. There's an interesting decision here. He could just discard his Ripple away in order to cycle through his deck faster, but he opted to not do that, keeping the Ripple away in hand and drawing 3 cards instead.
So even though Aurora was not able to really put on the pain to Enigma, the draw from that all you got was just nothing, essentially. And now he's passed back to with a 5-card hand, a really big boon here in this matchup, the finals of Calling São Paulo. Kadu has found a little bit of space here, despite the fact that he has been kind of on the back foot, just trying to resolve the Sigil of Suffering all game and meeting Command and Conquers right and left.
Yeah, but the longer the game goes, the closer Florian gets to that second mirror guy. And already having transcended this game, it gets closer and closer. And even though Aurora is supposed to be the aggro deck here, Florian has the life lead, so it's getting very, very dangerous for Kadu in this game right here.
Okay, it's time to see the infinite value that Essence of Ancestry Body can generate here. It dies Ward is preventing that shock arcane damage ping. And now, because Essence of Ancestry Body left the arena when it was the only other aura on board, it will 100% prevent the next source of damage from a red card. And you know who runs a lot of red cards, Felipe?
Aurora.
100%. And here's one of them. Static Shock coming in, has go again thanks to Embodiment of Lightning, but Florian is not going to be blocking here because Essence of Ancestry Body, no matter whether there's a Lightning Press in the hand or Arsenal of Kadu, it's going to shore all up thanks to Essence of Ancestry Body. Just an incredible defensive staple in Enigma Ledger of Ancestry.
Yeah, and we see how powerful that red Ancestor can be against Aurora. It blocked only 1 damage from the burn-up shock, but now was able to block 4 more damage in the face of Static Shock and deny the on-hit effect.
Which means that if burn-up shock doesn't resolve here, the burn-up side, I mean, that Essence of Ancestry Body will essentially have blocked 1 + 4, 5 + 4, 9 plus the on-hit effect of Static Shock, 10.
Yeah, 1 card 10. Pretty good, huh?
That's not bad.
Yeah, this is a very, very powerful card in the face of Kadu's turn here.
I think that is absolutely worth leaving the Ripple away in hand. An IP penalty is absolutely worth a 1 card 10.
Yep.
Ravenous Rabble here is the active attack on the combat chain. 4 go again right now for our Brazilian.
1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. Yeah.
3 cards in hand for Florin-Cristian.
Yeah, so Florian is probably thinking he doesn't really want the burn-up side to hit. So he's thinking of how to defend against this Rebel yet. And I was going to mention he has the sync and he probably wants to deploy the sync here to deny the burn-up on-hit effect.
No sync here, though. It would be a risk because Enigma can always draw non-blocks, and Florin knows that he needs every blocking card at his disposal here. Snatch is the finisher here for draw card on hit. No go again currently, but there is 1 card left in Kadu's hand.
And that's such a powerful turn. So it was a very good turn from Kadu. He was able to get all of Florian's cards but 1. He will only be able to arsenal that levels of enlightenment. And Kadu is setting up on Arc Lightning on his arsenal, knowing that Florian will not be able to disrupt him this turn. So Kadu has set it up to do a very powerful turn here. Maybe he can get ahead of the game after this turn.
Oh, it's another Channel Lightning Valley. This could be it, folks. This could be the turn that Kadu has been waiting for all game. So far, it's just been a lot of time biding for Florin-Cristian and also for Aurora player. They put up a mounting offense last turn, but right now, this could be the coup de grace. This could be the most important moment in this, the finals of calling São Paulo. It's Channel Lightning followed up by Arc Lightning. 1 arcane damage ping is on the stack. What will Florin-Cristian do?
Yeah, and that ping already threatens a card draw from the CLV, so Florian needs to think about his plays during his turn because he knows Kadu still has 3 cards in hand, so he needs to not only be able to stop the ping from Arc Lightning, but the subsequent pings that Arc Lightning is going to do together with all the attacks Kadu is probably throwing his way this turn. So it's a very, very delicate moment for the Enigma player here.
The pressure is mounting for Austria as Florin-Cristian shows that he also knows how to do the Ayrton. Head in hands.
Exactly. We see everybody here in Cali, São Paulo doing the Ayrton. And here, I think we were talking about this in a previous game. He needs to know if he wants to try and stop the CLV from the start. Deploying cards at the beginning of the turn to just get hit later in the turn, it's the worst proposition that could ever be because he tries trying to defend but not being able to defend in the end. Is probably not where Florian wants to be. And we see the exude confidence right when Florian has a defense reaction. Does he have an attack action to be able to stop? Oh, he has the Phantasmaclasm to stop the exude confidence ability from triggering from the rest of the turn. And 1 damage is still going through from this exude. But with the resources floating, he can activate flexors, and that's exactly what he's doing to stop the on hit and denying the card draw from CLV from hitting at least for now.
But there's an arcane damage ping off the back of this Exude Confidence, which means that 1 floating left for Florin-Cristian is going to have to go the way of the birds if he wants to prevent this Channel Lightning Valley trigger. Yeah, away it goes, which means that these quick dodge flexors could get less value on this turn. They need resources as well.
Yeah, we know that the Tunic counter is still there. Can be another source of resources for the quick dodge flexors. But Kadu is lining up a static shock here without go again.
He's holding on to a Skyward Serenade. He decides that he just can't get through here. Instead of sending 2 more sources of go again off that Arc Lightning, he decides to end the turn here. Shields are down for Florin-Cristian. That could have been the moment.
Oh my God, he's probably thinking of pitching to the Aurora to keep up the CLV, but I agree with you, Bryce. This is the moment to try and pressure. He could not only throw two more attacks with the Skizik, he would have 2 more sources of go again, so he's missing on 6 damage that could for sure threaten that CLV on hit trigger to draw him an extra card this turn.
On display is a lot of really careful Aurora play, but is careful what you need to be doing when you're staring down Florin-Cristian Loghin, the Titan from Austria that is here to rob your country of their rightful crown.
I still have faith on Cadu that he's gonna get out ahead on this game, but Florian is playing very, very well, and he's getting closer and closer to that Mira guy for the traverse turn. He's lining up the blocks. He's probably trying to play around the lightning press because throwing 4 here with a card in hand in an Arc Lightning CLV turn for sure makes you think of what possibly could be that last card in the Aurora player's hand.
Looks like he is thinking about a lightning press here. 3 is the block with a Fate Foreseen at the ready, but no, it's just a Tunic counter. Activate quick dodge flexors.
Yeah, and he activates Aurora to keep the CLV for the next turn.
Skyward Serenade into the pitch zone, just generating an embodiment of lightning token. Activating the Aurora ability to keep that CLV around with a flow counter on it. It's back over to Florin-Cristian, who simply has a Fate Foreseen in hand. That is not exactly the primo Enigma hand.
Exactly, and we know that he has a levels of enlightenment in arsenal, so he can't really do anything with this hand. He was trying to play around the lightning press that was not there, so he was stuck with that fate in hand.
For the 3rd turn in a row, Florin-Cristian just passes back over to an Aurora player with a lot of cards in hand. Embodiment of Lightning is there at the ready, and it's going to be an Enlightened Strike, probably with the chosen mode being draw a card. An electrostatic discharge goes to the bottom of the deck, but what will Cadu find here? Will it be some more offensive potential? Will he finally be able to push through this Channel Lightning Valley? It's not a bad pickup, especially because he has a Scar for a Scar in hand, and he is currently at a life deficit. These are the action points he needs right now.
Yeah, and this is the perfect ask to start the turn with, because with the 2 Fate Foreseens, an Enlightened Strike for 5 demands 2 cards out of Florian's hand, and this is exactly what we see here from the Austrian player. He blocks with his 2 non-defense reactions cards, which allows Cadu to throw the Scar for Scar with go again here.
And he's going to be able to throw it twice here because Florian simply does not want to allow the draw on that CLV. It's a Fate Foreseen from the hand, the one that remained there at the end of his previous turn, and it's an electromagnetic somersault coming out of the hand of Cadu, threatening to send this Scar for a Scar once again. Scar for a Scar back to the hand. Electromagnetic somersault into the bin. Electrostatic discharge plus Scar for a Scar. It's 7 go again. There's no way to stop this draw now, Florian.
Yeah, and because he didn't hit yet, he's still on a life deficit, so Scar for Scar still has go again. So he's going to be able to draw a card and perhaps even throw another attack into Florian's, who deploys his Fate Foreseen, but he's going to get 3 damage passing.
He's biding as much time as he possibly can. 3 damage comes through. 18 plays 18 now.
Here.
Scar for Scars are not going to have go again anymore, but does it even matter? Looks like Cadu parks a card in Arsenal and passes over. All Florian is going to be able to do is draw up and pass back again.
I think I didn't see it very well, but I think it was an Enlightened Strike that Cadu drew in Arsenal this turn. He just saw it too quickly, but I think it's an Enlightened Strike.
Oh, and there's 1 in the hand as well, and a burn-up shock at the ready.
Okay, well, let's try to take a peek at Florian's hand. He has That All You Got, Shelter from the Storm, Ripple Away, and Weakest Link.
A very good blocking hand, but will it be enough to prevent yet another burn-up? 1 arcane damage is still on offer here. Will Florian discard that Shelter in the face of this 1 arcane damage ping? No, it comes through. For the first time in a while, Aurora has a life lead of 1.
Yeah, he's valuing keeping that Shelter to play as a defense reaction in the face of the burn-up. He doesn't want to get hit by the burn-up shock. So Cadu starts attacking with the Starfall, and yet again, we see that All You Got coming in clutch, blocking that Starfall attack.
Oh no, and a yellow reveal on the top of this stack. Ravenous Rabble only comes in for 3. No break point threatened here. Florian has to go ahead to just throw 1 card in front of this. Electromagnetic Somersault fetches that Ravenous Rabble right back up, which means that instead of saying 4-4, Kadu is saying 3-3, which is just not as good, folks. It's covered up by Florin-Cristian. Enlightened Strike is the final attack here. Yes, it does come from the arsenal. Bottoms a card from the hand, which means that the chosen mode is buff power because we are threatening a very powerful on-hit. Will Florian be able to cover this up? It doesn't look like it. It's just a Shelter from the Storm in the hand.
Yeah, he could give all his equipment, but it would stop the burn-up shock and the Enlightened Strike hit, but he would sacrifice his Traverse and his Tunic here. I don't think he wants to do that trade.
3,000 people are watching this moment, the biggest moment that we have watched all weekend long. It's the finals at Calling São Paulo. Brazil has put on a show from the beginning. It's been amazing coverage all weekend long, but it all boils down to this. Austria versus Brazil. Will the interloper take the crown, or will Kadu be able to defend his home turf?
Yes, and we see that patient playstyle of Kadu paying off here, even though he didn't send all his attacks on the last turn when the COV was on. He is able to keep the pressure on and now sending Lightning Strike. That's threatening so much damage, 11 total with the burn-up shock hit being relevant here.
Oh, Florian's got his head in his hands.
Okay.
He's scratching. He's doing the irritant, trying to figure out if there's any way that he can shore up this damage, but it just doesn't exist, folks. Calming Gesture could generate a Spectral Shield token, but you have to pay 1 resource here. You could shove the Tunic in front of it, but that is such a valuable resource for Enigma. And are you going to throw the most powerful headpiece in the game in front of just some damage and not resolve a Mirror Guy with that Inner Chi?
Yeah.
It's a really, really tough question. He does.
Turns out that's what Florian is leaning on to do. He's blocking 3 with his equipment, losing both his very powerful equipments just to stop the on-hit effects. Kadu is probably really happy seeing it, as is all the Brazilians who's cheering for him in this finals right now.
The pivot turn is going to be so much harder to find for Florin-Cristian Loghin right here.
Yeah, without the Traverse to pair up with a Mirror Guy that he finds later, it will be much more difficult for him to defend. Right now, he is able to defend the burn-up shock. He has the Chi now, together with the card that he drew from that All You Got that was on the stack. I didn't quite grasp what that was. Oh, it's a Dissolve Reality, which is not that good because Kadu doesn't have an Arsenal right now. So he has the levels of Enlightenment in Arsenal, and he has this Chi. He needs to decide if he wants to pitch for Enigma and what to do with that Dissolve Reality he has in hand.
Activating Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry is our Austrian player trying to take this Calling Crown. A Spectral Shield token is generated and comes in for free thanks to Enigma's hero text. To go again is accepted readily by Kadu. Down to 16. 17 plays 16 in the favor of Enigma, but for how long? Into the pitch zone goes Dissolve Reality, that card that was so instrumental in dismantling an Aurora last game, but right now it's just pitching into a Levels of Enlightenment, which only has 1 mode active.
And this is such a hard decision because Enigma has a lot of cards that you don't know in our arsenal, but he decides to draw a card and gets compensated by it because he drew the Chi that can go on the arsenal and power up a strong turn later in the game.
But the Traverse the Universe is gone, folks. Traverse the Universe is gone. Levels of Enlightenment. Connecting with Kadu's life total. Passing back to Aurora is our Austrian player. 13 plays 17. It's a 4 life deficit for Aurora, but she's got 4 cards and something to say about it. Arc Lightning is the start here. 1 arcane damage ping straight off the bat.
That's a good start for Kadu here. Arc Lightning is such a threatening card here.
Florian responds with a double
finds
transcend.
The double transcend here to utilize the card that he drew and parked in Arsenal to have a 5-card hand to defend against Kadu's here.
Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Passover. Florian is deciding which card to banish with that Passover before transcending. It's Exude Confidence, simply because he probably hates that card by the end of this game. Inner Chi to the hand. Rising Sun, Setting Moon draws a card.
Oh, it's a
He'll have the choice to bottom one of these cards. Down goes 1. Rising Sun, Setting Moon becoming Inner Chi and going into the hand of Florin-Cristian Loghin. But it's Aurora's turn here,
Okay,
and she has something to say.
Seems like he bottomed a Chi, so he already had a Chi in hand, and he double transcended, making 2 more Chis, but put 1 to the bottom with the Rising Sun Setting Moon ability.
One of those Chis goes to the pitch zone to block that arcane damage ping from Arc Lightning. The follow-up is Entwine Lightning. No fuse necessary here, folks, because Arc Lightning confers Go Again to the next action card for Go Again.
Yeah, Florian thinking hard about this block here. He has a few options here. He has Shelter. He could block for 3 and let that Spectral Shield go, but he's probably trying to line up a Phantasmaclasm for the next turn. He has the life advantage. He's 17 to 13 life totals. He knows there's a lot more coming this turn, and he's trying to predict what else Kadu is throwing at him this turn in order to play out how his turn needs to go.
The question remains, Felipe, where are the manifestations of Miragai? There's been plenty of transcending. There's been a block with Traverse the Universe, but no Miragai in sight. Only one has reared its head for Florin-Cristian this game, but will he have the time? Will Aurora give him the space to even resolve it and swing it? Does he have to survive on the back of this Phantasmaclasm?
Yeah.
That would mean taking a lot of damage here.
To be honest, I think Florin, on the last turn when he decided to block with both Tunic and Traverse, he kind of gave up on the manifestations of Miragai game plan, and he really don't want to see more no-block cards in his hand. So even though he hasn't seen a second manifestations of Miragai during this game, I don't think he wants to see them right now. He would rather see attacking cards like Phantasmaclasm to try and close out this game as soon as possible, and that's exactly what he sees.
Electromagnetic Somersault, bringing Entwine Lightning back to the hand after, of course, the Spectral Shield is destroyed by the 1 damage that leaks over the top of the Essence of Ancestry body. Then it's Entwine Lightning once again with Go Again, thanks to fusing with the current funnel that's in hand.
Yeah, and Florian is sitting on 3 cards now. The second Chi that he had in hand, the Phantasmaclasm, and a Shelter from the Storm. So he will be able to just take a little bit of damage and send the Phantasmaclasm back at the Aurora player.
Right now, 4 physical. Florin-Cristian in the tank.
He knows that Kadu has a current funnel in hand, so that attack will be followed for sure by a Starfall attack. The question is, will Kadu decide to activate the Grasp of Arknight, or the Aurora ability to create an embodiment for next turn?
We've seen the most instrumental part of these Aurora decks be action points and whether or not you can get enough to go as wide as you need.
We see Kadu being patient once again. That can be very, very... can be a very good play to just activate the Grasp in addition to the Arc Lightning trigger that it would generate. But we see Kadu being very disciplined here and creating an embodiment to make sure he has Go Again for his next turn.
I like this play a lot here. Passing back over is our Aurora player. 13 plays 10 in their favor, but it's a Phantasmaclasm from Florin-Cristian Loghin here. 9 power. Oh, and 2 lightning presses in the hand. He can pop this with impunity here, folks. Whether or not Florin bottoms one of these lightning presses, this Phantasmaclasm is probably getting popped. And this is a huge moment for our Aurora player. Florin says, this is going to happen no matter what, so I'm going to bottom one of the attacks and see if I can brick up that hand, and brick it he has. If Kadu wants to block and pop this Phantasmaclasm, he's going to have to give up the 1 attack in his hand, which makes it probably too risky of a proposition.
Yeah, but at 13 life, he has to make a decision here, because even though the game is drawing to an end, 9 damage is a lot to take here, but he only has 1 attack action card in hand. So in order to pop this Phantasmaclasm, he would have to forego attacking on his next turn.
And forego it he shall. It's second strike with Lightning Press to pop this Phantasmaclasm. Sure, he's going to give up a turn here, but he has also shored up a lot of damage that came out of Enigma, who just drew his first manifestations of Miragai, and now he might have the space with which to resolve it. Burn Up Shock from Aurora here. Melding, of course.
Yeah, and this... Florin knows that this was the card that Kadu drew off Phantasmaclasm, so he knows that the last card in Kadu's hand is the Lightning Press, so he probably isn't very concerned about that Burn Up Shock here.
No, it's going to be really hard to bamboozle the Austrian here. Yeah, he's doing the math right now. Florin is furrowing his brow, saying, That's just another lightning press. That ain't no attack.
Yeah, and he has the transcend card. He has the mirror guy, but he has no way to transcend and cast the mirror guy. So he's gonna have to play out his turn on some other way. Probably playing the mirror guy without the chi to be able to transcend with the other card, send the spectral shield and the small mirror guy with just 2 counters back at Kadu. But when you are at 13 life, that's already threatening enough.
Passing back is Kadu, which means that this is the first time in a long time that Enigma has had 4 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. And yes, it is a Manifestations of Mirror Guy resolved here with only 2 +1 counters, enabling the Transcendence off of Stir the Pot, shuffling up his Florin-Cristian Loghin, and then he will put Stir the Pot as an energy back to his hand. Probably going to be used to activate Enigma Ledger of Ancestry and get himself another Spectral Shield. Yes, the activation happens here. Spectral Shield with a a +1 counter, which can be swung for free. Yes, 2 go again is on offer.
Yeah, he has another, I think, defense reaction in hand. He's probably going to deploy to attack with the mirror guy for 4 here.
2 damage is taken on the side of Kadu, down to 11.
Yeah, it's 11-9. They are correcting the life totals now because they forgot to switch the life totals in the burn-up shock from last turn. And sure enough, mirror guy swinging for 4. Kadu is very happy that it's not for 8, Bryce, but for 4. When you're at 11, it's still very, very threatening.
Still a massive threat. 4 go again. The fate of calling Brazil hangs in the balance.
And we got to talk about how Kadu has been really, really patient during this game. He is not taking any shortcuts. He's making sure that he's always set up for the next turn in order to not brick. And he's been able to consistently throw damage. And it seems to me that he has a very, very powerful hand set up for his next turn with CLV and a few go-again cards.
He has accepted all of the damage here. It's back over to Aurora. 7 plays 9 in a very, very tense moment. Florian has found 2 non-blocks in hand, but he does have a defense reaction. The defensive capability is not really there unless he's got a defense reaction in the arsenal. This could spell doom.
No, this both. Yes. Yeah. 2 and 1. Yes.
Confirming the ward board is Kadu, making sure he understands exactly how much he has to punch through in order to get at Florin-Cristian's life total. Scar for a Scar is the first attack here. 4 go again, thanks to the embodiment of Lightning Token and also the fact that he has dipped below Florin-Cristian in life. 7 plays 9.
Yeah, and Florian knows that the arsenal is a lightning press, so he needs to play around that. Kadu has another source of 4 go again in hand together with a CLV, but the CLV is a little bit hard here because it will be very hard to connect an attack, given that Florian has 1 defense reaction in hand, 1 in the arsenal, and a couple ward auras in play.
Okay, Shelter from the Storm covers up the first attack, which was Scar for a Scar. Kadu lines up a Starfall coming in for 2 go again. Plenty of lightning cards have been resolved this turn. 2 go again. He's got access to a Tunic counter, which means that he could activate Grasp the Arknight further down the line here. He really wants to leak 1 damage through so that he can draw a card off of this CLV.
And Florian is deep in the tank because he only has one more card to block with besides a defense reaction. So he needs to block the Starfall and try to protect his auras from another attack that can be powered by the Lightning Press in Kadu's arsenal. So he let the Mirror Guy go here.
Mirror Guy goes bye-bye as Ravenous Rabble hits the combat chain. It's another yellow on the top for Kadu, which means that this is only coming in for 3. No breakpoint to be found. Dissolve Reality from Florin-Cristian can cover this up nicely.
This is a devastating turn of events for Kadu, who revealed a yellow in 3 casts of Ravenous Rabble this game. That can add up in the end of the game here. And interestingly, he decided again to not activate Grasp and use these 2 resources to set up an embodiment for next turn with Aurora's ability. So Florian knows that
It's possible he's got another attack in the arsenal, but
I think it was a Lightning Press from that turn.
Oh, right? You're absolutely right. It was a Lightning Press, which could still be deployed here, especially because this attack has go again, so there's still a chance for Kadu to draw a card here. but not if Florin-Cristian holds on to that shelter from the storm. Will he go for it here?
I think
Yes.
he has to go, and Florian has to deploy the shelter here. So he will turn up ahead on this exchange because he will be able to keep that Spectral Shield and develop a Mirror Guy as well. So he will be back to the board state he was on the previous turn, just without the defense reaction on his arsenal.
How much gas is left in this Aurora deck? It is looking a little bit thin, but I have to imagine that our Lightning Runeblade has still more damage to put out on the board.
My God, you can feel the tension in the venue here, Bryce. Everybody's tuned on. So shout out to everybody in the venue watching this game with us right here.
I feel it in my bones, Filipe. It's reaching a fever pitch here. There's so many people here still spectating this final in calling São Paulo. The pride of an entire country hangs in the balance. Activating Aurora Shooting Star is Chitu. Shelter from the Storm dismisses the damage off of Lightning Press, and we're cleaning up here. Florin-Cristian Loghin will resolve his third Manifestations of Mirror Guy without an Inner Chi this game.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to attack with that Spectral Shield, bringing Chitu either down to 5, or I don't know if Chitu wants to block this turn. Let's take a look at his hand.
Okay. No Sigil of Sufferings making its way into his hand. He's got a lot of gas at the ready. So taking 2 is Chitu down to 5. Manifestations of Mirror Guy resolved here. There's nothing left in the pitch, though, so no swing for 4 here. 9 plays 5 as we pass back over to Aurora. Florin-Cristian is without an arsenal, so there's no defense reaction that Chitu has to be careful about here.
Florian doesn't draw a defense reaction, but he does draw the Restless Coalescence that can be very instrumental in helping him block out this turn.
Flittering Charge is the first attack for our Aurora player. 4 go again. Thanks to all 3,200 of you watching this beautiful moment for the game of Flesh and Blood. Restless Coalescence comes out of the hand of Florin-Cristian Loghin, taking only 1+1/+1 counter from the Spectral Shield. It's not going to survive more activations here. So right now, the board is sitting at a total of 6 here on the side of Enigma. Command and Conquer blocks 3 here, and 1 Spectral Shield is going to eat up the rest of that damage from that Flittering Charge. No card draw from Channel Lightning Valley here. Vandal Spring Tunic is cashed in to swing a Starfall to go again.
Yeah, I think the way Florian played this turn, he wants to try and save the Mirror Guy for the next turn.
There's a Skyward Serenade in the hand of Aurora. He's going to be able to deploy just about every card in his hand. Covered up with that Restless Coalescence is the Starfall. Breaking the chain for the Skyward Serenade, I would have to imagine, is Chitu. Are there any Skizzics left in the deck, though? He's got to be sure before he chooses his modes. Embodiment of Lightning created already.
I think he selected Embodiment of Lightning and +1 because he has 2 attacks that doesn't have natural go again in hand in Snatch and Static Shock.
Excellent choice here.
He just wants to try and pressure Florian as much as possible to try and clear his board right now. That's why Chitu is not picking up the Skizzic. He can't really attack 3 times this turn, so he goes for the +1 on the Skyward Serenade, and we see how versatile this card is in giving the Aurora players a lot of options here.
It's never dead, and right now it's conferring the +1 to a very, very scary card. Snatch is coming in for 5, go again, and it buys another card from Florin and the Manifestations of Mirror Guy, which means that the Static Shock is gonna get through. Not quite, because there's 1 more Spectral Shield. Sorry, folks. No damage conferred once again for like the 4th turn in a row here. 5 plays 9, and Florin-Cristian Loghin continues to chip down the life total and the resolve of Chitu on Aurora Shooting Star.
Yes, but Chitu was able to clear out Florian's board, but now he's starting to get back to his pitch stack. In the beginning of the game, he drew all those Sigil of Sufferings. It's a devastating... It's not the hand he wanted to see right now, Bryce. He is able to attack with Starfall and respond with the Electromagnetic Somersault and attack with the Lightning Surge afterwards, but it's not the turn he was looking for here.
And because we've reached the pitch stack, and just by the nature of Aurora not wanting to really pitch a whole lot of cards, the power of this Aurora deck is going to start to dwindle here. And all of a sudden, that 9 life, sub 10, which you would love to see Enigma Ledger of Ancestry at, seems like a big hill to climb.
Yes, of course.
Yes. on the other hand, Florin will start to draw back his chi as well, so he might not be able to defend as well as he has been defending during the entire game. So we will see a very, very interesting end game here, in my opinion, Bryce. Let's see how both play. Oh, and we see already 2 chis on Florin's hand, so not the best blocking hand here.
And also a Restless Coalescence, which has been so good this game, but with no auras to rob of +1/+1 counters, the defensive capability of that card is going to be far less. Florin-Cristian takes the first damage that he has taken for several turns here, down to 7, and he's facing down another 7 power attack here. Lightning Surge buffed up by an electrostatic discharge. This is a lot of damage for a hand that just does not block that well.
And the first lethal attack we see in the game. We are approaching the final stages of this game here, Bryce, and the venue could be not more tense.
It is getting incredibly quiet all of a sudden. The venue has been so loud all weekend. The heavens have been responding. Lightning has been cracking this way and that. The rain is pouring down, but a hush falls over the crowd for the last moments of this, the calling in São Paulo, the finals.
Have you ever seen Brazilians so quiet as you see right here at this moment?
Literally
Bryce?
never.
Come on.
Literally never. I have never seen Brazilians this quiet. And that just goes to show how tense this moment is. Both players are checking graveyards this way and that, making sure they understand exactly what is left in this deck. Finals have been going on for 14 turns at this point. 52 minutes have elapsed, and we are edging ever closer to crowning a calling São Paulo champion.
And then seeing how Cadu is drawing back his sigil of sufferings makes you wonder if it was a good decision to bring in those defense reactions, because it gave him some awkward draws at the beginning of the game when he was facing the Command and Conquers from Florin, and it's kind of giving him some awkward draws here as well when he needs attacks to finish off the game, but instead he's drawing the defense reactions.
We must note here, folks, that these players are not but 10 feet behind us. A backdrop is all that separates the casting booth from the players in this really intense match, so we will start keeping our voices a little bit lower, even though the excitement is reaching its pinnacle. Passing back over to Enigma is Cadu. 7 plays 5 in the favor of Enigma. Just 2 life separates these 2 players, and he is creating a Spectral Shield token, which is coming in for 2 go again.
Are the life totals updated? Because Florian blocked with only 1 card, right? So the attack was for 7. He should have
They maybe
taken
are not.
4 damage, right?
There we go.
They're updating the life totals. Florian is down to 3, so 5 on 3.
Still only 2 life points are the difference between these 2 players, but it is in the favor of our Brazilian Aurora player, who has just accepted 2 damage down from that Spectral Shield. 3 plays 3, and the follow-up is a Restless Coalescence, robbing that Spectral Shield of its +1/+1 counter, and it's coming in for 3 go again. Lethal is technically on the stack, but there's still equipment blocks in the arsenal of Cadu. Oh, and it's a Sigil of Suffering here. Blocked out, sure, but 3 is plenty of defensive value to shore up the block here.
Yeah, I think Florian has to create the Spectral Shield and use his last resource exactly to attack with this last Spectral Shield for 1. Might seem innocuous enough, but when the life totals are 3 on 3, 1 can be the difference between winning and losing.
And not only was there a little bit of offensive chip there from Florin-Cristian, he's also got a ward board of 4 with which to get through this next turn. He's got 2 non-blocks in hand once again, though, Filipe. That being said, one is a Manifestations of Miragai, and the other is an Inner Chi.
But he drew the Miragai with an Inner Chi. If he's able to keep 3 cards in hand, that could be it for the Brazilian here. He could play Miragai with the Chi and use another card to attack, but we have a very, very powerful hand in Cadu's hand here with the Arc Lightning and Current Funnel and the Skyward Serenade. Does he have any Skizix left to fetch? Because he does need an attack here to pair up with the electrostatic discharge here.
Cadu knows the answer here because he has been flitting through the graveyard over and over again, making sure that he understands exactly how this endgame will play out. So time will tell for us. Right now it's Arc Lightning pinging 1 arcane damage. Florin in the tank about whether or not to pitch.
I think Cadu just counted his deck and is only 5 cards deep. So there's not that much. Oh, Florin pitches that Miragai, signaling that he's not going to try and cast it. He's not going to try and defend. He will just play for the fatigue here. Just try to defend and attack with whatever is left at the end of his turn.
2 plays 3 here, folks. A ward board of 4 remains for our Enigma player. Starfall comes out next. Current Funnel in the pitch zone. 2 go again. And an Arc Lightning ping on the back end.
rune chant.
Okay, after that Arc Lightning ping from the Starfall, Kadu has generated a Rune Chant token, sent one more Arcane Florin-Cristian's way, and passed. He's got a card in Arsenal. There's 2 ward board on the side of Enigma. Florin-Cristian keeping track of all of those pitch cards. The crowd is going absolutely wild here, folks, in the last moments of the finals here at Calling São Paulo. Pitching in Energy is Florin-Cristian Loghin, creating the trifecta, the 3rd Spectral Shield token of a different color from Part the Mistveil. 2 go again is the Ass. Grasp of the Arcanine is the block, shored up completely.
Yeah,
What
Florian
can
wants
Florin
to
do?
follow it with that Dissolve Reality to try and not let Kadu set up with that Arsenal for the next turn. He denies Kadu a 5-card hand for the next turn.
But will it be enough in the last stages of this game? He's got 2 tokens, 2 auras at the ready with which to work. Embodiment of Lightning and Rune Chant, which means that there's going to be a lot of split damage coming this way.
Let's see what Florian draws for his next turn here. He will bottom that Chi and draw 3 new fresh cards. Kadu has a lot of gas for this turn. Might be the last push he has to try and win this game right here. He has an Embodiment of Lightning. He has a Rune Chant. He needs to finish off this game right now. His deck is almost gone, so that might be the last time he can try and push a final attack here. He only has 4 cards left in his deck.
These players have played so perfectly up until this point, but this is when it counts, folks. He's got to get this just right. There are 4 cards left in the deck of the Aurora player, one of which is a Sigil of Suffering, which is not going to get him there ultimately. There's 3 ward board that he has to punch through in order to get to that juicy 3 life points left on the Austrian side of the board. Can he do it? Only time will tell. Let's take a look at the hand. What are we working with on defense? It's only 2 blocking cards once again. One of them, sure, is that all you got? But this combat chain is probably not going to get closed, folks.
Yeah, that's exactly not what Florian wanted to see in this turn of the game, which might be the last one. He did want to draw as much blocking cards as possible here, but he drew 2 non-block cards. That could make his life harder here to try and block out Kadu's final hurrah to try and win the game. He starts with a Filtering Charge for 4 with Go Again, and a Rune Chant for 1.
1 arcane damage. We've got 3,500 viewers here to see the last moments of this game. Can Brazil defend their crown from the outward invader that is Florin-Cristian Loghin from Austria? He's pitching a blue to block that Rune Chant. That's all he can do. That card doesn't block otherwise. Right now, he's got to deal with 4 physical. Go again, thanks to that Flittering Charge. Tunic counter is online, which means that it's going to be an easy follow-up with Starfall here. Blocking with a Warmonger's Diplomacy is Florin-Cristian. It's only for 3, which means that a Spectral Shield is going to have to go to help block this out. 2 Spectral Shields remain as we proceed to the second attack, this combat chain. It's a current funnel, which is going to have Go Again, thanks to the fact that Flittering Charge is a lightning card. It will also give Go Again to the next card that comes its way.
And Kadu has 2 more cards in hand. If those 2 are attacks, it might be very hard for Florian to try and block out this turn. He has the tonic counter set up to attack with the Starfall as well.
And there's only 1 blocking card left in Florin-Cristian's hand. Otherwise, it's an Inner Chi, which can simply just generate a Spectral Shield token. But is 1 block going to be enough to get through this onslaught? The fact that there is still an Enlightened Strike in the deck of Aurora could spell the difference.
And Enlightened Strike is the card Kadu has in hand. And we have been talking about that all you got that Florian has in his deck all weekend long because he has been so powerful. But right here, right now, it's not gonna help the Austrian player because the card draw only happens after the combat chain closes, and after this combat chain closes here, he might be dead. He let the 2 Spectral Shields go, and now comes the Starfall for 2.
We have been searching all weekend long for our calling champion, and I think by the end of this turn 15 of the finals, we may just have our answer. It's Starfall with 2 Go Again. Florin-Cristian Loghin is tanking on the block. Seems like he accepted the 2 damage from the current funnel. He should be down to 1 at this point.
Oh my god, the tension here is palpable, Bryce. Everybody's waiting to see who's gonna come out on top. This must be the last turn. Kadu has to finish off this game. If he can't muster it this turn, it's gonna be very hard to do it next turn. He only has 4 cards left in his deck to work with. Florian, though, has only 1 card left in his hand that is able to block and a Chi. And we know Kadu has an Enlightened Strike in hand.
The damage is there. If he is able to resolve that Enlightened Strike in the hand, that will spell doom for Florin-Cristian. It's all on our Brazilian player. He's got it. He sees glory. He smells blood. He's looking for the crown.
Everybody here at the venue is waiting to celebrate Kadu's victory. Everybody's here waiting for the moment all weekend long.
Down to
Florin
one is our
down
Austrian
to one.
player.
He took the damage from Starfall. Kadu is trying to see if he can throw the Enlightened Strike for 7. He's trying to see what's left in his deck. Should he throw for 7? Should he draw a card? What should he do? He sees 2 cards back in Florian's hand and he tries to decide what to do. But honestly, this is such a difficult moment to see playing out here. He's trying to make sure that everything lines up correctly because of the current funnel, right, Bryce?
Current funnel is going to give go again to that Enlightened Strike no matter what, which means that he is safe to draw a card here. But is there any gas left in this deck? He's got to ask himself, if those are 2 blocking cards in Florin-Cristian's hand, can I go the distance with whatever I find on top? Is there a defense reaction left at the disposal of Florin-Cristian? What is the chosen mode? Tell us now, Kadu. The whole tournament hangs in the balance. What will you choose? It's Buff Power. 7 go again right here. Will it be the death knell for Florin-Cristian Loghin right here, right now, at calling São Paulo in the finals?
And he was trying to figure out what was on the top of his deck, because if he knew it was an attack, he could go for 5 and draw a card and send the attack, but that seems like that will be enough. Florian pitches that she
the last
uses the
card
trade.
comes out of the hand. The fist bump is extended. Brazil takes down calling São Paulo, and his countrymen rush into the camera to support him in this victory. It's calling São Paulo, taken down by a Brazilian. Cadu Amaral da Silva is your calling champion.
Oh my God, Bryce, I can't believe this. What a final. What a final game we watched here today, and we see the Brazilian turning up on top. Everybody here is erupting with emotions. Everybody, congratulations, Kadu. The Brazil is behind you, Kadu. We're here for you, man. Congratulations.
As you promised, Felipe, Brazil is burning this place to the ground as they get a Brazilian champion for the first ever calling in Brazil. Thank you so much, Brazil, for an excellent show. Holy Felipe.
We prevailed. Brazil prevailed, Bryce. It was an amazing calling, it was amazing finals, and in the end, Brazil is out on top, as I predicted, right, Bryce?
Yeah, 100% you predicted it, and not only that, it was a fun ride the entire way. Oh my goodness. Congratulations to Cadu, congratulations to Brazil, and of course to our runner-up, Florin-Cristian Loghin. Thank you for making it such an intense hill to climb for our Brazilian competitor. He certainly didn't make it easy, did he?
Oh my God, Florin played so well this game. We know that Aurora is favored into Enigma, theoretically, but the way Florin has been playing during the whole weekend, I think he beat a lot of Auroras in order to reach out to the finals, where he played a very, very good game, very tight game. He lost in details there. It makes me wonder if how favored Aurora is actually into Enigma. Seems to me that you can fight builds of Enigma that can match up very well against Aurora, as Florian demonstrated here during all the weekend.
Ultimately, it was such a close game, despite the fact that the draws were not really going Florin's way. Honestly, like, he had 2 Phantasmaclasms popped. He had Manifestations of Miragai 3 times resolved for less than 100% potential. And wow, folks, I think we're going to get the official announcement. Everybody listen up. There it is. The venue is erupting for the calling champion from Brazil, of course. Congratulations to Kadu for putting up an immensely powerful performance all weekend long, but also here at the finals of the Flesh and Blood calling, the first one ever in Brazil.
Oh, I'm out of words, Bryce. I've been commentating, but I gotta say, I was cheering a little bit as well. I mean, congratulations to Florian. He played very well, but I gotta admit that I was just cheering for my countryman and teammate, man. And it was amazing to see him emerge victorious in this final match.
We don't play favorites here on Flesh and Blood broadcast, but what an amazing story after battling all weekend long. 11 rounds of Swift, 12 rounds of Swift, 3 rounds of top 8 through some of the finest Flesh and Blood players that the world has to offer. And ultimately, Kadu from Brazil comes out on top against a foreigner trying to take the crown.
Yeah, he did not let anybody else take this crown from the
Felipe.
Brazilian community, Bryce. And we have to thank all the Brazilian players who attend the calling. We made a show here out, and I believe that everybody at home watching us today enjoyed our show. We watched some amazing games here, Bryce. Every single round was a banger after another, and in the end, a Brazilian is hosting up the trophy, and I think everybody here is proud, and everybody at home was able to enjoy it a little bit with us, with our community here at the first Brazilian calling.
Felipe, you said you're out of words, but then you said a lot of words, which I'm not upset about, by the way, because I would like you to say a few more, specifically to the first Brazilian calling champion. Can we get Cadu in here?
Oh, yeah,
have
let's
an
do
interview with you. Can you run it and
let's do
bring
it.
this ship into port here at Calling São Paulo?
For sure, let's do it.
Okay, absolutely. Folks, we're going to go for a very short break here, 5 minutes, and then we'll have an interview with Filipe Lima Cardoso and your newly crowned calling champion. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this.
All right, folks, we are back here with our calling São Paulo champion, Carlos Eduardo Cadu. Thank you, man, for keeping the title in Brazil. Congratulations, man. Tell us about the tournament and your preparation to it. How was it? How did you end up in the finals and beating Florian in his Enigma deck? How was your run towards here?
I was in very doubt to play Aurora. I was in doubt to play Aurora or Zen. I bring both decks, and I'm testing like 2 weeks ago. I'm picking up Aurora. So I'm playing, but I never played the deck in person, and I didn't have the cards. I borrowed them. So thank you, my friends, for borrowing me the cards, Filipe especially. And I will play this side event Friday. The Classic Constructor side event Friday.
The Armory Friday before the calling.
No. In the calling.
Oh, in the calling.
Friday
the Armory is in the calling. Yeah.
And I will play the side events, and I will say to myself this: if I don't make a mistake, if it goes good, I know how I'm doing, I know to play the deck, I will play him in the calling. And then I make 4-0 on the side event. So I'm confident, this is what I play, left Zen in the bag, and go Aurora.
Yeah, because I remember we were talking, guys, just a disclosure, we are friends, we're from Rio de Janeiro, so I remember we were talking before the tournament that you have a lot of experience with Zen, but you started playing Aurora and you felt the deck was really, really powerful, and you decided to bring it and play it in the Armory, and ultimately decides, and you ended up 4-0 in the Armory and feeling really good about bringing it for the calling, right?
Yeah, since I never played the deck in the tabletop, I could make some horrible mistakes, just a lack of experience. So I played this at event and give me the confidence to play on the calling, and the rest is history.
Oh, that was amazing, man. And how did it translate to the calling itself, to the tournament? How was your run?
Yeah, I finished day 1 6-1. Only lost to my teammate Michel on Enigma.
On Enigma as well, right?
I don't remember like what decks I played. And the second day I finished X1-2, so I won 4 and lost 1. And I lost into Enigma, Florin.
Oh,
the guys in the finals. So the finals was a revenge.
A rematch.
Let's say, it was a rematch.
You only lost two matches in the calling, and both of them to Enigma.
Both of them to Enigma.
Oh, that's
one
very
to
interesting.
Michel and one to Florin.
How you feel about this matchup? I think a lot of people that are watching us, they are thinking about this matchup because it was very close that we watched in the finals. How you felt in the finals, and how you feel about this matchup in general after playing in the calling?
This was amazing that Enigma was in the finals, because this was the matchup I played the most with my teammates, Michel and Tony. So I have a lot of experience in this matchup. So it's a matchup that's very, very close. And I have practiced in that. I prefer to play Enigma to Aurora's in the finals, because aggro mirrors in the finals was whatever. But this game was very tense, very long, and come to the last details. Yeah,
we saw that the game was like decided in the last few cards of the game. We were almost getting fatigued by Enigma, who were also almost dealing you enough damage to kill you as well. So how was it? Any point in the game you felt like you had it, or only at the end that you felt like you could win? At any point you felt like you couldn't win anymore?
Yeah. Normally against Enigma, I play Fickle Wisp, only one, and like 2 extra blues. But I felt like the defense reaction Siege of Suffering was better. And I didn't test it enough. I didn't play. I talked to my friends. We played some games after the finals, and the siege was very good. So I remember in my game against Florin on the Swiss rounds, he was very aggressive, and it didn't come to fatigue. So in the finals, I go, okay, I will not bring Flicker Wisp. I will bring Sigils. Sigils will be very good, which they weren't, because on the first turns I like 2 CMC back-to-backs, and was very bad for my Sigils, but that's okay. And I don't bring Flick, so I think he noticed that and tried to fatigue me in the middle of the game, and I need to play very conservative, like keep my embodiments of light to have follow-up plays, because I don't have my Snapdragons anymore, and I can break and lose the game. That's the way I lose in the Swiss against him. So I need to make the plays the best way possible, and it happens.
Yeah.
I'm very, very, very
Yeah, we
emotional.
noticed it here that you were playing conservatively to make sure you had an embodiment for the next turn to be able to keep on the pressure, right?
Yeah.
And it paid off in the end. In the end, you will turn out victorious, and congratulations again. How does it feel to win? Like, because we as a community, we've been asking for a calling here in Brazil for a while now, right? And I think everybody noticed it. We are always in the chat of LSS asking for the hashtag calling Brazil. And since this calling got announced, we as a community have been talking about it and hyping it up, and we always wanted to try, and we knew that some very, very good players would come and play and try to win this calling here, and we wanted to keep it in Brazil, and you are the one who is making it a reality for all of us. We are also proud of you. How does it feel for you to be the guy to bring it home and keep the title here in Brazil?
It was very special. Mostly because in the nationals, like last year, I come in top 4 in 3rd place. And one match close to the finals was Enigma against Zen, and for me it would be very good. But I lost, and I began with that bad taste in my mouth, so I wanted this title very, very bad. And this place, like this venue, is very special for me because in 2017, I won the Yu-Gi-Oh! National Champions here.
Oh, it was here, in the exact same venue. Oh my God, man!
Yeah, it was here. This place is special for me.
You gotta work out with the next organizer for the calling to make sure it's on this venue again.
So when I come here, I say to myself, I want to be happy here again, and here I am.
Oh, congratulations, man! And show us the trophy and the card that you won.
Yeah,
put it
this is the trophy.
Oh man, they look sweet. It's gonna be
São Paulo, very nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice on your little shelf because I know you do some streamings and it's gonna sit.
And with the cards, this is very, very good. Thank you, LSS, for this game and for the calling. I hope to have more. And please come to Brazil. Brazil is amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. Congratulations again, my friend. And just get off the rails here. Just do a shout out in Portuguese for our Brazilian community to finish off this interview.
Vamos Brasil, obrigado galera. Veio muito feliz por ter vocês estar aqui. Vamos Brasil! Come to Brazil, Brasil!